ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome everyone to Texas, land of barbecue, cowboys, the ability to ride cows if you go to the Fort Worth stockyard. I don't know why you do that, but anyway, you can do that, and also some tremendous StarCraft. My name is Beowulf. With me is Nathanius. Nathanius, you know, we talked about being Texas, you know, land of barbecue, but you're just in the sky? Is that how that works?
Yeah. I've got a beautiful backdrop out here in the Pacific Northwest. Anybody on the West Coast, US, good morning, happy Friday. Don't know if you guys took off work, and for everybody elsewhere around the world, it's a little bit later in the day, so maybe you're already kicking back, relaxing, getting ready to enjoy your weekend. Well, don't worry. As Beowulf said, we've got a lot of StarCraft to entertain you with over the next couple of days. We do.
We've got 10 best of 3s that Nathanius and I will be taking a look at over the course of Group A of the winner stage, Group B of the winner stage, as we figure out who gets to move on to the playoffs, who, well, maybe has to move on to the playoffs through a slightly more circuitous route on the lower bracket, all of those things. But there's more StarCraft to be had all over the place, right? We talk about, we're going to be doing 10 best of 3s, but there's a lot of StarCraft. We're not even touching the open bracket. There are a ton of community streams that'll be taking a look at, say, how Rogue is looking against Solar in round 1. That'll be starting in about an hour on any number of the community streams. And also, mainstream is going on. Clem versus Stats is that series, I think, is what they start with. So, really
nice.
Yeah, Stats did not look incredible at Atlanta. But the one series where he looked like he might have something coming back before he made this resurgence on into this top 4 GSL form was a game on Oceanborn against Clem, where he didn't win, but he looked really good. So starting with that,
it's hard to win versus Clem too. You know, I feel like it's probably fair to say, especially on this patch with these maps, like Clem he's been beast mode. It's going to be someone we have our eyes on all day. So getting him on the mainstream, getting the broadcast started with all that, I think is a great choice. So that's the question, right? We're like, how strong are these? Is this where we see maybe some time to adjust is going to end up impacting these matchups? But we've got a lot of claustrophobic alleys in a lot of these maps, and some of those brutal timing pushes we see out of players, specifically like Clem. Again, we'll be talking about him a lot this weekend. He just makes it look unfair. So I want to know if people have cooked up anything. Has anyone been in the kitchen getting something nice prepared for this event? Or are we gonna see a little more Terran dominance here?
Yeah, you know, he is the reigning champion, right? He had that in my mind, one of the best series, most high quality series of StarCraft that we've ever seen. Serel versus Clem, back semifinals, DreamHack Atlanta, just that insane game on Alcyone. But you know, as much as we want to talk about Clem and Serel, is Serel good? What happened after military? Who knows? I don't know. All of these are important questions, but before we start to talk about those just a little bit more, Nathanius, we have to talk about, well, the sponsors that allow this to happen. Blizzard, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and ESL Shop all coming together to give us 3 awesome days of StarCraft where we get to sit back, enjoy some of the best in the business, put on shows that absolutely dazzle the senses, or I feel like I'm selling a Vegas show.
Go for it. Sell it.
Anyways, but yeah, that's going to happen. And also not the most important thing, one of the important things about this tournament is that top 4 qualify to a $1 million prize pool coming up in August in Esports World Cup there as they try to figure things out. Teams are signing players. Rogue just got signed to Falcons yesterday, I think it was. That was announced. Bunny as well, although that was just about the worst kept secret in the industry. He was attributed on Liquipedia like a month and a half ago. So anyways, but that one just got announced. Player, it's a feeding frenzy. Astraea just got signed by VP, but $1 million, Nate, that's not a lot of, or that's not a small amount of money.
We always used to talk about, we're like, well, how do we build up the stakes when we discuss all the circuit taking place over the whole year? We're like, yeah, okay, it leads into another tournament, but you know, it's typically another tournament that's somewhat similar in terms of stakes or prize pool, etc. But we're at the point now where again, EWC is going to be such an event to the degree that we've had tons of players get picked up for it. I'll take my side and say my boy Gumiho getting picked up by Cloud9 was really awesome to see. Somebody, you know, that obviously love watching. And the more support that we see for organizations bringing into StarCraft, and the longer that we get to have these events and we get to see these players continue to compete. So It's fun. A lot of these guys we've been able to watch for so many years now, but it does give us interesting stories such as how human is Serel now that he has a full-time job outside of just practicing for these events, right?
Well, Nate, it would be intellectually disingenuous of me to try to argue that without having won the Esports World Cup, that Serel is any shot to be inhuman, right? He's clearly mortal. We've seen him lose like a grand total of 5 games this year.
A thing isn't beautiful because it lasts, I think is where I'm supposed to go with that. But the cool thing about Serel is that he still he's still been pretty dominant for a long time. So the cool thing is, even if maybe there are definitely a few less chips, let's say, stacked in his corner than we would typically say, he still has that killer instinct. He still has that X factor, and I think for a lot of Serel fans tuning in, myself included, it's going to be exciting to just see how far can he go. Is this an event where he's actually been able to get more comfortable with his new lifestyle, with his new rhythm? Maybe this time to settle into that has given him a little bit more clarity in terms of finding his stride again. So seeing how he performs in this event is, I think, a top 3 story for sure.
Oh yeah, no, you talk about storylines, and we're going to talk about Oliveira and Classic in just a second. We're just waiting for the lobbies on that to get started. Don't worry, we're not just. I guess technically we do like to hear ourselves talk because that's why we're here.
If you want to, you can just say Nathan is deliberately holding the lobby up. I will take that for you. But yeah, we're just chilling. We've got everybody here. It's so exciting when we get to these tournaments because we know that they're all at the venue, right? But they're all logged in. We've got our little mini conversations going on. Players are setting up their lobbies. Vetoes are getting done. It's that little rumbling before the real show gets going,
Yeah, but anyway, what I wanted to say is we talk about this. So yes, Serel is absolutely a storyline. How good is his practice in his little apartment off the military base? But also, I think the big story, Nate, I think this is one that you've been kind of pushing for a while. We haven't seen a lot of Protoss victories in StarCraft 2. We saw Hero win Atlanta 2 years ago. We saw Hero win a GSL, and that's kind of been it. Last year didn't have a single Protoss champion. But across the region,
one of the first times I think in the history of StarCraft, right? We saw a pretty marked drop off for them.
Yeah, but I've been watching, if you watch StarCraft this season, we've been seeing better Protoss results. Yes, we didn't have a Protoss champion in Asia, but Oliveira is that final boss. Yes, we saw Estrella win Americas, but that's not too surprising. But like, you look at the trend in general, the maps are looking a lot better, or a lot worse for Zerg maybe. They're looking a lot better for Protoss, a lot better for Terran. Balance patches seems to have made some impact there. Liberators are not quite as oppressive in the late game. So yeah, you talk about, okay, how's Serel doing? But also, can we see Protoss make a deep run? Classic versus Oliveira is probably a good one to start on because Classic is, Nate, Classic is frustrating to me because he can look so good. He can look like the best Protoss player in the world. He can take it to Serel. He can take maps off Serel at the Esports World Cup, or I guess it was Gamers 8 last year. And then he can fail to qualify for the GSL.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So here's the other thing then. For Classic, his view on all of this, because we know that historically he's been one of the better Korean Protoss players. He's won a ton of money throughout his career. He's one of those guys when we talk about, okay, if a Protoss was hypothetically going to win this, the names that you come to your mind are, okay, well, maybe it's the stats, maybe it's a Classic type player, maybe it's Hero. But I think that conversation becomes more interesting because you talk about exactly what you said. Last year, the map pool for about 2 years, we had lots of huge open spaces, right? Kind of open thirds, big angles on those, and it showed a lot of 2-base play that didn't really end up being super successful. This year, we've switched to maps that are a lot more claustrophobic. You've got maps like Crimson Court where you've got like 2/3 of the map just blocked off by rocks at the start. You can only go straight across that lane. If you're a Zerg player and you only have one place you can really effectively push your creep to try and move down the map, versus 3 or 4 different lanes, that really takes a lot of wind out of your sails. So it's that factor of, okay, coming back from the military service, people are going to be expecting him to be in form if he's putting this much time and still playing this long after his return. So I think things are lining up really nicely for the Protoss fans that want to see somebody make a deep run for this event, because this has to be looking at who's participating, looking at who you've got here. Everything, I'm not going to say that it's being served up, but I am saying that everything is there for a Protoss to go and take it. And I think that for for the health of the game overall, it's fun to not be 100% sure which race is going to win the event when you tune in. I'm going to put that hot take out there. I like having a bit of uncertainty mixed in.
Okay, so the question then, Nate, is it a 100% certainty about which race is going to win the event, or is just 100% certainty that Serel wins the event? Because, you know, look, if he makes playoffs, someone did the math like 6 months ago when this GOAT debate really came up, and it was like, yeah, if Serel makes the playoffs, he's got a better than 2/3 shot to win the entire thing.
I'll take it though. I mean, I'm a huge Serel fanboy. I will not attempt to defend myself in my licking of his boots. And if he comes in and he wants to shut the haters up again, he wants to. I just imagine. I can't even think about the tears of all the, you know, the amount of vindication people get seeing Serel lose a game. It must be, you know, sustaining millions at this point. But he carries all that on his back because he is the GOAT, and that's what it means to be on top, right? If everybody wasn't pointing at him, then probably wouldn't have so much value behind those words, right?
Yeah, the other actually important question as we talk about Serel now coming home to Texas, there is going to be a show match. I don't know what's happening with that. We don't know the story, but there's going to be a show match on Sunday, I think it is, probably before the grand finals as they wait for things to get set up, and it's Team Texas versus someone. I don't know. I just know. I know there's going to be voting for Team Texas in the arena, I think tomorrow. So let's think about this, Nate. We have Team Texas is going to be Serel, obviously. I guess if he's playing the finals, they don't make him play. But Serel is going to be Clem. Who else do people like to claim that is a member of the?
Who do people? Anybody. I feel like it's. I feel like it's whoever is considered like the top players. I'm pretty sure Rayner's been called from Texas at some point. I think if any particularly non-Korean player is doing very well in a broadcasted match, I think everyone just starts typing USA in chat. That's all I've noticed over the years. I believe, yes, it's whoever's winning.
You know, you say that. I don't think I've ever seen Rayner get. Rayner is like so strongly Italian, much like, you know, here Big Gabe, for example. Here,
well,
like so,
it helps. It helps
yeah.
that he has the branding with that. But I just, yeah, I don't know. That perhaps we've been spending time in different chats. But I find that if any European does too well, people start saying they're from Texas. So I'll try to keep my eyes on that this weekend. We'll see if the meta changes.
Very important. Actually, that's a question though. So assuming that Team Texas is like a 3-person team, I don't know. But yeah, it seems like a reasonable number. Who would you have on your Team Texas? Obviously, you know, Serel is locked in. He is the man from Texas.
Yeah, I got to go for at least one of my NA boys. So I got to probably take Estrella. I like Estrella a lot. I like Serel a lot. And well, I need a Terran, so I might as well go with Clem then. Actually, now that you've mentioned it, but those two really do stand out. I checked the Reddit thread as we continue to wait for our lobby to get set up here, and I can tell you that the most safe for work response I found was someone said Maru, Serel, and Clem, which, I mean, that's a hard team to lose with. Yeah.
Right, let me really just go and take the top 3 players on a league and say, yes, this is the team I would like. Wow, that's a really tough decision, guys. Good on you. You're making
pro players that are actually from Texas, like legitimately. I couldn't name. I don't know anybody's origin that well. I know there's a good amount of people from all over, like the middle, and then there's some people from the Northeast, like QXE. I remember he's the only other guy I knew from Pennsylvania. I don't know many other guys that were from there, but lots of people on the West Coast, of course. I don't know. I struggle to think of anybody that nobody like really came in and tried to own that brand as an American player, really, right? So
yeah,
I guess that void just might have created itself.
Yeah, I mean, Pult went to school in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to get into as deep technicalities as possible, quite a few players have lived in Texas at some point or another, right? That's so. Then we have to start gauging, like, all right, who lived there long enough to pay the most taxes to claim to actually be a resident there.
Here's the trick there, Nate. Texas doesn't have an income tax.
Now, but if you lived there, they've got some of the highest property tax. They get you. It's like, you know, there's no tax in Washington State either, but everything else is taxed quite a bit.
That is a very fair statement.
And with that very informative discussion we gave you, I do see us getting our lobby put up. So you are almost saved. You're almost saved from this line here.
There we go. It's very important. But you know, Nate, I'd appreciate the time. I've had the opportunity to go, and I've got some tea there that I've mostly consumed. We've talked about tax law and Team Texas and roughly cowboy hats and cowboy boots and other things. And now we get to talk about this series just a little bit more because Oliveira, a Classic, they've actually played each other a surprising amount, but this is one that Oliveira has not really been super happy about. It's like 40-24 in Classic's favor. In the history, I don't remember exactly how far that goes, but this has been one that Classic has been, it looks like it goes back until 2017. Classic has been very strong in 41-28 in maps. It's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I found the only thing I could find was a random anonymous fan hype meter online about ESL Masters, and it has Classic at about a 90% edge. So, I think that you have we talk about the benefits of these maps for Terran and for Protoss, but against each other, there's always been some pretty heavy degrees of volatility that could take place, right? So I think it's going to come down to how aggressive each player wants to be. How aggressive do we see them? I think Classic and Oliveira are both kind of known for being good macro players, but who's going to come out swinging? That's what I really want to know. How far do we push these long games? And yeah, it looks like everybody's just about getting ready. So we won't have to guess or deliberate too much longer. We'll be able to see it with our own eyes.
Yeah, I think it's also important to point out as we really get ourselves ready here. Oliveira lives in a region of Protoss. It is him. It is Coffee, who never kind of beats him. But it is him, Coffee, and then a ton of Protoss players. You got Lemon, you got Firefly, you got Cyan and Nice, and all of these other players, right? So he has a ton of experience taking down Protoss players. But it's also important to point out, in the group stage for Asia, he looked weak. It took him to Swiss round 5 to make the playoffs, and yes, he did end up winning. But it took him to round 5. He lost a lot to this kind of gateway man, mass expo style that we've been seeing players like Lemon, Firefly experiment with. You stay on low tech. The moment you win a good fight, you take like 3 extra bases. You play it very Zerg-like. Pretty cool. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether Classic learns from that. Classic plays his own style. He's been playing a lot of Phoenix Colossus recently. At least in the games that I've seen, EPT Korea, things like that. So
it could be such a frustrating style to deal with too. You know, the pressure in TVP to try and constantly be getting in your opponent's face. You always hear the story. It's like, well, you're going to bring that mine drop. Well, it's a little bit worse than it was before. It's still very strong. I mean, Widow Mines can still kill a whole mineral line in one shot if you time it right. But it's just these tiny little margins that move these 1% situations outward that makes it just a little bit more difficult. And well, we are counting down, we are loading into the game, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that, right? If that attack doesn't go well, you see the Protoss swell into a huge gateway force, and then getting out onto the map just becomes really tough. So for Oliveira, that early game momentum is going to mean a lot. You know, my favorite word is momentum, Beowulf. So I'm bringing that out here too.
Well, I'll buy that one. Momentum sounds like a good time. And actually, you know what? It'd be even better time than momentum is the fact that a game is ready. Twisted Minds, Dragon Kites of Gaming, Oliveira in Classic Game 1 here as our day gets started. And here we are in the upper left in the red. He's playing for Twisted Minds. Odds-on favorite, but we'll see what happens. His name is Classic. And the bottom right, in the blue for Dragon Kites of Gaming, it's Oliveira.
All right, well, we get to start off on Oceanborn. Keeps things pretty reasonable for us to kick things off as far as what we can expect. You can do pretty much anything here. Third base as a reasonable option. We do have Classic going out with the probe to check for any sort of early proxy shenanigans, and he's also got his wall set up in the main base to give himself the option to block any possible Reaper Scout that might come up. What do you like from Oliveira here? From what you've been seeing out of his matchup, still a lot of the typical one Reaper into mine drop for him. Is he trying to go for faster bioplay, or are we seeing anything else? This game, he did get the quick depot unfinished just to block that probe scout. So he kind of wants Classic to have to assume a little bit about his opener, including this Marine start too. So the gas is not going to go to that Reaper.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at Oliveira. He's been trying when we talk about how he played in the Asian regional, which is where we got to see a lot of his games. He was trying a bunch of different things. We saw him go for a lot of, like, say, 3 racks aggression, trying to granted that's Ghost River, it's a different map, that's a very, very quick rush distance, but we see him go for a lot of like this 6-minute stim timings, these aggressive options that try to get under the skin of the Protoss player. before they're properly ready. And now, granted, you know, that build, that style, 6-minute stim, 6:30, something like that, Nate, that was something that was a revelation, something that was new and allowed Ryung to make top 12 of Katowice like 3 years ago. Protoss players, for the most part now, they have it a little bit more figured out. But even still, throwing these different wrinkles, going Marine first and spending your gas elsewhere, can make life just a little bit more complicated for Classic.
Yeah, I feel like as far as putting pressure onto Protoss players is concerned, one of the best examples we've seen of that more recently has been, I'm just going to invoke the name again, Clem. You know, we've seen some of those early Marine pushes with the fast Cyclone to follow it up, and you don't have stim, you don't have anything fancy, no big mine typically with that or siege tank, but you just kind of apply this pressure and use heavy amounts of micro to dodge stalker shots and get a lot of work done. Whether we see something like that as the Cyclone does boot up for Oliveira is one thing. Getting map control against the early adepts and stalkers on the map. If you don't, you know, before stim is done, before medevacs are done, the Cyclone is really the only unit that's going to give you that. But at the same time, it has vulnerabilities to pretty much all the tech units that Protoss has. So I kind of like the second barracks tucked in the back. He's going to have that Cyclone to make it look like, yeah, I'm going up for this tech, but he still has the 2-1-1 set up very nicely. So it gives him a little bit of options. But I think, like you were saying for Classic, he's chilling at home. He's got a shield battery up at the natural, and with the adept up front, he kind of knows, all right, there's a little bit of a timer before anything can be coming his way, since as we've seen, it's 3 racks. He actually hasn't gotten the starport at all, Behemoth.
Yeah, that's really interesting as we were looking at this, because I was expecting, okay, second rack's hidden, starport, we're going to go for 2-1-1. You're hitting like 5:30, and it's just something meant to get under the skin of the Protoss and make them not as comfortable, not as happy as they might otherwise be. But this hits just a little bit faster. 3 Marines coming out at a time. Stim's going to be done soon. We're getting tanks into this. And this is Oliveira getting ready for a really strong early game push. Maybe not before Blink is done, because Classic is getting that. He's chronoing that out. That'll be ready. But again, maybe lacking the starport tech, but having stim, combat shield, all of these Marines, all of these tanks. And the good news for Classic, as we talk about what's happening here, this is a relatively delayed third base. He's going up to 3 gates, sure, fine. But it's 4:30, and there's no third base up. Classic, don't know that he knows exactly what's happening here, Nate, but it seems like he's got some inkling.
It would be the time, right? It would be. And I think that that's the frustrating part of the opener, because he was able to barely see the factory with that adept shade so much earlier, and the alarms that go off in your head for as far as what you're going to have to deal with, if it's going to be, oh, that mine drop, or if it, okay, well, they see the time of the factory, I think I know when it finished, I can try to assume when the medevac would roughly be coming in, but I still need to know from what angle. So even just that little bit of information denial, he does have the third now going up, but you're spot on that anywhere between that 3:30 4:20 mark is when Protoss is usually looking to take that. But because Oliveira didn't have the starport, I was going to say he kind of has to make a move out, and we see the adepts, or sorry, the stalkers grab 2 of the marauders right as they're leaving. But did he see the rest of the army? Is he prepared for this push? Because it's still going to be a lot. There's no medevacs, but there's a reason for that, and it's all those extra Marines and now these SCVs being pulled with it too.
Yeah, it is scary. Classic saw it on the observer. Well, we don't know if he saw it, but it was visible under the observer. So his answer is like, look, I gotta buy some time here. My third base it's kind of a tummy bag, and I'm gonna let it go down. And yeah, there we go. Colossus canceled. Disruptor's on the way. He needs to buy the time for this. He's got stalkers on the other side trying to make some havoc, and SC have fallen, Dave. But now they got to find their way back home. This is Robo getting a lot of damage, but Stalkers blink on top, trying to take advantage of where the damage is not. And the first tank's going to go down, second one as well, but everything is dead, so realistically, who cares?
Yeah, I was going to say he was supply blocked for about 5 seconds there. The Disruptor just barely not able to finish as a result. And I mean, yeah, you can use the photon overcharge on the shield battery here and pop that up, but the probes are not going to be able to sustain damage from this many Marines. He said it's a tremendous amount of work done. 19 probes picked off. Let's not forget the third base is off the table too. So this is just all gravy for Oliveira. 2-base Terran versus 2-base Protoss, and you're taking out their primary tech structure. Well, you're just feeling great at this point, man.
Yeah, and the best thing about this as well is there's only one production. There's only one gateway of production as well. Yes, the Stalkers get the tank, and yeah, this timing looks like it's slowly petering out. Notice Oliveira at this point. He's killing probes. He's not killing Stalkers anymore. This is all about maximizing the damage. But again, Classic, not a lot of production. And the cool thing about this, we saw from Oliveira, this was not one of our standard timings, right? As a Protoss player, you're used to, okay, 6:30. That's going to be a 3-1-1 type of setup. That's a stim timing, sure, fine. But there's a third base beyond it, 7:30. That's a 3-1-1. Third base is a little bit more delayed, a little bit more army. I know my timings. 5 minutes, say the 2-1-1. But Oliveira hit it like right around 5:45 with a composition that you're not used to seeing at that timing. And I'm not saying this is totally out of the meta, but Oliveira he had his slight wrinkle. And that meant that Classic, even though he thought he was prepared, Stalkers on the other side, cutting down Marauders, getting damage done that way. Immortals at home, sure, fine. Not quite prepared.
Yeah, I think again it comes back to that information at the beginning. When you think about flexible openers for a Protoss, if you're not 100% sure what the Terran is doing, it's very hard to go wrong with blink obs. Just because with good control, if you're better than your opponent, you can deal with most situations. So hiding that info, then going for the big push, all anti-ground, kind of just left Classic in a position where it's like, yeah, he could blink onto him, but he just didn't have as much because he couldn't be certain enough to know what was going on to prepare everything. And Oliveira getting ready to move out again, but it's going to be a lot more sustainable of a push as he does have 2 medevacs finishing right as this army leaves his base. So holding that third is going to be quite tough. He's got 3 sentries coming over. Maybe try to just buy a little time with that.
I mean, I like the idea, and you force field the ramp, sure, but he's not even going to get a single Marine out of it. So, like, force fielding the ramp, sectioning off part of the army and saying, no, look, I got Colossus. I can clean this up. Well, you need a Colossus for that one, Nate. And Classic, he's got him on the way. First Colossus on the map, certainly, but not really enough just gets to Oliveira. I mean, those are really good force fields. The SCVs in the pull are mostly going to get shut down even before things happen. And notice Classic, I don't know if this was intentional or not, but he left one gap to the SCVs, Marines, the smaller units will stream forward in a line, and then, well, there's going to be able to knock those down before the fight happens. Now, probes are going to get pulled into this, and with the shield battery overcharge, and this is still a ton of bio, though, from our Terran player, and even though the overcharge is decent, probes get pulled, sure, fine, the force fields were nice. There is not enough here. There is not nearly enough.
No, I feel like I've seen, this, I see this situation, Roddy talks about this all the time. It's like, yeah, if it's just Marauders left over versus just the Colossus left over, the Protoss is super dead, and the third base goes down again, but he just doesn't have the ability to take damage from that. Trying to kite against the Marines will do some work, but the Marauders and the tanks, there's not a clear answer for it. There's just not enough economy to get the charge lot count up that I think he needs, and once that cybernetics core gets popped, that's it. He's just stuck making nothing but Zealots and Colossus while he's contained on 2 bases. I guess the only real question becomes is there a possibility that Oliveira can overextend in this situation? Against 5 tanks, I'm not really super worried about it.
No, I mean, technically, Zealots against Tank Marauder are really good, so Zealot Colossus maybe isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's as much of a matter of supply as it is of tech, right?
Yeah, he needs like 10 gateways and a third base economy to be able to get enough Zealots out to just make all the tanks blow up the bio, right? But when he's only got 2 or 3 trickling out, it's never going to have the even tanks can deal with the 3 Zealot push coming over here, and there it is. Overcharge is popped again on the shield battery, and GG is called. Oliveira is going to score, well, perhaps one of our first. I did not see the map on the other one, but one of the first map wins here for DreamHack Dallas. Pretty exciting, huh? For EPT Dallas.
Well, ESL Masters Dallas, yeah, whatever it's called. I can tell you, certainly, that this is not our first upset of the day, because I'm told, and I didn't see the game, because we're doing this, I'm told that Stats didn't just beat Clem in game 1. The word I saw used was he dumpstered Clem in game 1. Now,
ooh, there you go.
That's a strong statement.
Yeah. Well, okay. So we are already starting off perfectly balanced then, right? We've got 1 map win for Protoss and 1 for Terran. There you go. Didn't expect the old Twistorino there. We got the lobby for game 2 going up. It was just nice to see, though. We get a little bit of cheeky mind games. We have Classic seemingly playing almost too middle of the road to be safe, and then it's like, boom, it's tanks and Marauders. Opening Stalkers isn't quite enough. So you have to wonder, what could he have even seen in that first game? What does he look for in a second game for something similar? And does Oliveira just say, well, now I'm going to do a regular 1-1-1, because if I do this wall off, you can't be certain if I'm going bio again?
I mean, yeah, I think that's fair. Three gate Colossus, which is what we saw Classic going for, into that third base. That's pretty safe. And looking back at it, I think one thing that you pointed out, Nate, is I think really key there is that, well, he got supply blocked for like 10 seconds right as that happened. So he had a Colossus on the way. It was not allowed to come out. Against 3 tank bio like that, I don't know that a singular Colossus does enough. 3 tanks outside of a shield battery range, 1 shot at a Colossus, but at least it would have been something.
The other thing too, I think the other thing too, possibly related to the cancellation into the disruptor, was I guess there was a lot going on, but whether he had range at that point. Typically, the Protoss player's first Colossus doesn't pop out with range. It usually maths out. If you start them both at the same time, you've got like what 30 or 40 seconds after it's done, and then you have range. But that's only if it lines up perfectly. So I think any situation where you're relying on just one Colossus like that, I think that's where the no medevacs helps. Like, instead of having 4 supply of medevacs, he just has that extra tank or those extra couple marauders. But yeah, that's just tough. Like, the observer goes across, the stalkers saw it, but yeah, it's just hard. It's hard to get everything out in time. The third racks, early 3 racks with no starport is a pretty risky push to go for too. Because if his army gets caught in the middle of the map, if the stalkers are able to get more than just 2 marauders, then you don't have any way to retreat, right? You're just stimming home. So that's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah, even then, getting a couple marauders. You got 2 marauders. I wouldn't be surprised if you got a couple marines just that we saw that was off screen.
Yeah.
Even that is sometimes enough to hold a push. But again, when you're supply blocked like that, life becomes much, much harder. But no, Nate,
yeah,
we got a game 2. It's very exciting. It's Alcyone. It's the map that probably has given us some of the best maps, best games that we've had in the current ladder pool. So let's see now if we get another one of those. Game 2 on the way. And at the bottom left, in the red, excuse me, down a map in this series, but certainly the overdog. He's classic. His opponent in the upper right, in the blue, quick timings, aggressive timings, tons of tanks, tons of bio, tons of victories for Dragon Kites of Gaming, the reigning world champion. It's Oliveira. Nate, were you? I assume you saw Katowice, right? When we saw Oliveira like break down on stage when he won the entire thing.
Oh yeah, I mean that was such an emotional moment too. He got Terran's first big dub like that, first world championship win in quite a few years, right? That was a big moment for the scene and for the space, and he just always came across as such a guy that that was like the miracle run, right? He was almost fueled by the hopelessness of the situation, that there was no pressure, that he was like, okay, I have all these things that I want to do, I've got to go up against all the Titans, and then the map that basically brought him into what we would have called at that point his prime, right? When he, I think on the way up, had to take out Maru in that absolutely gnarly series, and people were like, oh my god, I can't believe that this final is actually going to be time, right, at the time, right? And Oliveira, he's absolutely carved a spot for himself as one of the Terrans to be feared way back when, I mean, talking WCS days, way back in StarCraft. It was a competitor from the Chinese scene that we had seen many different times, and he had been a regular competitor that we were all familiar with, but he was one of those guys that we would always say, he puts in the effort but can't quite make that jump, and it's been very awesome to see him do that recently.
Oh yeah, no, it's certainly, I mean, taking down Raynor, Hero, and Maru just back to back to back is probably one of the hardest runs. Not only one of the best stories, but one of the hardest runs that we've ever seen anyone go for. And reverse sweeping Raynor, I was in the crowd for that, and I'm like, man, he was crying, I was crying, we were all crying. It was just
crazy,
incredible. But we should probably talk about this game, because that's a very quick Twilight coming out of Classic. Not the quickest, and not like he's gonna go all in off of this, but he has learned maybe from some mistakes in game number 1, and he's giving himself those tools, those opportunities as quick as possible to make sure that he can handle maybe what's ever happening. But these Marines, Reapers on the map already, damage on the Adept here makes it very hard for Classic to have any idea what's happening.
Yeah, that's a frustrating situation. Usually the Terran shows a lot of respect to the Adept. You stay back, you don't try to go too far ahead of it. The Protoss is waiting for an opportunity to shade behind you, but because he moved the Marines so far out, which if there was a Stalker out there, if he had chronoed the second one out fast enough, or if it had been there, that's a situation where you can get poked quite a bit, and it can turn into an overextension very quickly. But this is kind of what I want to see, is since it was the barracks opener, and we, with the eyes up here, we can see that it's straight to that 3 racks again for Oliveira. Taking any stance where you can be putting on enough pressure to know what your opponent has is still very nice. So whether he gets to do that or not still remains to be seen. There is a Cyclone waiting on the north side of the tower, and the Stalkers are kind of still just staying home to push the Reapers back. So How much of an inkling is he going to have that this is coming? Do we feel like just going with this setup is going to be enough? Is he going to be able to get that Colossus quickly enough if that's what he goes for again, Bayo?
Yeah, that's a really good question, right? So for now, Classic's looking at 3-gate Blink Robo. So again, a little bit more defensive. You get 3 gateways, your Blink's going to be done soon. Robo, maybe we see that quick Robo base. It's going to be interesting. But by going, again, this delayed third base, more gateways, tack on Blink and all of that, theoretically, this is something that Classic should be able to hold. He's getting a lot more army units out early. That, again, means that you have stuff. But it's all about identification. It's all about not only understanding that you need to build stuff, but when do you need to build stuff? Are you actually spending those warp-in cycles on time as Classic? Or are you saying, look, I got my 3 gateways, but I don't need to spend them just yet because the attack's happening a little bit later. I'd rather get a third base. All of these things are questions, and for now, the Adept's not going to get up in the main base. And, you know, to be honest, that number of Marines, Nate, is that enough to tell Classic that something's a little different?
Yeah, he had another Marine building in the Tech Lab barracks, canceled those, went back into the Marauders, and he's starting to beef it up a little bit more. I think he's just trying to manage his resources for that starport, but the Adept does get in and sees the starport is just finishing. So he's gotten an eye on the amount of bio units, but I still think that staying in his face, any types of little trades he can get, this is where he needs to make his money. You know, you have Blink, you have the opportunity with the control to do really good things, but if he jumps up there at the wrong moment while those guys are waiting for him, then forced him Marauders will kill 8 Stalkers like nothing.
Yeah, and it should be pointed out that you said, oh, it's 3 barracks again coming out of Oliveira. This is a marginally different build. This was 2nd and 3rd barracks roughly at the same time, rather than a 1 barracks, 2nd barracks getting that quicker stim, 3rd racks, starportless timing. This one's more classic, I guess, right? This is the 6-minute stim timing that we've seen so many Terrans take advantage of. It's very good against Stargate openers. It's still decent against other things, but again, the Stargate opener, that Oracle into Blink was what it was designed to take down. And now that Classic's able to put a little pressure on the map, right? Talk down a Cyclone, keep Oliveira back home, get some idea about what's happening. It does give him time to get set up, and that means that theoretically charge is going to be done or just about done by the time this attack happens. 1 Colossus already on the map, 2nd one's going to be ready, and you know, this timing from Oliveira, he's got a lot of supply, Nate, certainly, but this is not nearly as scary of a situation as game 1 was.
No, he has a much better heads up of the situation. We were talking about the Colossus just finishing into the fight. Well, Extended Thermal Lance is about to finish, and he's got 2 Colossi, so as far as the setup goes, it doesn't get much better. The 3rd base is already done. There's no, oh, I need to cancel it, I need to think about canceling it. It's just hold the door. And probably another big thing, especially on this map, you know, we've got the ramp right here that leads into this. So he has to decide, am I going to put myself between the natural and the 3rd where I could get pinched? Or am I going to go up this ramp where I could get force fielded? He had the drop split out. We saw him unload just to take the center position. There is an observer also watching the center still. But at the very least, Oliveira is going to be able to find some of the pylons stringed along outside of his base. That's a great way for Classic to get some vision without having to leave anything expensive behind. So he'll still see the right side if he goes out for another drop. We've got 3 Widow Mines in a medevac headed northwest, so I'll stay on the weather forecast for that. We'll see if things get a little gloomy over in Classic's natural soon. Some Zealots might accidentally run right past it, though.
Well, at least that's a scout, you know, 2 ships in the night.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. So Classic sees it. Now, again, whether he saw it or reacts to it is a bit of a different question. But, you know, Nate, you talked about weather forecasts. We talked Widow Mines, of course, can be a problem, but Classic seems to be taking some inspiration from the weather we had getting into Dallas the other day, because there's the Templar Archives on the way. We are seeing more and more storm action get started here. I don't know whether he just wants to build a couple Archons, go for that push, maybe. But no, there we go. So Classic, hey, he saw the storms. He knows the turbulence that it took to get everyone down into Dallas. He said, yeah, that's my build order, guys. We're going to get stormed pretty quickly here.
Yeah, what's interesting about this is we have just the single forge setup, right? He's focusing into the attack upgrades for this. Typically, you'll see the gas dumped into the High Templar, a little more minerals into the Zealots. You kind of like the armor upgrades for those, but he's dropping down photon cannons, so he's not thinking about having his army playing too much of the defense here. He wants to be able to move out and try to get something done, and I kind of like that with this setup. With these Colossi going into the Immortal behind it, he's just going to have a ton of damage capabilities. That Prism, though, flies directly into 2 Vikings. It's so bizarre that he missed the pylon in the northeast, but the Prism finds the one spot where he actually could not go and does get cleaned up relatively easily. So Classic tries to go for a bit of harass, does get shut down, and we just have a little standoff in the center of the map. We've got the mine and the marine across from the stalker, and he's like, I can't really fight you. You can't really deal with this mine super easily. I mean, I guess maybe he could, but got a couple of weird things that have already happened in this match, Bayo.
Yeah, this is dancing around. This map is super broken, or sorry, the Zelnaga tower is super broken for Terran. This drop's finally going to show up. Oh, hey, there cannons here. Probes are going to get pulled away. Stalkers get warped in. Damage. Still gets 7 probes. So yeah, 8 probes. Is. There we go. So yeah, even though he was prep Nate, and even though the Widow Mine has been nerfed, apparently it's still worth a lot of stuff here. I guess it's because there's this fight though.
They're still pretty good. I mean, the whole point is you can at least see what it's going to kill now, but goes for the main fight, and the shield battery overcharge with the storm just makes it so difficult for him to break through. It does get most of the Colossi, but when you're in a situation like this, it's more about, okay, I didn't take enough economic damage to stop me from taking my next step. So yeah, losing the Colossus hurts, but it only hurts so much if your opponent has an ability to capitalize on that. So for Oliveira, he's going to take the 4th. But Classic, he's already on 4 bases, so he's got the fleet beacon started up. He's going for +2. He's staying very focused on being able to take these big trades, all of the attack upgrades, and then as well as that fleet beacon, we've seen some of those. I've wanted to see it for so many years, and I like that it is now a thing in the last few years that Protoss finally do to Terran. But when they, people say Marines are good, and they're not wrong. But most Terrans don't just make Marines if the Protoss builds enough Stargate, and that is often an Achilles heel of the bio playstyle. You end up not really being able to deal with those carriers or Tempest if they get to too high numbers while you're trying to use lots of Marauders and Medivacs, things that, while they're good, they just don't deal with air units.
Yeah, and you say you're happy to see Protoss do this. This is something that's like uniquely classic. I guess Estrella does it too, but this late game carrier transition to storm drops again. He's not pulling there. That is I actually thought it was gonna be more, but still 9 workers go down. But Classic is one of these few players that really enjoys going triple Stargate, going into carrier play, getting all this damage done. And, it works out. I think this is something that he really enjoys doing in Alcyone, just because you kind of have that turtled up area in the 3rd base that you can take advantage of. And Oliveira, he's got maybe a good surround. Maybe it's a problem. It is actually going to be a good surround, but the recall is going to be there in time. I think a Stalker dies. A little scary. Will be fine. And now... Okay, so
he's like 2 seconds from losing his whole army there if he times that any later too.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I'm like, man, on the left side,
sandwich.
Is that enough? But I didn't.
We got all the Caleris hitting from the east and west jokes ready, and he's just like, nope, I'm out.
There we go.
I'm heading out.
So
and it is carriers. Got 3.
+1's on the way. It is double Starport Vikings, so it seems like Oliveira has something. I don't know if he scanned it out, but it seems like he's got some inkling that this is happening. And if you get to a critical mass, right, Nate, with carriers or with Vikings, carriers really do struggle, but it needs a lot of Vikings to happen. And if your Viking micro is not on point, the carriers snap them down so quickly, and all of a sudden the fight is just untenable. So the game moves from this frenetic rapid, oh man, that's a big storm, this frenetic rapid multitasking thing to specifically, how good is your air control versus your opponents, and can you defend it properly?
Yeah, I think it heavily boils down to whether you can get an EMP, because even though the Vikings, the units will automatically try to target the carrier instead of just the interceptors nowadays, but you still have to be in range to do that. And that's where the High Templar become very, very, very frustrating to deal with. So I like the idea here, but there's been a lot of situations where we've seen the Terran response try to go into the Vikings, still stay, with that heavy air force, and you kind of become more susceptible to the storm. So those ghosts still remain the clutch boys. I think if you're Classic though, this is a great spot to be in. You're able to get all the tech that you want. You haven't been slowed down in your taking of bases. You've got the gold. He's got the southeast corner. And while the Terran does have a huge maxed out army, he doesn't feel comfortable enough to really be able to do anything with it. And well, we might have our first little engagement here as the Vikings gonna take 1 shot. And look at the defensive nuke bay. Okay, he's saying, yeah, come on over. Come on over. We got pizza coming. Just chill. No big deal.
Okay, he's gonna back up. Oh, man, he is staying there very long, but actually gets canceled, so no harm, no foul on that one.
I was gonna say first nuke of the tournament. Is he griefing him right now? Do we call the police? What is this?
This is I haven't seen Classic do this in a while, but this is distinctly Classic Skytoss thing. You put the Nexus forward so you can drop shield batteries with full energy on it, and it is actually super sick. It's incredibly expensive, but he's got the bang for it right now. And Classic, just gonna try to attack into this. Man, the damage done to these Vikings so quickly is a problem. 17 Vikings still here. Storms go down on everything, and Oliveira's army is just kind of melting. Vikings are still there in the sky, but hey, look at these storms. They're annihilating everything, and even if the Vikings kill off everything on the sky, sure, fine. Their Warpins on the ground, the Archons, the Colossus are doing so much to this. Can the Vikings land and handle this? I don't think so.
I don't think so. There's another cursed factor to this. Okay, he did cancel the Nexus. I was going to say he has a warp prism here, so that there was the option to warp in from that pylon within a Nexus range, which is another equally disturbing thing for the building one. But the third base is completely dislodged, and this is what we were talking about. The Vikings, yes, if they can attack the carriers directly in the Colossus, they can kill them. But against everything else, they're again, you're kind of throwing pebbles at them, right? You don't have a refined answer for it. You want to get back into your regular bio setup, but at the same time, there's still more carriers being made, so it's not quite that simple. We have additional Stargates getting added as well. Let's not forget some shield upgrades coming in. So these will be some of the first defensive upgrades for Classic all game. It's worth pointing out his army has become easier to kill in a way as time has gone by, but now that will revert course a little.
Yeah, you got to be so careful with Colossus, with Storm. Their jobs, realistically, they're not to kill. I mean, if they kill, it's great, but their job is to soften, to make it so the Interceptors can do everything, to make it sure that the Bio and the Vikings, they can't just kind of stand their ground and take all the Interceptors out and then take out all the carriers, and that's the problem. So Oliveira is still in this game, technically. Still, he's got his... Hey, did he even lose the base? No, he didn't even lose the command center, so that's still there. He's still got 64 SCVs. The problem becomes, is like, how do you replace the army required to make this happen? And we talked about that. That base lasted maybe a little bit longer than it should have, but it's still very dead. But how do you build this army from Classic? Is so expensive. It's twice the gas, 1.5 times as big as the minerals. Even if you're still in the game as Oliveira, how do you replace an army that is technical enough to deal with what Classic's building?
I mean, if he had the infrastructure and the economy to switch into something, you know, like 5 starport battlecruiser, maybe Behemoth, I could see a universe. But we're looking at a game state now where Oliveira is more or less using less of the same tools he had in the first fight that he lost. Classic, on the other hand, has gained economy, his income has continued to increase, and his army remains pretty reasonably well balanced out in terms of how much he has of everything. So it's hard, but if he lands a juicy EMP and he can hit the Tempest, or excuse me, if he can hit the Mothership and the High Templar, and there's no abilities at all, and he gets a perfect surround, then he'll probably still die to the lingering storms or the Colossus in the meanwhile. But Zealots push that third base again, and yeah, Oliveira, all he can do is try to hold out long enough to get to 200 supply where he feels like he can try to force one last fight, and then that'll pretty much end up being it. But it's hard to look into this game and see a world where in 5 or 7 minutes, all of a sudden Oliveira's retaken all of these bases that he's lost.
Yeah, if you give a Terran an inch, they're going to take a mile. Mules are a powerful thing, and they give you this incredible comeback window that you might not otherwise have. But what are we looking at? It's 3 orbitals. That's not a ton. This is not a game where Terran's been able to... 3
orbitals would be enough. Don't get me wrong. He doesn't have an orbital at an actual secured base, right? Like, he has the third, hasn't been able to retake the gas, so it's just kind of an all-in position. He comes through, ghosts do cloak, gets a couple EMPs onto the carriers. The time warp's going to come down onto the Vikings. And again, there is a great spread here, but this is the defender's advantage, so the Protoss is going to kick in too with the Zealots. Does he have no detection for the ghosts? They're actually going kind of ham. Wow. But not enough. Not enough.
Going ham, but doesn't matter, right? Like, that was probably the best possible fight Oliveira was ever going to take. Big flank. He got EMPs early.
I was going to say, I feel like actually did get everything that we just discussed there. But yeah, he doesn't have the money to reinforce, right? And then Protoss, when Classic has thousands of minerals and gas and he can just warp in 20 supply of Zealots during the fight while you're kind of just going for your final push, it's never going to be a good time.
No, it doesn't really work out for you all that well, unfortunately. But it's actually really interesting as we take a look at this, to see Classic going, or to see this game going. We saw Oliveira game 1. He got aggressive. He took the wool. He kneecapped Classic and never let him get to what he wanted. And then Classic game 2, granted, Alcyone, maybe a little bit more of a defensive map that lets you do that. He went and there was a 6-minute timing that never really showed itself. Granted, in fairness, when you go for that 6-minute time, you get a third base behind it, so it's not quite as all in as it might otherwise be. But anyway, you go for that, and you just let Classic get the late game, and Oliveira cannot transition fast enough, can't take the good enough fight. Classic stomps him. But we move into Amphion for game 3, Nate. Amphion is a weird map. You got vertical spawns. You kind of have that
weird
third-ish. That's a little bit kind of an island, but not really. This is something that if Oliveira wants to go for it, should allow him to maybe get a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, this map just, in a way, you have the direct air path if that's the kind of strategy that you want to do. You have the whole east half of the map, like the whole right half of the map. That's where the one pathway is. You can open paths through the center and through the left side, but it's like you have to go kind of so far out of your way to go around. But even those fringe bases in the corner, sometimes we see people hide things, so you can get a little bit cheeky with it. But because it's not quite Crimson Court level, but you do have a huge amount of inaccessible space at the start without sending workers to mine out a zone. It does create a little bit more risk, right? If you want to try and proxy in that spot, you do have to send your workers down early to open it. So it's not as common of a strategy unless you're doing something crazy.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm just really excited to see what happens on it. Amphion is a map that you can get upsets. I think that's probably the best way to talk about it. Where we saw Battleby beat Clem is a really good example of that in the regionals. It's granted, we've had another couple weeks on the map. Players have been able to figure things out just a little bit more. Give me a second here. We had to restart StarCraft, and
we're getting the lobby set up. But yeah, and Amphion, again, like you were saying, is just one of the more interesting maps. You have a lot of choke points, probably some of the most choke points in any map in the pool. It's quite a bit up there. It gives let me see, I'm just gonna let them know.
There we go. Just making sure that we had to restore StarCraft, but they'll be ready to go soon. There we go. We got the invite. We'll be ready to go. The other interesting thing about this, Amphion technically has a hybrid base. Technically, there are some gold minerals on the map, Nate, but I find it mattering. Estrella took the, so they have two of them, right? There's one on the far right side, way far away from things, and one kind of on the far close side. And Estrella did play kind of a Phoenix style, I think, against the Terran player, where he took that gold base, that hybrid base, which was really interesting. I don't know if that's what is going to happen, but I don't know that it's ever been relevant, but technically, it technically exists.
Yeah, well, I think that this will probably shock you and stun you, Bayo, but I like to play macro games. I like a long, slow dance, walk down the beach, watch the sunset. I'm not in a rush. And even I have never mined that gold base on Amphion because it is, yeah, I mean, you're right. First of all, it's not actually a full gold base, and then you don't have the extra gas there either. So is it even worth it? Is it even worth it, Bayo? It just sounds like a base that turns into only having 3 mineral patches very quickly. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, that sounds like a great thing. We've heard that more minerals are better than less minerals, but Nate, I've heard more money.
Is it though?
I've heard more money, more problems. So
yeah, that's that. You see, that's true. If you have more minerals, people are going to say you're floating them, so you actually don't want to have them, even though they'll tell you to get more. It's a trap, I tell you.
Absolute trap travesty. But player trying to figure out whether it's a trap, whether it's a travesty, whether he can move on to face, I think, Stats now, as Stats took down Clem. In the bottom left, in the red, it's Classic.
And he faces off against our blue Terran in the Northwest. What a great way to start this tournament off. We get all the way to game 3. He is Oliveira.
Nate, I know you've done a lot of work with Roddy in the past, certainly. But I gotta say, I'm so happy that this one part of Rotterdam, my experience casting with Rotterdam, has not rubbed off on you. And that is the fact that Roddy, whenever he and I cast together, whenever we cover like a day's worth of stuff in the regionals, every single game's a 2-0. So thank you.
Oh yeah, that's the curse. That's the curse. Yeah, exactly. He always gets the 2-0 games. If you're casting with me, typically we get I mean, if all things go as historically, it has been a while, so I'll put that out there. But if we go back to old trends, this game will turn into something similar to game 2, except it will be completely split. Oliveira will probably trade a little better on his first attack, and we ride this one 40 minutes into the sunset.
Nate, whisper sweet nothing into my ears. I love this. This is going to be the situation where actually, you know, technically, the last minerals on, we're going to be a totally mined out map, and players are going to have to start to mine out these mineral walls, right? On the left and right side to scrounge the final Marine and the final Zealot to duke out in the middle of the map.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they throw down their weapons and use their bare fists, which is, of course, a very fair fight for the Marine versus the Zealot.
Man, talking about games like that, there was a game, Beyond versus Innovation, like 4 years ago, when Innovation was like making its comeback, kind of. Maybe that was actually before he went off to military. Anyways, this super late game on. It sounds like Golden Ore. It's not Golden Ore, right? It had gold minerals on conveyor belts. I forget what it was called. Anyways, you had that map, and it went down. Beyond wins the fight, but no one has any money anymore. And certainly no one has any gas. So Beyond just has this Viking fleet. And it's like, Innovation's like, I got all these planetaries. Beyond, I need you to prove to me that your Vikings can kill my planetaries before I'm going to leave the game. So Vikings land, planetary dies. He's like, okay, now I can leave.
Yeah, Vikings are pretty good. Ever since they got that mechanical damage, they're still a great unit for ending base trades in TVT, on the ground and in the air. So you have this setup again. The Adept kind of steps forward. The Reaper is ready to catch it on the back as it tries to trade with the Marines, and Oliveira, he's been punishing that early Adept, but we haven't quite seen it get picked off so quickly. And you know, for Classic, it's an awkward situation, but I feel like he's kind of gotten a read on this where Oliveira is going to have to switch things up. And hey, that third command center is way faster than we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, this means that we're probably not going to see that third barracks nearly as quickly as we saw in the first couple games. So yes, second barracks, aggression, stim, timings, drop play, sure, fine. But with that third base, that does give Oliveira a little bit more room. And the question I ask, because this is Amphion, right? Amphion's such a weird map. Do you take that triangular pocket third? Is that your third base? Do you open that into a pushing avenue? And does that work if Classic takes the linear third? Because, you know, we see a lot of Terrans, I think. We take that, they mine through the wall, they go take that third. You can defend it with tanks, it's great. But we also see a lot of other, just in general, players taking that pocket third. And if Oliveira decides to take that third base, Classic takes that third base, that is a very quick avenue to go in and lean into Classic as quickly as possible.
Yeah, right. It's such an interesting thing because it's in a way it's a buffer for you and your opponent until one of you opens it up. But when one player opens it up, then it's like, okay, you get the entire advantage of it until the other guy does so. So it's like you don't really want to until you see your opponent go for it. But at the same time, all the things that you mentioned with holding that high ground can be nice. So I can completely see it from both sides. You worry about whether the lower rush distance towards your opponent too, if you expand towards them, ends up impacting it. And that low ground base feels nice. You can kind of just continue to expand straight down. You can have your whole army in front of it and cover most of the primary entrances, but that's when the prism backstabs you or they blink over that mineral wall. So all things you need to keep attention to, because I think as far as the maps go, Bayo, this is probably one of the, just looking at the size of the space for what would constitute the natural expansion, it's about as big as we've really ever seen it. You know, even though most of the space is this huge area that leads towards the Reaper Cliff and the minerals, like it's still a lot of ground to cover if you're looking for a potential attack avenue.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, as we look at this setup, I really like Oliveira's series play. Game 1, Game 2, Game 1 very aggressive, Game 2 semi-aggressive. He never pulls the trigger, but Classic has to respond with it. It's a 6-minute timing. And now here in Game 3, Classic, again, he's gone for this 3-gate Robo, 3-gate Colossus play, taking the third base a lot later than a lot of traditional, or a lot of, I guess, standard, maybe Terran or Protoss openers would go for. And Oliveira went for a very quick third base. So on the balance of things here, Oliveira has been able to, just off the openers, off of the series planning, has been able to go and develop a pretty nice macro lead going into this game. And as well, Stalkers are going to try to knock some of these SCVs out to not let them mine. There's enough tanks here that is really, really hard. Now, Nate, we talk about macro leads and all of these things. The other way to look at this is Classic is so confident in his late game that he doesn't really care how he gets there so long as he gets there, this late game style. But for right now, Oliveira, 16 Marines on the flank on the left side. These Stalkers, they're trying to do as much as they can. They're not going to have a lot of room to retreat if Oliveira unloads, but yeah, okay, he's going to go for that one. Say bye-bye, Stalkers. They're gone. Bye-bye. No way.
I love, this is the second time he's done it too. He hasn't tried to send the medevac around the outside for the counterattack. He expects that Classic will have something there ready to defend, or he'll have warpins or something of the sort. but he just drops behind the stalkers that are already on the field and says, I just want to take away your map control. I just want to punish you for trying to do this soft contain, for trying to poke me, delay this third base. And the observer there has been able to see more or less everything, but wasn't quite able to catch that. So now he sends out a few more stalkers, and look at what's at his base. There's really not a lot. He's got 2 sentries, an immortal, 2 Colossi. And we know Colossi can be very strong, but they're not super fast. So the double drop eventually does find its way to the main base. And this is where it gets tricky, because the Terran army is not quite close enough to the third to go for it yet. But you have to assume at some point Oliveira is going to make the play for it.
Now, meanwhile, 4 stalkers on the other side. So there's just a lot of damage happening everywhere. This drop, not really much to unload, but you're right, Nate. There's not a lot of this third base. Zealots are going to get warped in now. Overcharges pop preemptively, but it's not doing anything. He's just going to target the base down. So the base is dead. Stalkers on the other side. I mean, they're not doing much damage anymore. And in the main base, this drop finds a little bit more. Can it get a... no Marauders. Probably not going to get the Colossus. What a beautiful minute and a half we saw at Oliveira.
Hey, I'm gonna call you out. You're the one who invoked Polt's name here. We had a man click on a Nexus with no regard for his own safety, and I think we're potentially about to see it again as Oliveira. Oliveira's like, you know, I think Bayamo's right as well, is that he could do whatever he needs to get to that macro game, and then when you start to feel like Classic is strong, is, you know, having the third get shut down. That was the worst thing that happened in game number 1 that really made it difficult for him because of how fast the push hit. But Oliveira has done a strategy now that says, if I play this straight up enough, I can beat you if we get to a similar place as last game. So for Classic, it's a huge opportunity, but he doesn't have that same comfortable window to move into that Stargate base play that we saw last game, because again, Oliveira is going to be looking for a much more traditional timing to try and make a big attack is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's important to point out here as well. So not only was not only do we have a base snipe for Classic, his Forge was sniped. +1 is not on the map. He actually hasn't rebuilt the Forge yet, so that's not going to happen. Forge is now on the way. Gateways are depowered. So yes, technically he's got 6 gateways. He can only warp in out of 5 of them. Classic wants to go for an attack because it feels like he kind of needs to go for an attack, as this Prism is not going to get anything done. Great shutdown on the Vikings. But realistically, unless Oliveira is insanely out of position, which he really isn't, he's got missile turrets, he's got tanks, he's got his bio rotating over. It doesn't, and he's going to knock down the rocks. The Classic started anyways. I want to chase you down. It doesn't really feel like Classic has an avenue to get this aggression going like he would like. Maybe if Storm finishes, right? We do have a Ghost to actually, we got Ghost on the field. What am I saying? The Storm is not this miracle timing that it wasn't the last time. Although, if you get all the Ghosts like that, that's a pretty good start.
And he's trying to zone a little bit, but if he loses even just 1 Colossus here, that's quite catastrophic. The bio is spreading out a lot. That Storm you were talking about, Bayo, it's still not done. He's going to just start morphing Archons in the middle of the fight, and it just turns into the Immortal and the 2 Colossi trying to hold everything. Probes are getting pulled once again. We know those don't do anything against Terran. You're not pulling the probes in this matchup. It's not going to happen. And well, things go from okay, kind of figuring it out, stabilizing the game, to my third got sniped, my +1 got sniped. I've got unupgraded charge lots fighting against 1-1 bio with another 4 siege tanks supporting, and things go from bad to worse here for Classic. He's going to tap out Oliveira with our first series win here on the B stream.
What a day for upsets. Stats takes down Clem. Oliveira takes down Classic. And I don't know that Illegal says it's 60-40. I don't know that Oliveira and Classic are as much of a upset one way or the other as, say, Stats taking down Clem is, but look at that. So means that the next round of Group A on the top side, we're not going to get into that for a little bit, just to be clear, but the next round of the top side is going to be Oliveira versus Stats. And that also means going down in the lower. I'm actually not sure. This might swap around. I don't want to say something before
anything is
I
possible.
check.
It's true.
But I think this means potentially this is going to be Clem versus Classic on the bottom side. Again, I need to check on that one because I think it might swap around where the top side losers play the bottom side losers, and just to make sure that you don't get the mini tournament going. I'm waiting for that one to get loaded up. But regardless,
looks like our brackets are starting to update on my screen anyway. Our little internal guy, what we've got. So that looks like it'll be on the mainstream later. Should be hype. Should be very hype.
There we go. Yep. Stats Oliveira, match 3 of the day. Classic. We get Classic Clem.
We get Classic versus Clem. We
not
eating
disappointed.
Good. We eating good over here.
There we go. Talk about eating good though, Nate, because we do have to go to break briefly, run some ads, get ready for the next series. Shin and Maru is going to be our next series, and while Shin has been looking very good.
TVZ, baby.
Yeah, but you know, Nate, while Shin's been looking really good, if you pull up a Ligulac and you say, who is Maru's rival or victim, there we go. It's Shin. He's like plus 55 in maps all time versus Shin.
Shin's been playing for a long time, right? That's formerly Ragnarok. So he basically was probably one of the top practice partners in Korea for most Terrans for Zerg. He's been a professional punching bag for a long time, but he's been competing a bit more. He's been reaching those higher levels. So I hope that gives us a good series, but it's hard to pick anybody as a favorite over Maru.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to see. Can anyone do it? It's been a day for upsets thus far. Stats took down Clem, and you know, I think realistically, a Protoss player taking down Clem is even more surprising than a Zerg player taking down Clem, the way he's been playing as of late. But anyways, means we do have to go to break, Nate. We have another series coming up pretty soon. It's Shin, it's Maru, it's TVZ. We'll be back, friends, in just about 4. We'll see how long it takes, but we're going to assume 4 minutes. See y'all very, very soon.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We've had one match of StarCraft, but there are more games left than I have.
What about second match of StarCraft?
Yes, I am a hobbit. I do appreciate second breakfast. Something like that. But yeah, we got Shin. We got Maru here getting ready pretty soon. Nate, we talked about it a little bit before the break about how, well, this is a cool matchup, but Maru has dumpstered Shin. But give me your thoughts about the match.
Well, if I'm going historically, I do believe one of the last times I got to cast a Maru match was a fat IEM Katowice nuke. So that's the only place my expectations go. When I see Maru in a TVZ, if the opponent is not able to hold him at bay, of course we'll have to start there, because we know that Maru loves to be a player that's in your face and aggressive. But Shin, that's the world that he lives in. He's that guy that's got crazy amounts of practice and is mostly doing it through the crazy hard work arc in his anime saga. It's a little bit less, I just figured one thing out that nobody knows. So it's definitely gonna be tough for the Zerg, I think, going into it, but should be exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, I think, again, context, we said Maru was plus 55 in maps. Maru is 60-11 all time versus Shin. Shin has won literally one series against Shin. And that was, by the way, a one-game series in a team league format for an Africa small thing back like
That'll
5
do
years
it.
ago.
That'll do it.
So I'm not trying to say that there's no hope, but it's going to be interesting to see whether Vitality's obviously very happy with their pickup, but what exactly is going to happen, because we are ready. It's game one of our next series. It's Maru, it's Shin. Let's get into game one. The upper left, he's playing for Vitality in the blue. His name, of course, is Maru.
I don't know if we have the effect intro for him, so I'm just going to say it. In the bottom right, we have the red Zerg player. He is Shin.
Recently signed to Game and Gladiators, by the way. One of this absolute feeding frenzy of teams picking players up in the last couple months. Game and Gladiators, Talons, Dark, Vitality probably making the biggest splash, picking up pretty much the entirety of Onside's A team. If you want to be fair, if that's fair to say, Solar, Maru, picking up Ryung, all that. We have
some
Navi.
Pretty good players there.
Yeah,
Some pretty good, you could say.
Just they're okay. Nate, I think we're gonna have to see more from them before we factor them into the GOAT discussion.
Yeah,
7 GSLs are good, but
do we really know how good Maru is in Texas, though? Have we done ourselves a disservice by not sequestering every single stat specifically to games played in Texas before this tournament? I wonder sometimes, Bayo.
We're memeing.
I do.
But that actually is a really good question. Maru traditionally has done very well domestically, incredibly well. 7 GSLs. I mean, sure, one can make an argument about.
That's his whole story, right?
Yeah,
more or less.
But his international results, and he's gotten better at it over the years, but his international results have never really stood up to those domestic results. So we're in Texas. It was a rough journey for a lot of players getting in with the storms, flight delays, everything else. How good is Maru going to look on day one? Because again, it is an international tournament. This is international Maru.
Yeah, that's always a question that we ask. And when these conversations about longevity and all-time success are brought into play, it's not an unusual trend, I think, that a player would do better in their home turf, right? Especially anybody that has experience going to these events, even if you've been to one as a fan. Sleeping in a different bed before you got to do something important can always be a tough thing. Of course, we've got a decade plus experience on most of our players in this tournament now at doing stuff like that, so you don't expect it to factor in as much. But for Maru, that's really the only thing people hold against him, is that even though he has been so dominant in Korea for the majority of his career, he has not come in and just swept the floor with the non-Korean events. And for his credit, not having the same results outside the region as inside his home region. For him, that means, well, yeah, he mostly just gets top 4. So he doesn't win those events that he goes to, but you'll still see him. He'll lose to some guy that's really, really, really good, but it's not going to happen until that final round. You know, it's not like, oh, he just completely chokes. It's just that when he gets to face against other players on their home turf, like, you know, we'll see with Serel later, it becomes a whole different beast.
Look, Nate, I'm trying to build some cope here, okay? I'm trying to make the fans believe that Shin has more than like a snowflake's chance in Dallas to win the game, okay?
That's fair.
This is caster cope. Let me spin the story. Like, tell me that Maru's like playing at 50%
Let's look
power.
at the upside. Let's look on the bright side here for Shin. We do start on site delta, which if there's any advantage beyond maybe you don't want to get caught with a bad fight at the rocks or some of those choke points in the middle, you've got some space that you can work with. You've got some pathways you can take around the outside on either direction. Once that third base comes into play, it can kind of open things up a little bit. We see he's done a good job of getting himself a bit of vision towards the front. But what I think we were getting out of Maru's build is him showing actually a good amount of respect for him. He's not rushed into any sort of surprise tactics. He's getting a lot of Marines. Whether he goes for a push here, this could be an absolutely difficult thing to stop, but it's nothing secret. So for Shin, he's getting all the queens together. He does have a lot of overlords in production as he has hit a supply cap. He's getting his evolution chambers, taking another gas. He's only got 13 zerglings. And this is the thing, Maru can do something that looks about as straightforward macro 3cc as possible. No tech, no upgrades, so to speak, to really support this marine attack. Stim is almost done, but he's just here putting pressure on you anyway. And that's a level of confidence that's rare to see. A Terran just moving out completely unupgraded Marines halfway across the map against a top level Zerg player. That's just something you only do if you're Maru.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, Maru, he does go for that, right? Go second, third barracks before he gets the starport, 3cc before the second barracks, like just very
greedy, but at the same time, he's like, I'm not scared. I'm not like hiding in my base, making bunkers. I am just going to play point and deal with whatever you throw my way, because either on some level there's an assumption that the Zerg player is either getting all their supply together to go for a big swell for an attack, or they're making drones and getting upgrades, in which case as the Terran player you don't want to be sitting back defensively if the Zerg is just eating the map. So you can see Maru trying to get himself into a good spot now that he has the medevacs. The Marines are immediately applying pressure. There's a full stim to clean up the creep tumors by the northeast expansion, and that is going to pull Shin's forces back over. But as far as maps go, site delta, you have a lot of space, so maybe this is where some of those more open field surround situations can end up working in his favor. Of things to avoid, of course, getting hit by mines and chokes, or tanks for that matter.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting as well. I want to go back to what you're talking about. Oh, site delta, maybe it's a little bit more wide open. Shin maybe not get steamrolled by Maru early on. It's really interesting because site delta was a map that every Zerg was, in the last map pool, that every Zerg was banning. It was the Terran map. Like, okay, we're going to get rid of it.
Now it's one of the least choky maps.
Yes,
somehow.
Now it's the one that the Zergs are like, okay, well, you know, at least I get to play this because everything else is even worse.
It's not like 60% of the map is blocked off from the start, like Crimson Court. So you can play the game here. That's true.
But yeah, for now, Shin, despite Maru with this kind of macro, greedy, aggressive opening, again, quick 3 racks before getting the factory, quick 3cc before that, lots of bio, lots of money, maybe slightly lower tech. He didn't get a lot done with it. Certainly Shin had to build a couple more lings, but for now, as this repair is gonna knock down, there we go, we're all good. But the first round of stuff out of Maru really hasn't accomplished a ton. Shin has his Hydras on the way soon. Hydra Den's done. 2-2's well timed. The thing that you got to be worried about right now that Maru is hitting about 15 seconds or so before Baneling speed is done. And that's always the timing where we see Banelings get targeted down. Maru can put a lot of pressure on top of this fourth base. So now the question, does Shin try to hold on to it? Does he give it up, expand somewhere else? And for now, the answer is, yeah, he wants to hold on to this. He wants to buy that time.
Yeah, it's as you said, it's an extremely important timing. He doesn't have the creep spread pushing too far west of this base. So while he would love to get the snipe on that, picking up the Marines and just using the tanks to give himself that landing zone outside is going to make defending this so much more difficult. Shin is starting to get some lings set up on the north. It's what he needs to do. He needs to go for a dive on this. Can't just bleed out to it forever. And Maru's got another army coming up towards the front, but this is a pretty ridiculous amount of Banelings. However, they're now off creep. There's the splits that we expect from Maru. That's textbook Korean Terran gameplay right there. Absolutely does a beautiful job of fanning out, and that south base, I don't know how he's going to be able to stop it now. He could dump all of his transfuse energy into it, but still not going to be enough. Those banelings are just so crucial, Bayo.
Yeah, there are 3 banelings on the map right now. Shin went for the full break. If it doesn't work out, you really lose out a lot of time. Now there are more banelings on the map. He's going to try to clean this up, but again, as you point out, it's just not enough. The splits are far too good. The damage, the target fire, far too good. Now these Marines are pretty low. Got to be careful about that one, but Shin just gets rolled over. Game 1,
so
Maru.
Medevacs.
Yeah.
How about that though? You see a 0. It's I'm not gonna say that the implication here isn't that Maru has no flare, but this build is a 0 flare build out of Maru. He goes for a ridiculously fast. His 3rd command center, I saw some people in chat asking, started in game at 2:15. That was the 3rd CC. So he goes Reaper, command center, then gets the reactor in the 2nd and 3rd barracks. So we're talking from Maru, you can't really get greedier than that. And yet he's still so aggressive and in Shin's face and more or less breaks him with his first move out that has anything other than just a couple of Marines.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well. So you talk about that 215 3rd CC. It's also immediately afterwards followed by 2 racks. So it's that 3 racks, 3 CC play that does slow down your tech a little bit. So your factory is delayed, your starport's delayed, your medevac's delayed, but it does put a lot of pressure on. And even if it's one of those things where, because you have the 3rd base behind it, even if you don't go, right? Even if you don't go and take a ton of damage, kill off a bunch of queens, maybe get a base, you still are building a big army that's going to be useful later on. And you've still forced stuff out of your opponent. And as long as you play defensively up until about like 6 minutes, maybe until your 1-1's done, you're kind of fine. It is punishable, certainly. We can see players get greedy behind it and try to punish it that way. Let me know that the referee that we're ready to go. You can go and kind of try to bust it down before it properly gets going. There are ways to handle it, and I don't expect to see it in every map in this series, but it's a great way to establish tempo in this series, right? We talked about this last series. Oliveira, it's aggressive map 1 and kind of progressively drip feeds aggressive looks while being less and less aggressive as the series goes on. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Maru do the same. Like, look, hey, Shin, I've done this thing. Now you have to be careful about it, which means I can kind of maybe even get a little, it's hard to say greedier off of 3CC, but I can get maybe a little bit more, more like traditionally greedy, right? So 3CC 1-1-1, getting my tech a little bit faster and then going into things.
Yeah, at first I thought he was being overly respectful by not trying to kill him super fast. Then I realized that his build was so macro that it was actually once again back to being disrespectful. There was clearly not a fear of getting hit with anything that was going to shut that down. He's like, all right, Shin is going to respect me too much to try and bust me because he knows it won't work. So let's just go to unimaginable levels of greed and find out if he continues that way in game 2.
That we will, because game 2 is here. Alcyone is the map. And in the upper right, looking to find some answer to take his 12th map ever against his opponents. It's Shin.
And his opponent spawning in the bottom left. He is building his wall at the natural. He is the blue Terran, Maru.
Man,
look at that cheeky 2nd barracks, Bayo, right up. He's right up on them gold minerals.
I was about to say, Nate, I'm of 2 minds about this build. 2 racks in the wall. It was very good. If you're done, still very good. But, we haven't seen it as much. It feels like it's mostly been solved. But that's not what we're seeing. Maru, 2nd racks on the map here, which means that 2nd Reaper, right? Because I think this barracks is a little bit, yeah, this is the 2nd racks. It's going to arrive just a little bit faster, so it's a minor wrinkle. It's not that big of a difference, but it is something that if Shin, he thinks, 1st, 2nd, 2 racks in the wall, whatever it is, whatever he scouts is just going to be slightly wrong. And, the break we talked about, hey, maybe Maru, he can play a little bit more standardly greedy, something like that. Well, you can also go the opposite, and Maru is the king of 2 racks, so we shouldn't be surprised.
No, that if there's anything that Maru is known for, it is his aggressive play, even though he is one of the strongest and has been for many years now one of the strongest macro players there are, but that's pretty normal when we see players come onto the scene. Usually it's like some kind of flashy build, or they do something that makes a bit of a splash. Other players give them recognition for it. They kind of get into that system. You start practicing with those people, playing with those people, helps you get up to their level, and you kind of just see them grow. Maru, I think he was basically the Korean equivalent of Clem for some time, a long time ago, when he was too young to play in their tournaments, or people were like, okay, well, we're excited for him to get to the point where he's able to compete at the top level, and he was known as more aggressive. But it's something he still keeps in his play, and that's one of the reasons why people fear him so much. But you can't just say, oh, if I just play defensively or macro, I'll be fine, because then Maru will do what he did last game, have 3 command centers by 3 minutes, and then, well, it's just never gonna be a good time.
Yeah, and again, we've been talking about it a little bit, but it is worth continuing to talk about, in that Maru owns Shin. There is no, like, Shin is a very good player. Shin has been making waves, doing really good in the GSL, really solid. Took down Serel at Katowice 2 years ago, making deep runs in a bunch of different tournaments. For whatever reason, Maru owns him. So in that context of, he pulled a wool over Shin's eyes. He got away with that 3CC 3 racks playing game 1. He's throwing a slightly different wrinkle here. There is so much just questions that are generally going on in Shin's head about how to play the game, that just doing something like this is a little bit harder. That being said, this handling of this 2 racks Reaper type of play, the way Shin has handled it, he's lost some links, he lost a single drone, but he trapped every single Reaper in the main base, and that means that's actually one of, granted, Maru made a lot of mistakes by diving that deep, but that is a really nice cleanup.
Yeah, that's, you think about the trade-offs of this. He does end up losing somewhere in the realm of, right, the 4 Reapers to about 11 Zerglings, and then there was that 1 Marine that ended up trickling out over there. So he gets about his first wave of drones after this is held. So now he's up to about 36 to 27. The 3rd command center is almost done, but still going to need about a half a minute to turn into an orbital. So I think I like what you're saying here for Shin. He does come out in a pretty salvageable position. Having to give up so much larva to the Reapers is never fun, but since he proxied it and that 3rd was delayed, it's a pretty strong investment out of Maru. His factory has the reactor, but we don't see that starport. He's just going back into another pretty greedy follow-up, to be honest. He's already got the 1-1 researching for the bio, so he's expecting to maybe take a bit of map control with these Hellions and just to get everything else situated in the meantime. Probably try to go for that 3rd once he gets his Marine count back up to that 12 to 16 mark like last game.
Yeah, I think the other important thing to point out is when you go for the 4 Reapers like Maru did, so really anything more than 3, you're trying to put pressure on that 4th base. It's like the archetypical play. Obviously, Maru didn't go for it, but like generally the result of that is, okay, I've got the 3rd base canceled. I put the Zerg in a really uncomfortable position, so kind of anything less than that is a disappointment. And now Shin's active on the map. And these might be defensive roaches. We're going to have to see, but for now, he built a couple overlords going into this. He's building more roaches here. He's pushing his creep pretty aggressively into the center of the map. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him not go all in. 7 drones are on the way, certainly. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to put pressure on, because, you know, one of the downsides of going for this build, Nate, your add-ons are exposed on the right side of them. On the right side, they're pushable by roaches. Damage can get done, and yes, there's a bunker on the way, but this stim gets canceled.
This is the downside to the greed, because he misses the read that this is going into roaches. He's like, okay, my opponent's gonna probably try and macro up on this. Maybe he realizes that he didn't get quite enough done with those Reapers, but having the roaches to follow this up so quickly, he's in the awkward spot of he's gonna have 1-1 in his armory before he even has stim started, question mark. He floated the barracks, the second one that he made, down the ramp to use that reactor. So can he defend this? Yes, but at a great cost. And most importantly for Shin is he resets the time. He punts the ball very far to, since we're in Texas, I'll use more American language, Bayo. He kicks the ball very far away for Maru to be able to try and make a big play. So it's gonna slow things down here quite substantially.
I mean, I do like actually what we saw Maru do there. It's like, okay, look, he took damage. Not necessarily economic damage, not necessarily army supply damage. Yeah, it's 107 to 68, and actually a lot of that, I was gonna say a lot of that, it's roaches, but actually no, 25 of that supply, 23 of that supply is in workers. That actually is pretty significant. But Maru, he did keep the Cyclones alive. He did move forward and remove some more roaches from the map. That's always gonna be really nice, but I adore what Shin's doing now. It's like, look, I put pressure on. Maru's not gonna have stim for Maru's gonna have like 2-2 and Stim finishing up, or Combat Shields and 2-2 finishing up right around the same time, which is just not something we see all that often. And Shin realizes
it's my favorite thing about this is that ridiculous timing on the 2-2.
it's gonna be a really powerful timing though. But Shin realizes like the world's his oyster. So what do? You build roaches, sure, fine, keep yourself safe. Infestation bit down as quick as possible, going into hive as quickly as possible, and then you just hit him with a bunch of ultras probably, and you know Maru's not. This is how Serel beat Maru at what was it at Masters Coliseum about a year ago at this point. Just you get that quick hive, you leapfrog the Terran in tech, and yeah, look, 2-2 bio against a bunch of +5 armor ultras. They don't touch them.
Yeah, that's a rough time. Again, if anything though, just based on how fast he's trying to do it, it's worth keeping in mind that +1 carapace is only going to be done for maybe 30 seconds before +2 attack is ready for Maru's bio. So we talk about what the tipping points typically are, and if he can get up to that 150, 160-ish supply, then great. Then you can see really start to trade with the bio. But yeah, he got slowed down on his infrastructure, actually running into a pretty big supply block here. He's got a couple depots in production. I think we just had a drop down. So he's getting things moving again. But yeah, it's all about getting that army supply to where he needs it to be. But for Shin, he's bought himself a lot of breathing room. He can get everything to where it needs to be. And I think, as you mentioned, a focus on getting to that composition, getting those upgrades, and extending this game to that point. That's what everything is going to be about for him. But again, then maybe we see Maru do the super late game thing that he does, and God knows what happens to this game if we head in that direction.
Well, you know what? I'm excited, Nate. I'm ready to just sit down, strap in. You promised me a 40-minute game. I'm okay with that one. Certainly if this is an incredible Mario comeback, because he's really going to need it at this point. And he's going to need to survive this timing. As dropping the main base, sure, that's a thing. That's one way that Mario can try to come back. And I love, by the way, how active he's been with this double cyclone drop. It's not something we generally see, but you got to use the tools that you got. So for now, well, I want to say, what is that? Yeah, there we go. Ultra Cavern is going to get canceled. And we talk about these timings. You get +5 ultras very quickly, at least +4, right, with +2 and carapace and everything. Anything you can do to shut that down is nice, although losing a medevac, losing a bunch of Marines, maybe not exactly how you want to do it.
Yeah, and it's a very awkward situation, like you mentioned, for the Ultralisk Cavern getting denied, but because he still has adrenal glands and the Vipers, his ability to now take away this drop play, even though he doesn't have anti-air, becomes very, very nice for Shin. This should give him the most breathing room. If he pulls that into the Queens, if he pulls it into Sports, whatever it ends up being, he has options to get rid of it if it becomes a problem for him. And then, of course, Blinding Cloud from the Vipers on the siege tanks, on the bio, he gets him to run forward through it into the veins. That could be devastating. So the tools have been laid out for Shin. He is maxed, so maybe we see him set up for some other transition or get ready to re-max, maybe save up a little bit of money before push. But Bayo, I like what I'm seeing. And you talk about the army moving through the very center. It always looks so awkward on this map, but that's another reason why we say we like it for the Terran boys, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of straight up broken for the Terran. With the line of sight blocker, you stick a tank there and like, good luck breaking that down.
You just put a mine. Yeah, you put your Reaper on hold position. Nothing can even see through it from the other side. It's good times. It's good times.
If you're a Maru fan and you want to say, hey, you know, Shin's in this great spot. How does Maru come back? He's doing everything that he needs to do to come back in this game. That ultra timing we talked about, it's not going to be as powerful as it was. Yeah, Snipe got nerfed a little bit, but Maru does already have Snipe on, or it does have Ghost on the way. He's getting into that one. He's building more command centers. He's holding the high ground here, and this is one of the reasons that Alcyone, in my mind, and by the way, we see Terrans do this more and more. This double Viking play, just zone out Vipers as much as they can, is so nice. Only one Blinding Cloud goes down. Now, the base died, but that was so many Banelings, and Maru on the Rejoinder is going to kill off even more. Yeah, the Planetary is dead, but Maru, at 150 supply, was already building like 4 more command centers. So it's painful, absolutely, Nate. But, you know, that fight is starting to be this thing where it is a lot less cost effective for Shin to do what he wants to do than for Maru. And as Maru tries to grind this game out later and later, that's the type of game that Maru is just going to want to play. 5-6 fights in a row, trade 2,000 resources better, and bleed Shin off the map.
It's a very awkward fight to look at because I still think head-to-head, there's a lot of risk in taking the full-on, potentially game-ending fight, since a lot of upgrades are still in motion. We have We have that +3 attack coming in soon for Maru for whatever reason. I don't think that armor upgrade got started or was queued up behind it, so he's a little bit behind there. But the Ling's trying to go in with only +1. You're like, okay, it's got to be about the Banelings, the Biles, get the base, get out, continue to draw the game out, expand, spread the creep in both directions. And so far, he's done a decent job holding back this triple drop on the right side. He's got a double drop on the left that is going to be able to clip quite a few of the Zerglings, though. And it's just the downside of not having Corruptors, really, because either your Vipers are there to parasitic bomb, and either that kills them or it doesn't, but you don't have anything that's chasing these down.
Yeah, and oh, Bile. I mean, I think the medevac was dead anyways to the bomb, but Bile lands, and now this is what we're talking about. This ultra timing is going to try to find something here, but it's not really much of anything. Banelings are going to get canceled, taken down. At what point do you say it's scary for Shin, right? We talked about, oh, yes, sure, taking the straight up fight. Maru would love to get +3. I think he was just gas starved when he was trying to take it earlier. But is it 5 base Maru? Is it 6 base Maru? Is it when Maru's taking away 1 base from Shin? At what point do you go from, hey, this is still pretty good for Shin, to, oh, it's a Maru game and he's not dead yet? And
when he gets these 2 bases,
okay.
When he gets these 2 bases, he's going for right now. Securing the outer expansions is always going to be the tricky part because the ghosts don't stim. So either you're trying to shuffle them around and juggle in medevacs, which is really tough, or you're just moving between the most vulnerable points. It looks like the Vipers overextended a smidge there, but not quite able to get them. Now he lifts up the command center. He doesn't want to lose the base, but denying the extra gas geysers so that Maru can't start dumping money into stuff like nukes. That's really important. He's trying to get Liberators to deal with this as well, but that's the advantage of how Shin is playing. Because he has just so much of this ground force and he's willing to throw so much into him, he's saying, if I deny this economy from you, then you're never going to be able to get to that point where you can build the unbreakable wall, where you get this wall of planetary fortresses that we know Maru is a big fan of. And truthfully, that's your only supply-free anti-ground static defense for Terran. So while it is also a base, if the Terran can slam down 20 of those bad boys everywhere, it is very hard to break them with a full army and the backing of planetaries. So this southern base is going to get cleaned up, but most of the ghosts actually are left cloaked there, so their energy isn't really in play. But I think once he gets the Liberators zoning out and he feels comfortable enough to send a few ghosts out for nukes or something without being pushed, then I think Shin's life becomes a nightmare. Because right now he doesn't have to chase any red dots. So if he can win the game or lose the game before that happens, he can save himself a lot of stress.
Yeah, it's also really interesting to point out here, or I guess important to point out, Shin goes in for that attack. It was more cost effective than the previous one was, but still Maru trading pretty significantly better at this point. But importantly, his Vipers died. And Vipers, it's more than just you got to rebuild them, right? You got to get energy back on them. And that does slow down your kind of reset timing as you build your units. You want to go in with these successive waves. It gives Maru time to get himself set up better, to have this position with Liberators and tanks and ghosts behind him. His tanks are so staggered that even as the first couple are going to, I mean, these are really good parasitic or blinding clouds, and the tanks aren't really going to be able to fire. This base may go down, but at this point, we're starting to look at the situation. I mean, look at the supply drop for Shin. Yeah, he got a base, but we are very rapidly, Nate, finding ourselves in a world where this is so far from cost effective that he's got to find a different option.
Yeah, there's a couple of things about this that I find really interesting on the part of Shin. I like a lot of what he's doing for maybe odd reasons. Normally, the Zerg player, you throw away a lot of expensive units, things like Corruptors or Broodlords are getting traded, but because it has been so much of the Ling, and obviously Banelings aren't cheap, but that's really the most expensive thing that he's more or less throwing away. A Viper or 2, couple Ultras, but he hasn't taken the gas geysers on a lot of the expansions that he's had for a while, like that top left one, the bottom right one. He's got the ability to keep a pretty even composition throughout the game and puts himself less at risk of that typical thing that can happen to a Zerg that tries to end it with the tech, gets shut down once or twice, and then you've got 4,000 minerals and no gas, right? And all of a sudden you're like, well, I can't just make Lings and kill them. So I like that Shin's exercised some degree of patience, and he's forcing out so many tanks to try and give himself the opportunity that those Broodlords are just going to be too hard to deal with. So even though he lost a lot, I mean, his bank is still nice, but we've seen about half that bank go into the rematch. So this next fight, I think, starts to become, he really can't afford to take quite as bad of a trade again.
Yeah, and you talk about Corruptors, Broodlords, Nate, they can be a solid tank busting unit. Absolutely. Broodlords are so much worse than they used to be. The Broodlings, once they're on the ground, might as well tickle. They do very, very little. They're sure a little bit faster, fine, but Yeah, no, Ultras they're a timing unit now. You kind of hit with them once, and then the Terran has the option, and it just doesn't really feel nearly as good. So I appreciate the idea, but on a map like Alcyone, where no one particular fight generally is going to end the game, moving into that just doesn't feel all that great. Now losing a Corruptor, I mean, yeah, these Vikings don't have a lot of upgrades, certainly not, but even still, damage getting done. Vipers think about dropping a parasitic bomb, but these ghosts here, no, you do not get close to this. They are going to get shot down. So Maru, his
this choke is impossible too. Look at the little space Shin has to reposition. There's nowhere to flank this position at all without going completely to the east side of the map, and that gives him plenty of time to retreat. And now Maru positions himself to cover that angle, and we start to see this the advantage here for Terran. All the bases are on the high ground, the places to fight are on the low ground, and that space in between, there's just not a lot of ways to get in there. So even this alley the Ultras would have to push through to try to get to him. This is where the ghosts become, well, they become the Giga Chad monstrosities that we know them to be.
Yeah, now Maru finally moving on the map the first time in decades, feels like. I mean, we're 18 minutes in, and he hasn't been on the other side of the map in 12 of those minutes, right? Not until
it's been a hot minute. It's been a little bit, huh?
But his first move out gets 2 bases, knocks down a lot of stuff, and Shin, he tries to flow around the map like water, but I mean, Maru, none of those bases were done, so we can just cancel. It's like, yeah, that's fine. I got bottom right side. I got kind of good position to pressure, and I got the gold base. Would I love the north side? Absolutely. Do I have to take that for a while? Not really. So this is classic Maru late game things. You give him an inch, he's gonna take a furlong, a parsec. I don't know of a sufficiently long unit of distance to make that work, but somewhere he goes quite a ways.
Yeah, I don't know what we'd have to look into what the Texas cattle rancher terms would be for such a joke, but we'll have our first little mini engagement in a bit here. He lands one fungal onto some of the ghosts. This is where the Broodlords become annoying. He had so much on the ground. He needed to get the Liberators. He needed to get a lot of these siege tanks. So this is what gives the Broodlords some of that value. But you're right, like the Broodlings themselves, their ability to be annoying past the first shot has been severely limited. So Broodlords are not quite the GG unit of days gone by, and another reason for that too is if we look at this composition, it's not like he wants to have a lot of Corruptors. He still needs that ground supply to deal with the ghosts and keep them from just walking up like this, and I mean that's just one of the best sound effects in the game, right?
I think the important thing to point out as well as we look at this push, the other reason, right, we talk about Broodlords not being all that great. You need, as you talked about nukes, this is the most effective. Yes, we can all dream of a bunch of Broodlords going down, but this is the most effective, right? Clearing out all this static defense, making it much harder for Shin to establish forward aggressive positions, but he's going to be okay for now. The other thing is that while Thors are, and have been for a while, incredibly strong, just in general, certainly once they get their upgrades, but against Broodlords in particular, and this buff or this change to the Broodlords made that even more true. So Maru's gonna get up to like six Thors maybe. What does he have right now? He's got 3. He's gonna build up a couple more, and then again it's gonna make it harder and harder for these Broodlords to really do what they would want to do. But for now, the siege is looking pretty good. He has knocked down half the HP of the planetary.
The only thing that was hurting that planetary was the tanks from the Broodlords causing the friendly fire. I'm like, oh, those Broodlings are hardly nibbling, but here we are. And at least, we talk about things from this whole course of the game. We've mentioned upgrades a million times. Shin is at the point where his ground units have all of those upgrades too. So we're seeing more or less the full might of each other's forces, except for in the skies. Still the early days of the air upgrades, but Maru, as you pointed out, he's going to use these nukes to zone as well as try to buy that space and try to bait him into a position where he can either land those snipes or pull the army into the nuke zone. But the worst case scenario is he at least is pushing maybe an inch of the creep back there with that, but he's preventing Shin from being able to go across. And I guess long term it's probably worth mentioning that Shin did take Maru's purple gas base. He took his rich Vespine geyser. He's taken about 300-ish gas from it as he finally finds it, but just feels like it's worth generally mentioning. If the game goes long enough, having one extra base that your opponent never gets, that's a pretty big deal. Maru tried to take the bottom right base. He was blocked by an uprooted spore crawler. So that's life. That's right there, man.
Most important thing, and tries to land, but Banelings are there, so I guess that's not really going to work. And Maru actually vibe rotating north side. He says, look, okay, my gold base, I've mined out a decent amount of it. It's not going to die super quickly, but it will die. Whatever, I can pull SCVs away. But if I can trade that for like 3 bases, which is what he's doing right now, and you know, sure, some of these bases are more mined out than others, but even then it's production. It's larva. It makes it harder for Shin to remax. And I think the most important thing you point out, Nate, the gas count is really bad for Shin. Technically, he's mining it, but not really. So he doesn't. 4,000 minerals, 3,200 minerals. It's an alluring number. 40 gas, 300 gas is not enough to rebuild an army on. So Maru trades 1 base for 3, and that is exactly the type of thing that he needs to be doing in this game. Yeah, you'd like to keep the gold base alive, but in the balance of things, the damage that he just did, it's incomparable.
Well, that's what we were talking about, was he had saved a lot of those geysers earlier, and as he's making that tech switch, the only upside it gives him now is that when he rebuilds some of these bases that don't have a lot of minerals, there will still be some Vespine for him to go for, but his other bases have all mined out that he was originally taking, so he really needed that extra base or two, and this is where that cost efficiency of the Terran army is just a nightmare, because these are units that should not really die. Well, if there is a trade, you don't expect more than maybe half of any of them to go down, maybe a Thor or 2, maybe a couple of ghosts, but the Terran is going to focus on retaining those units. So how do you burn through the 5k 3k bank? Well, you're gonna need I'm gonna say it, just a big juicy fungal on the ghosts and a little bit of luck maybe at this point.
Have you considered a spore battery to kill an orbital? Is that something that is on? It's not gonna happen. But
If only.
What do you think?
I don't think I've ever seen a spore crawler off creep kill a command center flying over to retake that base, though. I don't think I've ever seen it.
No, not really. Did some damage though, but I mean, the spores are going to try to burrow here, just soak as much damage as possible, zone the Vikings out. That is something. But the scariest thing for the Broodlords is these ghosts, is these Thors at the bottom side. You talk about fungals, and they're okay. What we need to see is some Neurals or something to really knock this down. But the Broodlords are starting to knock down the Thors. The Thors are going down. Maru, this is an expensive fight for him, but now there's no detection. And the Ghosts are just going to start to knock every single... That's a big fungal, though. There we go. Can you chain that one together? Looks like the answer is no. They're going to have to split away, but there are no medevacs to save them. So
that pullback.
Oh, man.
I really thought he had a chance to get all the Ghosts there. But this, as we've talked about, is he retaking those bases? Yes. So he's just started to mine some of those geysers again, and we see him able to spend a little bit more of his money as a result. But it's just he's making lings and banelings. He's not feeling quite as wealthy as he once was. And even though a lot of those ghosts still did die, and a lot of the Thors did die, he managed to retain about half of them. So he's got a good amount of units still available. He still has 14 ghosts, 4 Thors, and he's still above 180 supply. Shin, getting back to 200, it's gonna be a journey. He's got a mountain to climb.
And I love Maru as well. It's like, yeah, okay, I have these Vikings. Oh, by the way, pointing out a change. These are +3 Blue Flame Hellbats. A patch ago, all those lings would be dead. Now they're not. They survive. Thank you very much. Hey, there we go.
Breaks my heart. Okay, you can't say we only ever got buffs. Okay.
Well, I would argue that you didn't get, well, you know, we got buffs and nerfs, but the map pool though, the map pool is that's something else.
Hey man, I look forward to when the next season we have the whole map accessible at the start again too. So I'm with you there.
Anyways, Banelings on the north side, they will knock things down. They're doing a nice job of, really the most important thing here, shutting down the rich gas base. But the problem is again, Shin was mining off of 4 gas. He had these 2 bases on these 2 gas on the bottom left, bottom right side, a couple more gas on the north side. So he's on 2 gas income right now. And his bank is totally gone. It's not there. Maru, you talked about, he's maxed out. So Shin has to win multiple fights to win this game, and I'm not convinced that he can even win.
Yeah, when you get put into a situation where you just have to have corruptors that are not actually killing anything of importance, they're just there to defend and zone for the Broodlords, and you don't have any splash on the ground, yeah, it's over. And Maru takes what we can only describe as a very Maru sort of 2-0 here. Shin tried to come in, tried to make the dream a reality, but here we see one of the reasons why you'll see a lot of people pulling and cheering for Maru to take it all this week.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And man, it feels bad for Shin though. It's like, okay, I was looking at that, like, look, he shuts down the 2 Rex Reaper. He denies combat shield. He denies Stim. Combat shields was done effectively when 2-2 was done. Like it doesn't get better as a Zerg player in a setup. I mean, he was eating. He was feasting on that one. Like that was just perfect. And then Maru's like, yeah, I'm Maru. Give me about 25 minutes and everything that happens won't matter. I'm going to go and I'm I'm gonna be Maru and I'm gonna win the game just like very easy, just like that.
There's there's a world where one of the people casting this match was one of those super smart Zerg guys, and they're like, he had to make 15 lings and only killed 4 Reapers. He was dead from the start. I'm like, okay, maybe, but yeah, getting the stim, getting the reactor, it felt like there were a couple things going really well for him. But I think that one of the stories of this match of the series, if there is any, is that Maru stayed very focused on what he planned to do going into the games. He didn't give up on the upgrades because of the attack. He built his armory while he was losing his stim. He was absolutely not phased, and that kind of cold confidence is why he's a killer.
Absolutely. And, at the end of the day, this means that Maru does get to move on. Let's see if we can load up the bracket to see exactly who he runs into, because, let's see. Hero Marine, Estrella, I think they've already played. Maybe. What are they? I don't have an update on that just yet. I saw someone saying that Hero Marine showed just how Hero Marine he was. Don't know if that means anything. Hero Marine 2-0 to Estrella. So Maru, Hero Marine is going to be upper bracket semifinals number 2, stats Oliveira. Upper bracket semifinals number 1. But we, Nate, don't stay on the upper bracket now. Now we get to take a look at not who gets eliminated, because that's not going to happen for all. This is the winner stage. You got a bunch of opportunities. But we got to start to take a look at the lower side of the bracket. So we're going to do both lower bracket matches for Group A. It's going to start,
right
of course. That's the right tab. It's going to start with Clem Classic. And then it's going to be Estrella versus Shin. It's going to be Estrella versus Shin. So, Clem Classic coming up next, Nate. Initial thoughts on that one?
I mean, that just should be awesome, right? We talked about how kind of an upset. Oliveira just came out looking incredibly strong and kind of was able, that did go to game 3. It wasn't like he did it without breaking his sweat. And Classic showed that he can play that late game setup with the armies very well. But I do have to worry, because I feel like, maybe I'm overreaching with this statement, but I'm just going to throw it out there. I feel like Clem, we might be expecting a little bit of a sharper play from him compared to Oliveira this tournament. Not to talk down on Oliveira, but Clem has been that guy at the top Terran-wise people have been gunning for outside of that region. So since we are in an international event, I have to feel a little bit more concerned for Classic. But I also think Clem's less likely to cheese him, maybe. So maybe he'll go into it trying to play a little greedier. Who knows? Clem's great at being aggressive, though. We talked about the Cyclone, Marine, Micro, all of it. He's great.
He is. I'm very excited to see it. But, apparently stats beat Classic, or stats beat Clem in the same way that Classic beat Oliveira on map 2. So okay. Same map, same style. That's what we are seeing Protoss players, I guess, do more and more. So can Classic do it to Clem? Very important questions. We'll answer those questions, though, after the break. See y'all in like 4 minutes. It's going to be lower bracket now. Get knocked down to the knockout bracket. If you lose here, win, you get to move on a little bit more. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to our third match here out of, I think it is 10 that we get to do today. And we had the upper bracket. We took a look at some matches. We had some great stuff. Good time. But now we can take a look at the matches that don't send people out of the tournament. But certainly, Nate, is it fair to call the knockout bracket the Shadow Realm? Is that a good approach? Is that what we can call it?
I feel like the easy way to get our point across here is that even though it is not an elimination match, winning is still a good thing and still makes your life generally easier and makes people think you're better. So there's definitely a positional advantage to being able to face off against the lower seed, right? That's typically what you get for winning or advancing along, or at least you have to play less matches throughout the course of the event. So that part is always nice. There you go. You've at least got that you're playing for, but you're right. There's no whoever loses this, it's not like we're going out of the event or being completely eliminated. Not on the first day here.
Yeah, that is certainly true. But this is a matchup that I didn't expect. Well, from one side, classic Oliveira. I think we talked about this. This is something that is reasonable. This is something that we can understand and expect and be totally happy with. But Clem down in the losers match here in Group A immediately. Well, actually, Clem, even when he won Atlanta, historically in these offline events, he has struggled to start well. He finishes incredibly well, generally, if he can kind of get to that point, if he's given the time. But getting himself off the ground, waking up on day one, and really doing well in that first series is not something that he always is successful at.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I think, especially talking about the hype that we had for both of these guys going into it, right? Especially, this could have easily been the first winners match, right? If you think about it. So we are loading in, and we are getting ready to start this one off. Though, I mean, little bit of TVP, different flavor than the one that we started the day off with. Let's find out how different, Bayo.
Yeah, I'm excited about it because this is a map that apparently Classic won against. Well, we knew Classic won against Oliveira, but this is how, in part, Stats did a similar thing to Clem. So let's see if they can pull it off. But for now, upper right in the blue for Team Liquid, it's Clem.
And his opponent in the bottom left, the red Protoss player, he is Classic.
So this seems to be a map, Nate, and I maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe this isn't worth talking about for another 10 minutes, but this seems to be a map that for us players love to send as late as possible. Get onto 3-star gate carrier, and maybe, just maybe, if you're feeling it extra spicy, you put a Nexus in the middle of the map to get some not fleet beacons, to get some shield batteries going with that full energy and really get the hard push going. But in general, seems to be a map that Protoss players are having a lot of success with on this kind of 4-base carrier play. Clem's already lost to it once today. Classic's already won with it once today. Is that something you expect to see again?
I definitely think we'll see more of it. You know, it's one of those styles that there are things that people say don't work or are bad strategically, but what they really mean is they're very difficult to make work, and getting into scenarios where you can do some of those builds regularly is not, let's say, reasonable to expect. But I think that it's been exposed for a little bit. And some players, when I think about guys that have been doing it for a long time, think about a guy like Skillis, you know, who would bust something like that out, and you'd be like, wow, I can't believe he took a game off of Clem. That's crazy. Clem is so much better than a guy like that. And you would have some of these one-off things. But I really do think it has to do with a lot of that stubbornness that we see out of Terrans when it comes to picking their compositions. And it's one of the things I feel like we've gotten to see an increasing amount of, and I do expect to see it throughout this tournament and future events this year. But making that late air transition against the Bio-Terran, who more or less, you know, they'll say again, oh, Marine, good unit, but they're never really making more than like 20 or 30% of their army supply actually Marines, because they're making so many Ghosts and Marauders and Vikings and Medevacs, and you're not getting into a situation where it's just like, yeah, they're just going to gun down the Interceptors, no problem. It's like there's a lot of other units there. There's going to be Colossus with them. You can't just do that. So it forces such a conundrum on the Terran's army composition, but also carriers are the most expensive units that Protoss can make. So it's not like you can rush them either, because then you do get overwhelmed. So Classic, we saw a bit of that earlier, played it out to that 3-4 base, and then you transition to it. And I have to agree with you. I think Alcyon is a big map for it, largely because you have this staging area in front of the natural where you can kind of go between those 3 different bases without having to expose yourself too much. But let's see what Clem gets done here, as he's got his little starport proxied across the map. He is expanding behind it, but it's going to be an early Hellion drop by the looks of things.
Yeah, I really like this out of Clem for everything we talked about. You know, on the one hand, maybe going late game on this map against Protoss feels bad. He's lost to it once already. We've seen both Protoss players that we've seen. Well, I don't know how what a straight, and certainly he lost to Hero Marine, but in general, we've seen Stats in Classic or Korean Protoss players make it work on this map. On top of that, well, Classic, in his last series, he got shoved over by early aggression, and even further, this is a blink opening. Twilight openers against a Hellion drop is just about the worst possible thing. Stargate would be very happy. As it stands, this is going to get a lot of damage done here. Probes are splitting as well as they can, because the Stalkers, they don't have blink. They just have to, like, I'm going to run, and we're going to defend it eventually, guys, I promise. Meanwhile, 10, 12, 14 probes go down. This is getting to the point. This is game-breaking damage at this point. Magic number's 8. Anything more than that says you're very happy. And this is 12. Not plus an adept, but plus damage. This is 12 workers, Nate. That is, it hurts. It does not spark joy.
Yeah, the only upside here is that, again, it felt like he tried to respond reasonably well, but that's why this build is popular. That's why Clem does this. That's why this build is very frustrating to play against. Those Hellions get in and they are so fast. Even with this split, he gets so many worker kills, 12 total. So you talk about Terran versus Protoss, and the way that this matchup typically develops is these days the Protoss is usually the one grabbing the third base first. They're supposed to be with that chrono boost against the Mule somewhere in the realm of like 7 or 8 workers ahead by that point, and then it's supposed to get a little bit better. And the Terran wants to harass and try to cull that economy. But when you get that much damage done that early, you can pretty much throw it all out the window. Clem can just focus on getting towards whatever his first timing is going to be, and it is highly likely that he will have enough to break Classic if he can control well against whatever army is waiting when that time comes. So as far as I want to get some damage done and set myself up for a much easier game goes, Clem is soaring high.
Now, would you like to see a bunker in the main? I know that maybe it's probably just a little bit too much, but Clem also understands that Classic doesn't macro his way. Okay, I guess if you let him sit there for 10 minutes and, you know, let him do the Maru thing, maybe Classic macros his way out of this. But, you know, realistically, Classic is not going to be able to macro out of this before Clem's next hit happens. But you know what? Even as I say that, Stim's going to be done pretty soon. He's got 3 tanks is generally what you'd like to go defend against some sort of blink pressure. But I guess he's kind of realized with everything that's happening that Classic is not going to get aggressive here, which again, I think that's what Classic's one avenue back into the game was. And if he's not going to go for it,
what was in Classic space when Clem was there? Because the Hellions saw everything. There are only 2 gateways on the map. There still are only 2 gateways on the map. So does he have blink? Sure. But if he were to be aggressive at all, he'd have absolutely nothing. And even right now, as he pushes across, yes, a Colossus is being made, but I'll say it again. There's only 2 gateways, so he's not building that much. He's going to be relying primarily on a shield battery overcharge and an unupgraded Colossus to defend against this attack. He doesn't even have extended thermal lance started, so how do you deal? And you have 2 gateway blink stalker against tanks and Marines with stim, and he's just going to run up the ramp. I thought this might take a little more time, but he is just Clem realized it. He knows, okay, there's not a lot you can do here. Pull the Marines behind the Marauders. Let the tanks zone away the Colossus, and as soon as Classic tries to dive into this to save the third base, that's more or less going to decide it. If he can clean all this up and keep his third alive, then maybe there's hope for a miracle. But losing this third is just going along with everything else we've talked about in this match so far. Colossus does try to make the save, not enough, and there it is. GG for Clem, as a very, very sharp timing to follow up. Like you mentioned, his first attack that was going to hit, there was hardly anything ready for it, and that's what happens when Hellions kill 12 probes.
Well, they killed even more than that one, because Clem, as he's getting he's posturing around this third base and saying, look, be very afraid. This is a problem. Even as that's happening, well, he's put the Hellions back in the main base, and they got like 4 or 5 more probes. So you talk about miracles being needed. Classic had only just barely gotten his worker count up above Clem's, which, when we consider the context of Mules, that's really bad. and then 6 more workers go down, and he goes down to 42 versus 47. It's like, okay, you're losing in the main, you're losing in the third. You're kind of dead. He was dead anyways, but nice job from Clem, kind of shaking off maybe some slowness out of his fingers, playing just about as fast as we generally expect him to play. And now we're going to get into game 2 eventually. What do you want to see differently? Oh, wait, I joined the wrong game. That is OBS B. That's not the right game.
There we go. There's our lobby. I see it. I'm crawling in there to go harvest some more StarCraft for you guys. We got this.
What do you want to see, though? That's kind of an important question here as we get into game 2. Classic, he's done the exact same opener almost. 3 game. This was a 2-gate this time, but I think that was by necessity as he tried to find his way back into the game and you try to cut some corners. He's done the exact same opener. This is 4 games in a row now. Quick Twilight, Blink, 3-gate behind, getting the Colossus. At a certain point, you're going to get figured out. So is this a Stargate now? Or do you go 4-gate? Do you go...
Well, how about this? There's other things to take away from the way that opening played out too. Classic opened with 2 gateways and went Twilight Robo. And his stalkers were at the front of his base. And I think something that maybe Clem has picked up on, and I don't think it's possible for him to have seen that first series that happened today, but it happened a little bit earlier versus the other Terran player whose name I'm now magically blanking on as well that we just cast, Oliveira, is that he's been going out on the map, right? The stalkers are trying to zone away the Reapers. He's kind of trying to play for this map control. And sometimes when you feel like those Hellions are going to be coming up, it's not uncommon for Protoss to throw down just 1 or 2 buildings in front of the natural to kind of block that. You want to be able to block it with like 1 Zealot Warp in if you see it coming on the minimap or on the screen fast enough. And then you want to have something in your main. But that's what happens when you proxy, right? The medevac gets there 20, 30 seconds earlier than it normally would. And that 20, 30 seconds could have been the difference between having that wall off and having those stalkers in the main or not. So it's hard to say, but I think it's another reminder that Alcyon's one of those great maps where you just got to go super far out of your way to either cheese in that spot, but you also have to go crazy far out of your way to scout it too.
And we're going to have to see now whether Classic can figure things out and maybe stabilize that early game just a little bit more, because in the bottom right, he's down a game. Again, losing here would go to the knockout bracket. Not out of the tournament just yet, but he wants to move on, wants to have that better seeding. It's Classic.
And he faces off against the man in blue in the Northwest. A fantastic macro player, but that's the hardest part, because he'll still do all those little gut check openings that aren't necessarily going to win, but still can win. He's Clem. Look at that SC where it's going on the bottom side here too. It does look like it's going to head towards the natural, but the route he took could have veered off. He is going double gas after the barracks, so quite a few options on the table for Clem if he wants to get aggressive.
Yeah, it's funny. You talked about how, well, okay, maybe Classic walls off the natural and puts a bunch of stalkers in the main base. The problem is, oh man, Classic here. This man, we don't see a lot of eBay blocks, Nick. But Clem, for whatever reason, and I think in part just he is so fast, he has so much confidence in his plays. Like, yeah, I might put myself down by 10%, but my eBay block is gonna mess with you more, and I will take that trade. But when we talk about this, okay, so it's like, okay, say for the sake of example, you block off the main base in game number 1, you got some stalkers in the main base. That drop still gets damage done because there's no blink, right? The way you shut that down in its entirety is maybe you have a couple of deaths, which no one really makes, or you go Phoenix, because then you can lift them up. That, from the build order perspective, it almost feels like that is guaranteed to do damage if you're just kind of against it.
Especially if you don't see it coming, like not knowing about the starport and the angle that it took. Like it's not a bad thing to want to take the middle of the map so that you can see if you're being attacked, but the situationalness of it is what makes it so tough, because everybody plays very respectfully of Clem, since he is the top dog. He is the top dog, especially as far as the Terrans outside of Korea go. And everybody looks up to him. People want to copy him. He's at that point now where if you're preparing for this matchup, you're watching his games, even if you're not playing against him. He's going to give you a good example of what high-level Terran players are doing across the board. He doesn't lean more aggressive than none, but he does stuff like this where, even though it didn't end up being any super cheesy, even though it wasn't like, oh, I have the factory or the starport out there, it was, I'm going to open double gas, hit you with a quick eBay block, and then have my factory up so fast behind it that you can't really counter and do much. But he should be able to delay this natural a little bit, and that'll be a very nice feather in his cap.
Yeah, I like that. Just getting damage done with the probe early on, which means this SCV will struggle a little bit more. Now Adept absolutely fights 2 Marines, so he's going to knock those down. SCVs are pulled. Zealot runs across. Widowmine knocks that down, but that means the Adept is still here, and this is a lot more. We talked about how you can make your opponent uncomfortable, right? That's what Clem was doing. eBay blocking, being annoying, Hellion drop, all these things. Anything you can do to make your opponent not feel safe in a game of StarCraft 2 is incredibly worth doing. And this Adept living as long as it has, 4 kills to its name. Yeah, it eventually goes down, but Nate, it delayed the natural. It killed off a couple Marines. It killed SCVs. It got a full scout of the main base. Classic knows everything that's happening, and he slowed Clem down. That's actually, you know what? Second thing to talk about here. I am really surprised Clem took the natural on the low ground. Generally, if you go for an eBay block, you put it on the high ground strictly because of this opportunity. So I don't know, that's Clem getting it a little bit too big for his britches. I don't know, but even still, a little bit odd.
Yeah, well, he's playing confidently too. I mean, he's up 1-0 in the series, and I think the idea of that build to have the fast factory follow up with the Widowmine is nice. It just burrowed like a second after the Adept stepped past it. Really, if he shuts the Adept down, then I think it's all gravy for him. There's not too much else for Classic to really do with here. He does have a little bit of the Marine drop with that 1 mine, so I think the Marines will end up being a little bit annoying, buy a little bit of time, and then try to burrow the mine. But good focus fire from Classic. He shuts it down, and looks like he's going to lose just 3 probes, and Marines get a couple focus fired at the end, but not too shabby. The engineering bay block is interesting too, though, because even sometimes the question pops up that it's like, well, how does this mess with the Terrans build? How does this mess with you? Well, Classic is such a macro focused player. We do have to wonder, even if I think he looks like he's handled this somewhat well, he's up about 40 probes to 33 SCVs. This is more within the margin that we're expecting in this matchup. So he's in a much better position than we've seen previously, and he's going to spot the Liberator coming in. But he's the guy that wants to play the macro too. So having that base slowed down for any reason, you know, that could just be another one of those little mind games by Clem where he's saying, I want you to start thinking about 2 base. I want you to do a 2 base push. I want you to think about this this game ending a little bit faster so that we don't get it slowed down into this big tech up fight that you were discussing earlier.
Yeah, that's fair. Granted, again, Classic has been playing very defensively every single game of this tournament. He's been going to this, yes, Blink certainly, but Robo Bay before third base, getting those Colossus out, because again, I think it's fair to say that he feels really good about the late game right now. I haven't talked to him, you know, we don't really know, but yeah, just based off the play. So for now, Stalkers are gonna try to find something, damage on an auto turret, but more importantly, it means this auto turret energy from the Raven is not going to be spent on the other side of the map. And of course, Clem going with what he's going for. There's no Raven upgrades, right? There's no interference matrix, nothing to really put pressure on the Colossus. This Raven is just meant to get some harassment damage, but we've already had 2 harassment options. Liberator didn't pay out at all. Widowmine drop, it got 3 probes, not a ton with considering how much was committed there. So Classic, if he defends this one, again, that's going to be 3 straight aggressive options that we've seen Clem go for to try to put pressure onto Classic. And none of them have really worked. And if you commit that much, Nate, to aggression, to damage, to making things happen, when it doesn't work out, it just puts you behind.
Yeah, and sometimes you try to get a little bit of that value back just from what response you force out of them. Even if you don't get what you want, sometimes you can still end up getting what you need, right, to keep moving forward from that position. It's the age-old argument in StarCraft where people are like, well, what time of the game can you not go all in anymore? And it's like, well, have you ever played a game of poker? You can go all in on any hand. You can fold on any hand. See, strategy is about waiting for your moment. And sometimes passing up an early one to try and take a bigger one later, sometimes that can be the move. Liberator gets shut down again on the south side. So good awareness from Classic, and this is what we expect, is that defensive play. He's held it down nicely, but he's not letting Clem just walk across the map either.
No, I think again, Classic here, he wants to get himself up to 3 Colossus. He wants to get charged on combat shield, or not combat shield, extended thermal lance, +1 eventually, getting into storm, and all of this like really powerful mid-game ball. So he's very happy again, just sit here, shut things down, force Clem to attack into him. I mean, you hold the high ground like this, Colossus have extended thermal lance. We're gonna see a lot of stuff go down very quickly. Good force kills there as well. So Clem, yeah, eventually the tanks are gonna siege up and you gotta back up here, but this is Marines against Colossus, and that is never a fight you want to take. Notice, by the way, Classic's holding this position under the scan because he's got that observer right there. Also, it's a really good fight, but he holds that position, so the bio, even as it retreats, can't get the observer. Minor efficiencies, but at this point, there's not a single Viking on the map, Nate. We have 3 Colossus on the map. Storm on the way, sure, +1 on the way. But Classic had a very real opportunity, if he decided to go for it, to slam across the map with 3 Colossus, a bunch of charge lots, and really try to punish Clem. Looks like he's not. He'd rather go late game. Always a little scary against Clem, but the game goes on, and again, Classic is very happy with where he is right now.
Yeah, he's got opportunity to deal damage. He has the Prism out on the map. I think when we talk about that series versus Oliveira, something that is going to stand out to me probably forever from that was he lost almost all of his Prisms. I think Oliveira did a really good job of dealing with them, but at the same time, you have to recognize when you can or can't commit, or when your opponent is or isn't ready. So he's made good use of them in all of his series, but hasn't necessarily gotten what he was looking for out of them. So as long as he can keep these alive, apply that pressure, and not lose the ability to warp in reinforcements later, I think that's a really big deal. But stuff like this is what I'm talking about. That Prism on the north end does get snatched up, and it's just hard when you play this style because you are mostly sitting back. You want to send zealots around the corners, but if you're doing that, then obviously you're going to run into the Terran defenses. So that Prism becomes so much more important for Clem. You just want to make sure that you don't move out of your base until you're ready to deal with that Prism in your base, right? Without your army. So that's always one of those things in the back of your mind is, oh, am I going to be halfway across the map and need to stim home? Because that's one of the worst feelings that you can have. Clem's been playing this one pretty close to the chest.
He has been, but again, that's because he hasn't really had the tech required. He got aggressive 3 different times. 3 different times, nothing happened. I mean, you killed 3 probes. That's not shutting the Protoss down at all. So that means that Classic has been able to leapfrog things. Colossus are done. 4th base is done. And Clem at this point, if he attacked into this army, it would not go well for the Frenchman. I mean, there are enough chokes. There are enough. We saw him try it once, right? The Colossus is like, yeah, I got force fields. Your Marines are dead. Have fun. And that gives Classic so much time now. As I look at this, Clem is transitioning, right? That's kind of what you look at to see where we go in here. In Clem, he's adding in more Star Forts, +1 air attacks on the way. He's adding in more Vikings and more Ghosts, and he kind of understands, it seems to, where Classic wants to take this game, and the scan should, so the scan should confirm that he saw the fleet beacon. So Clem knows what's happening. 4th base is going to be on the way eventually, is going to float over. And now becomes the question, can Clem build an army that beats what Classic is going for fast enough before Classic hits him with it?
That's the ultimate question. That's the ultimate question. Again, the whole thing with Terran is you have these really complicated, well-balanced out armies with highly technical specialist units. He's got Vikings, he's got a couple tanks, we have the Ghosts coming out. There's 24 Marines, and that is the unit that is going to matter the most when that conversation happens about dealing with these carriers, because what do we have again from Classic when we think about what's worked for him so far? It's the Storm with the carrier and the Colossus. It's so difficult. He made it so tough for Oliveira to try and get the Vikings close to his air units with the Storm. So it boiled down to the EMPs, but then that's where everything else is just shepherding those carriers around. So for Clem, he's maxed out, and this is going to be a good opportunity to try and go do something since he's giving the least amount of time for this carrier transition to happen. 3 just started, are getting chrono boosted. That's a significant amount of the supply being held out of this fight. The supply looks even right now, but a decent amount of it is 3 carriers and a mothership.
That being said, there's a lot of static defense here. There's a ton of splash damage. This is a defensible position for Classic, but he has to do it well. So for now, feedbacks on a couple Ghosts. If you can knock down EMPs off them, that means your Storms are going to be a lot more powerful. But for now, the first one's not going to work out. And I love how patient we're seeing Clem play this. 2 tanks on the high ground. Damage being done to this static defense, making it that much easier to push in. The Storms are landing, but they're enough medevacs for now. So they're bleeding energy. This army, for the most part, will be able to find its way forward. This is the problem, though, as we take a look at how... Oh, nice feedbacks, too. If you can get Storms on the Vikings and you can take their damage down, all of a sudden this army becomes so hard to fight into. And for now, the Vikings, they're still there. The Storms aren't really landing, but like 1 or 2 more all of a sudden becomes a little bit more of a problem. And here comes Classic up the high ground. His mothership's done. The carriers are done. He was patient enough. And this army has become so much harder for Clem to fight. Certainly, as he runs away from it, you kite away, certainly. But the Liberators, they're going to, or not the Liberators, the Interceptors, they're going to leash, and they continue to get that damage done.
Yeah, and we see there that, I mean, again, this is how this army composition works. It's really easy to just say that the Vikings will shoot the carriers if they're in range. But good luck getting that to happen if you don't make the required moves beforehand. The EMPs did not get the Templar. I think the tanks had an opportunity to get them as well earlier when they were first going up the ramp. He kind of missed that, and now he's got a little bit less, and he still has to deal with this full force as the interceptors get rebuilt, and still has the immortals and the stalkers on the ground. So it's not as simple as, oh, I'm just going to dive the carriers and shut them down. No, he's got to get through the zoning of those Templar. One EMP does get the majority of them. Another storm drops, however. I don't think he's got too many more. I think one more just became available to him, but the third base gets eradicated. That north side expansion, he's going to pass on it for now. But we really see this is where Classic just puts on that crazy pressure. You start taking punches against the Terran economy, secures the southwest base while all of this is happening. And aside from that, he's just gonna go home, maybe regroup. But I think he's got to feel pretty good with what he walked away from. Clem is still close to max, but his whole bank is gone.
Yeah, that move, though, to go and try to take down the Ghost, we saw the Stalkers move forward. They went in one at a time, probably not the most efficient thing there. But again, you talked about it. Taking this base down, knocking down, I think it was 24 SCVs, is a big deal. Clem, though, the other side of this, Nate, Clem still got a bunch of mules. And on only 59 SCVs, that is a 141 max army supply. Clem can build a more technical army. He can build a bigger army. And the hard part about this composition for Protoss, it is incredibly strong right now. What are we at? Like 6 carriers, 5 carriers, a couple Colossus, Storm. The Terran player can out tech it, right? The Terran player can build an army eventually that is the strongest army in the game that can handle this. And that's why Classic continues to get aggressive off these 77 workers. You take economy down for the Terran, you get your own economy up, and then you just lean into them over and over again with this technical army, and you don't let them build the army that you can make, that you can really find value with. But now those snipes on the High Templar, a really nice job of knocking down some of the power of this army. The Vikings are going to start to show up, though. There are so many Stalkers here. I don't think they can take this fight.
It's just never that simple, right? But what is the army really missing, and what do you already need to deal with it? It's a splash. The biggest thing that's stopping him from overwhelming this with like pretty much nothing but just Marines and Ghosts would be whatever little bit of splash there is. But the Ghosts already deal with that with the EMP. The other problem is that there's still a Colossus alive. So how do you get on top of that and even try to get to the point where you're just massing out on all of these barracks that you have? Well, you're just not. That's why this composition is good. That's why I'd like to see it out of Protoss. It's underrated. It's very strong. It's difficult to get to. I'll admit that. But you love to see it when it works, because you get the feeling from the Terran player. They kind of just expect to be able to kite against it, throw a few EMPs, and just kill everything with the stutter step on the Ghosts and the Marines. But the carrier-backed standard Protoss army is extremely good and asks for a little bit of a different response, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it right now. Any game that a Protoss player builds themselves a nice position in the early game, they're like, yep, great, 4 bases, carriers, we're going to go. Because I know that you won't have the time for your armor upgrades for the Vikings. Like no double armory, for example. I know that you won't have time to get enough Vikings out and Liberators to zone out my High Templar and all of these things, because we talked about it. It requires an intensely technical army from the Terran, much in the same way that the Protoss player has that technical army. And if you have the tempo lead in the game, getting to that point, it feels really hard. It's expensive. So
yeah. The thing, it's like, I don't know. I've in my whole career, I've largely felt that in many of these scenarios, like the Viking can really just be a trap unit. Mm-hmm. You know, imagine without Tempests, if you had some ranged Liberators or something, just being able to zone a little bit of that anti-ground, this splash, because the statement that the Marines and Ghosts on their own can handle the carriers is very true. You know, you don't have to try and zone the carriers away. You kind of want to zone everything else away. So whether we see adjustments made for that or not is one thing. I expect most Terrans' response to these situations to be to just play more aggressively in the next game and try not to let the Protoss get there. We do have the map being picked, but I think that's just a really important aspect of this, is that there has to be a consideration on the Terran strategically of ways to break this down other than just jumping on it. But jumping on it clearly doesn't work. We've seen it fail twice today.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, okay, so if the Terran player can get up like a ton of Ghosts, right? And then you get Vikings, sure, Liberators to zone out the ground. Do you eventually... I've seen some players do it. I don't know how I feel about it necessarily, but 3/3 Thor's highest DPS in the game. Like do you eventually go there? They knock the carriers down, but
if you're gonna spend money like that, I mean, truthfully, the best answer to carriers anyway is battle cruisers if you can get them upgraded.
True, actually, yeah.
The reason you don't see it is because it's the same reason why you don't see the carriers that much, right? It's the Protoss can't just make 3 Stargates and start cranking out carriers while the Terran's trying to drop them with 7 racks on 4 bases everywhere. That's a very reasonable thing to say, and people would say, well, how are you going to go up to battle cruisers while you're trying to deal with this stalker ball or all of these other units, pushing around the outside? So it is a very tough thing to do. We've seen players like TY and Maru do it in the uber late game. It will always be something that I like to see, but is Clem going to suddenly do that? I think he'll probably try to win the game a different way and not, I think, probably try something else. But if it gets to that crazy late game situation, I just don't really feel like Vikings ever cut it if the Protoss is paying attention with their Templar. Unless you get the full EMP on everything beforehand, and even the one time he did it, there were still stalkers there. It's not like the army is only only carriers. So
yeah, it's one of those things where you, as a Terran player, when in the late game, you have to be prepared to fight 2 armies. You have to fight the high-tech carrier, Colossus, Storm. I love the addition of the Immortals adding in as well. It's actually a lot of damage on the ground. The sneaky Immortals in this matchup. But then you have 8 gateways, 10 gateways, 12 gateways, Zealots, Stalkers warping in on the top of it. And it's like, okay, you built your army to beat the carriers. Great, you've done that. But now there are a bunch of Stalkers on the map and Zealots, and you need a bit of a different answer. So it becomes even more difficult. We're gonna see, I guarantee you we're gonna see an answer to it as this tournament progresses. But for right now, players that are able to pull this off, Classic and Stats, looking extremely good in this matchup. And Nate, we get to see if they're gonna do it one more time, because Game 3 Amphion is up next. And the bottom left here in the blue takes Game 1, falls down to carriers in Game 2 for Team Liquid. It's Clem.
And the man in the Northwest, the red Protoss player. As we have everything tied up here, he is Classic. And his story's been pretty straightforward today. Game goes long, Classic seems to be pretty comfortable. Game is a little bit on the shorter end. He's not feeling so good. I mean, this is sort of what we expect. Some Protoss players, they get this reputation on the ladder, right? Because you play a guy that you've never seen before and you only get one match against him to prove who's better. And he just kind of kills you really quickly and you're like, huh. But in a tournament, you have a little more time to prepare. People who rely on strategies like that, well, you're going to get mapped out. People are going to expect it. They're going to scout those spots where you do those things. So on the competitive level, you see a completely different composition of strategies out of these Protoss players. And it tends to lean a little more towards defensively up until that 3 base, try and put on a bit of pressure for the Terran while they're taking their 3rd. That's been the legacy of the Void meta, is the Protoss kind of slows the Terran going for the 3rd base, or they take that super fast aggression from the Terran and then just put that huge economy together, the mass gateway man style like you were talking about earlier, which we love to see. But this adjustment to the slower pacing of some of these games on these maps has been nice to see out of Protoss. It's good to see the meta still continue to shift.
Yeah, I mean, you've always seen Classic, for example, go for carriers in the super late game occasionally, but this 4-gate or this 4-base, 3 Stargate kind of carrier timing that we've been seeing, today is slightly newer, more of a new evolution. We didn't see it in the regionals really all that much, but we've been seeing like EPT Korea and things like that, KSL, like these online cups for the Korean players in like the last 2 weeks or so is just like the specific way that they're going about it. But thank you, Classic. I was going to say, I love what Classic's doing here. He has 5 games in a row. More than that, maybe. He has gone Twilight into Robo, the exact same 3-gate Twilight into Colossus, whatever, sure. Every single game that he's played in this tournament thus far. And now on Amphion, a map that is really strong for drop. So I think this is a map-specific decision regardless. But he's opening Stargate. He's giving himself that anti-drop defense. And if Clem is going to be one of these players that says, look at this, I have gone and my opponent's done the same thing over and over and over again. I'm going to punish him for it. I'm going to build a bunch of Hellions. Well, he's going to have those Phoenix out. He's going to have I don't know if I can say build or counter, but the counter that makes that a lot harder. So Hellions are being made. Now, this is an Oracle first. That's not quite as strong as what we're talking about. That is something we have to talk about. But you know, he is going to have the opportunity to chrono that out. And for now, Wall's getting started on the high ground.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about the other game, right? That game one. If the Protoss sniffs this out, that's typically what they'll try to do, and he ends up going a little bit even faster than that normal timing would be. So he ends up without having the wall. Yes, the Oracle is going to pop out, but when you have to immediately spawn the Oracle and use the energy, it's like a double pain, because yes, you did shut it down, but now your opponent knows you have the Oracle, they know you have the Stargate, and you also can't really send the Oracle across to kill stuff. Yeah, you can still scout with it, but you're not going to catch him off guard and microwave 15 SCVs or anything like that. Not that Clem would, of course, let that happen, but what I like about what you said, and perhaps what's more interesting now, is that he is making a second Oracle. I was going to say, having the flexibility of the Stargate when the only thing you lost to in the series so far was the quick drop, it just makes sense, Bayo. It just makes sense. So having the option to go Phoenix, I like it. I'm a little surprised he didn't try to get one since he's already seen Hellions. The assumption of the 1-1-1 should have kind of been there, but at the same time, Clem did get the second barracks before the starport. So could have been a double, triple bluff. Who knows? Either way, Classic does get vision and a little bit of map control from these. So let's see what he continues to do.
Yeah, the interesting thing as well. So you talk about Oracles. Are they going to microwave a bunch of SCVs? I don't tend to like Oracles as a worker killing unit in this matchup because it takes 3 damage ticks to go and kill an SCV instead of 2. Just again, SCVs, they got a little bit more HP. It's 45.
Of course, you always take what they'll give you. Of course, yeah.
But I guess the point being here is it's extra surprising to see him. One Oracle, its job is to scout. If you get something, sure, fine, but its job is to scout, stasis trap, do whatever. So again, I am fairly surprised to see him get that second one because it just doesn't represent
that was the biggest one, yeah.
Much of a damage increase. If you go to 3, fine, you can one shot, but you never see that. It's too much gas in this matchup. So for now, I mean, single Phoenix, double Oracle, this looks like Classic is playing PvZ.
Yeah, he's not worried about anything that's going to catch him or chase him down in the skies, right? Phoenix, Oracle speed, both very good. Oracles are going to come into that mineral line now. He has the Phoenix kind of fly up ahead in case there was a Widow Mine, maybe. At the very least, the Phoenix tanks all the damage, goes down to 10 health. 2 SCVs die, but he also, causes at least some sense of mild disruption there. Now, his third base is close to finishing up. Extended Thermal Lance is coming out. We have the first Colossus on the way. So Bayo, I guess this now turns to the other foot. Classics, Phoenix will see the double drop headed towards the main. So I think that should give him all the heads up he needs, but are there actually units here yet? I don't think so.
No, not really. Probes are Probes are now trapped in a corner here. You're like, they could have pulled their way into the natural. Now they absolutely cannot. So,
wow.
Oh, well.
18 probes. 18 probe kills is that's pretty tough. That's pretty tough to deal with. So he kind of had everything watching towards the front. Those Hellions were still sharking, by the way. They actually are back in the natural. They just finally got killed. So he ends up with 20 probe kills. So if he has anything going for him, it's that Clem is only literally just now starting his third. But how significant is that when it's 45 SCVs plus mules to 32 probes? It's a pretty nice spot to be in if you're Clem. Unless Classic can get a crazy amount of damage done with this counterattack, he is just going to be, let's say, a little more like game 3 versus Oliveira, where it wasn't like quite that bad, but it was still it was the later third shutdown, not the early third shutdown that ended up taking him down. Those probe kills, though, it's going to cost a lot of money to replace.
Yeah, okay, so maybe there's a world where Classic ran across the map with double Colossus because Clem, his army supply is not high. He doesn't have any Vikings, so there's not really a good Colossus answer. But if Classic's just going to sit back here and play defense, which he's been doing, that kind of seems to be his goal, he's going to have to, you're right, he's going to have some miraculous holds as he macros up as there's nothing on Classic. Okay, there we go. It's like, there's nothing on Classic production tab right now, but probes getting made, pylons getting made. Here's he, again, just tries to weather the coming storm because that's, for now, the supplies aren't that bad. 105, 93, sure. Clem's army supply is going to explode pretty soon, and we're going to be looking at Clem pushing with like plus 40 army supply into a Classic that has if you're going to play this style of Classic, I would much prefer this base, much prefer the pocket third, because I mean this third base is so wide open that it is, I mean, Classic as down as he is, how do you expect to hold on to this area?
I think he's just playing it for the position, though, right? Because if you take the third, taking the southern third, while there may be arguments for it, it is expanding towards the opponent. And for Classic, I don't expect him to want to try and end the game in like terms of a big fight anytime soon, since it seems like his strategy is macro up to the point where he can make that transition into air, and then let the Terran just build the wrong units and die. So that's more or less what my expectations for this one are. So Clem will try his best to stymie that economic growth and slow him down, but Classic he's had a couple of fumbles between the warp prisms, and even some of the oracle maneuvering earlier was a little dicey. So if there's anything that makes me a little nervous, it's trying to rely on one or two key specialist units here. For Classic, taking it nice and slow seems to be the play that makes sense, at least warming up in the earlier rounds here this event.
Yeah, I think that's fair. In fairness, Classic's in a really bad spot. Let's not make no bones about it.
Well, he lost 20 probes. There's not a lot to write home about here.
I was gonna say, but he's been building his army fairly nicely. He's gonna go up to 3 Colossus now. I think he delayed things just a little bit. Damaged Oracle, dives in on the other side, gets a couple workers. He's gonna have charge, maybe. So it's not a guarantee, but maybe +1 by the time this move out hits from Clem. Looks like probably not. But if we're looking at the differentials here, with everything else, it's only 6 Vikings against soon-to-be 3 Colossus if he gets it out in time. It's a really hard hold, 100%, especially if that shield battery goes down. But this isn't an impossible hold setup for Classic. He's got a couple Phoenix to go, the kind of buffer for the Vikings a little bit, maybe lift up some Marauders. Again, it's hard, but he's been able to build an army that, at least in the short term, is something that can maybe fight against what Clem has.
Yeah, the only tough thing here is that if you're Clem, it does, at least to some degree, because he doesn't have a crazy amount of Vikings yet, it feels like it's mild bait too. His army, we talk about Classic's position being tough, and he has a lot of zealots that didn't have charge, for example, the whole time. It's just now finished, but he's kind of trying to shoo him away, even from a slightly weak position. The three Colossi can be enough for this with the battery overcharge if he sneaks the probe out to the top right, but there's a Marine waiting for him. So I like this heads up play from Clem, just kind of recognizing if Classic doesn't have a 4th base, he's not going to be able to afford to go into carriers. And I think that's the real takeaway here, is he's accepted that he can't force the fight, because as soon as he gets pushed back, the 4th goes up. So he just has to threaten the fight as much as possible without actually starting it. And I think that gives him that little bit of room to breathe. But Classic is now going to come up and take that 4th. So let's see where it goes from here. Storm is done. Prism is done. Do we see the Stargates drop? And if we do, how long does it take for him to get there? I feel that Clem will still be trying to force a big fight before that happens.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to go drop a bunch. You have 1, sure. I don't think you're allowed to drop a bunch of Stargates at this point. You need that. You need those 8 gas, maybe even 10 gas. But okay, so Classic, he can't get the optimal base, expanding away from his opponent like he would like to. But he does take a base that has a choke, that does allow him to really leverage this Colossus as well as he can. And who knows, maybe I'm too much on Hopium right now, but that is a great shot from the Colossus to start this off. We're going to see storms on the Vikings as well. And to start this out, the supplies are still telling a pretty bad story, but Classic knocks a couple of the Vikings down, gets good splash damage done here, but Clem's able to rotate faster onto that 4th base. And we talked about the choke being really good for Classic if he holds it. Well, if he's not holding it, from EMP is on top of his army as well. Colossus, one of them's dead, second one's dead. EMP on the Archons knocks them down, and even as Classic kind of caught the army in the middle of the map and looked like he might have been able to get a couple good storms.
He got on a full fight away from all the batteries on like even ground. There was no force fields to pull the army apart, no shield battery overcharge, and again, that was everything to try and take that 4th base. It does not get much worse than that. Here we basically just see the snowball effect come to fruition off of the back of that huge drop earlier in the game, and Clem closes this one out nicely. I feel if there's a takeaway here, Bayo, it's that he's not unaware of the strength of the difficulty, perhaps to say, of dealing with that late game Protoss composition, but he does understand that there are things he can do to keep himself from having to play that kind of game.
Yeah, the other takeaway is, you know what? Don't let the Terran kill 20 of your probes, and you're probably going to be okay. I don't know. Maybe that's
something that I think. You know what? I'm going to go on a limb and say I think at least one anonymous stranger will disagree with you on that. So good luck. Good luck trying to prove that one.
All right, great. Twitch chat's going to be mad at me because I'm saying Protoss is a shot in games. Now, clearly they're underpowered, and clearly it's impossible. But yeah, that was that. Clem, he's not okay. Great. First of all, here, Classic's not dropped out of the tournament, but he is knocked down to knockout bracket round 2, which is going to happen tomorrow. So that means that we're going to have Classic going to have a lot more work ahead of him. He's going to have to win a lot more games before he moves on to the playoffs. And again, in this tournament, top 4, or maybe goes down a little bit more than that if, say, Serel and Clem, these players that are already qualified for the Esports World Cup, if they hit those top 4 spots, it does float down a little bit. But otherwise, top 4 Esports World Cup qualifying spots. You want to make that run, and Classic, he's got a tough row ahead of him. Clem's still in the running to make that not as high, not direct playoff seeds. If you lose anything, you can't qualify to playoffs directly here in the winner stage. But at the very least, to get to like knockout bracket N-1, so you only have to play 1 knockout bracket before the playoffs start. He's still got available to him, and he might get a rematch against Stats. I don't know. Have to see what exactly happens with that one, because Stats and Oliveira are still playing as far as I can tell.
Oh, wow. That one turned into a banger, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to take a look at it.
Yeah, I was looking at our schedule starting to update a little bit. We got a little TBD action, but I think we at least know what our next one is going to be, which should be nice.
Yeah, so the next one we are going to do is going to be Shin versus Estrella, right? So we're going to stay on the lower bracket the entire rest of the way up until Group A is done. Group A stream is going to be on the winner bracket the entire side until Group A is done. And then we're going to do the same thing we did in Group B all over again. But it's going to be Estrella Shin up next. Give us 4 minutes. And then when we're back, well, it's going to be a little bit more. We're going to have more StarCraft. See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Nate, it is to my great chagrin that I am standing here in the great state of Texas, casting some StarCraft, and I do not own a single cowboy hat. I have no boots on. What am I even doing talking about the game of StarCraft?
Well, that's a great question in general for all of us, right? I think we're just here because we love the game, right? I mean, to some degree, we're happy to do it, even if we don't have all the things that we wish we could have while doing it. But I won't mix words with you here, Bayo. I also do not own I will refer to it as a 10-gallon hat. I do not own one. I did at one time, but it was tragically lost. So you're not alone. You're not alone in that. And I'll wager. I mean, at least we know. Everybody watching has 10-gallon hats because obviously they're cooler than us. We already knew that. So thankfully, the audience is going to bail us out here. They've got more than enough style and swag. And I have not been able to see. I don't know on the mainstream if they got the crowd shots going. I don't know what's going on over there, but I'm expecting some people there to be bringing up and helping to match with the number of those big hats. Or at the very least, they got to break out the old WCS giant mug we had on the desk back then.
You know, I'll buy that one. I don't have a WCS mug. I do have a NASA nerd mug that I was drinking tea out of this morning. I think that encapsulates literally every part of my personality. Anyway, we're not going to
fantastic.
So I'm down here in Texas, right? Because hey, I might as well go to it afterwards, and my girlfriend's here, so I can take advantage. And she just decided she gave me this mug when I showed up. She's like, "Hey, here you go." It's like, I'm attacking you personally, but as we talk about attacking things personally, we should start to attack these players personally. At least attack what we think. Okay, someone's gonna clip that. That's gonna come out wrong. We're gonna attack how they think.
With me on the show, Bayo, come on.
Clip it. We're going to attack how we think they're going to approach this series. Because, again, this is another lower bracket round one. You lose here, you get sent down to knockout bracket round one. You win this one. If you win this, lose the next series, knockout bracket round two. You win the next two series, knockout bracket round three. If you lose from the upper brackets, knockout bracket round four. It's rather complicated. But, effectively, the more you win, the less games you got to play with your life on the line. That's how that works.
Winning means that you have to work less later on. Well, not necessarily less. You're still going to end up having to beat the best players in the tournament to win it all, but the volume of games goes down, right? Give yourself a little time to breathe, get that snack that you need before your next match. Whatever it is that you would have otherwise said, well, I was just busy playing games all day. I had matches the whole day. I just didn't get a break. Well, this is where you get to not have to deal with that, when you can win in the upper bracket, when you can get those early wins. So I think for series-wise, this is a pretty great setup, too. I mean, Estrella is probably one of my favorite players that I've been following since he entered the North American StarCraft scene. He's been one of the few guys that could go toe-to-toe with Neeb and Scarlet over the years and Special in them, but he's had his ups and his downs. I think it's as far back as like DreamHack Valencia, I think 2015 or 2016, I remember one of his first big events on the scene, as he was one of the younger players at the time. So he's been around for quite a while now. But I still think that you're going up against, Shin. We watched Maru destroy him earlier, but Estrella probably going to have a little bit more work to do here if he wants to walk away with the dub.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Maru is just a really bad matchup for Shin. Is really
for anybody almost, right?
Fair, but like it's specifically a thing. Now, the thing I want to point out though is that while Shin and Estrella they've played each other a decent amount online. We see, not recently, they last played October last year. They have played exactly one series offline. Nathanias, it was the Tasteless LAN Party back in 2022.
The Tasteless LAN Party, damn.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even
Give me the results. What happened?
That was a 3-1 Shin victory. I could not tell you what happened. It has been far. I am not Roddy.
We've got one series that they played about 2 years ago in Tasteless's apartment is what I'm hearing. So to me, that just sounds like anything really can go then, because that sounds awesome. That sounds fantastic.
Well, for now, things are happening. We're getting a hatch block. So game one getting started very quickly. We're going to get into it. All right, meow. And the bottom left in the red, going for just a 15 hatch, trying to take the gold. Oh yeah, there we go. He's gonna try to take the funky base. We're gonna zoom in on that one instead. For Gaming Gladiators, it's Shin. There we go.
Money, 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 money. You love to see it. In the top right, his opponent, he is not going for a Nexus first to the gold base. Not that we know of. He is Estrella. Now, if he does send his probe immediately to the opposite side of his own gold and builds a Nexus there, I'm just going to walk away. But that's not happening here. So thankfully, his probe will just go over. Likely confirm this very early. It's yeah, he clicked it to the gold mineral patch, so he's gonna approach it from the outside, and he will immediately know this. Bayo, what do you make of the positioning of the hatchery here for Shin? I think we all know you get more money from gold minerals, but to have access to that gold gas, is it because he just wants to use a low number of drones for a big 2-base attack, or is this some kind of bait? I feel like Estrella, if he's known for anything, kind of has to be a little bit of that greed. He is a player that loves to play big, overwhelming kinds of macro Protoss styles in all matchups. So I have to wonder how much of this is like Shin just going into this map with a build versus Shin trying to play versus Estrella. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Nate. So I'm going to answer your question, but first of all, when was the last time you saw an eye doctor? When was the last time you went to an optometrist?
About a year ago. About
The reason I ask is
yeah, I got fitted for these guys.
I'm pretty sure this is a purple gas, not a gold gas.
Well, functionally speaking, you know what I mean. I appreciate the clarity for our heart of eyesight viewers, but I think you see what I think you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I got you. But so I think this is one thing and one thing only coming out of Shin. We see the Roach Warren going down pretty quickly. This is for Roach Ravager pressure, and I gotta say, I know you talk about Estrella liking this big, boisterous macro games. I feel like this gold base for PvZ is nigh untakeable for the Protoss player for quite a while. Certainly taking it on this side, because you just post up with Ravagers just about right there. It can't really be contested super easily. Biles go down, the probes never get to mine. Ravager range is a strong thing.
In the base too.
Oh well,
he slips them by. So that Adept tries to go to punish the gold base a little bit, and he kind of just ends up giving some room for the Lynx to get through. Looks like he's not lost much in the way, just a single worker for each side so far taken down. What a awkward, it feels like an awkward start because it's now revolving around Shin's gold, but what can he really do? What can his expectations be here? Is it safe for him to just trade these Adepts out for the drones, or is he going to go for the main now and say, hey, maybe you don't have anything watching there?
Oh, I don't know that I'm a fan of what Estrella's doing. So Estrella's answer is like, okay, look, you have a very exposed main base. You have a very exposed third base. There's not a lot of circulation between the two of them. Not easy for you to circulate. I can go and I can put glaives and get damage done. The problem is that Shin has no intention to take this game in a setup where he's trying to have a macro game. You want money, sure, but he's building Ravagers. He's building Lynx. He's flooding across the map. He's trying to end this game as quickly as possible. And Estrella, yes, this is a glaive timing. He's got exactly one gateway on the map, and this is an Artosis pylon if I've ever seen one. That pylon is powering everything. Estrella is just kind of dead. There's nothing here.
Yeah, I mean, this, again, we kind of talked about it a little bit right as he was taking the base, but you get the advantage of gold minerals is you just need less workers to get the same income as a regular base. So he kind of baits Estrella into trying to be a little bit aggressive against him there. And then he gets exactly what he wants. He sees, oh, there's no wall. He's like, oh, Estrella took the gold base as his natural, so I don't need to put the Ravagers on the other side. I could just go for his main, same way he did to me. And we've got a 4-minute, 19-second game number 1 out of the way.
On schedule. There we go. After that Maru game. It's funny. I gotta say, Nate, I'm really surprised that Dynasty was allowed through the bans. I'm sure Estrella had something interesting because he's Estrella. But Dynasty as a Protoss player, for Protoss players, I don't play Protoss. For Protoss players, feels almost unplayable. All right, the gold base as it is, it's so easy to punish, and they don't really have great options. Sometimes you can go blink and play around it a little bit, but it just feels really hard, and it feels a lot easier for the other races to either go and take the gold base for themselves and abuse that into a really quick Roach Ravager timing or something, or just go and defend it and do everything and be fine. And it feels really hard for Protoss players to play on this map. So don't know exactly what happened on the pick ban side to make this, but I'm a little surprised to see Estrella led that through.
Yeah, it feels like that setup's gotten a lot more interesting with the expanded map pool as well. You get a little bit more of these situations where it feels like one or two of these guys just slip through, and then obviously in the later stages of the tournament you're a lot more exposed. But on one hand, it's like, yeah, the whole point of these maps is that we get to see some different types of games where players are pushed to do different stuff, and then on the other hand, sometimes the player still makes the choice that puts them behind because they try to do something about the aforementioned changes in the map and all of that. So it's an awkward situation. I kind of liked what you were saying first. It's pretty normal. Ravagers or roaches on the other side of the gold, kind of poking that. But I think considering what he knew about what Shin had, on some level there had to be some kind of assumption that aggression was on the table. But right as he got picked, he had the Prism finishing and resonating glaives. So I think it's also a side effect of his strategy was never going to be that good versus a Roach Ravager setup anyway. I think maybe he was hoping that Shin would be trying to do like, oh, I've got less workers, I've got this gold base, I'm going to just flood out tons of lings off of speed or whatever. But just that was not what he was up against. Roaches and Ravagers are going to be good against Resonating Glaive Adepts. Typically, that's what you ask for anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, I looked at what Shin was doing. It's like, okay, he's taking the right side of the goal. He's going, which means you go for the gas. It's why you take it right. I guess it's a little bit easier to hold as the Zerg player, but it's for the gas. And it's like, okay, the moment you do that, it's going to be a Roach Ravager link timing. That is what that build goes into. So I'm a little surprised to see Estrella make a read that didn't go into that, because again, if you go 4 gig glaives, sure, fine, you can get damage done. And maybe the idea was, okay, well, circulating for the Zerg between Adepts going like between the main base and the backside of the mineral wall and go around, and with Warp Prism, like you can really abuse the Zerg. So maybe if that attack hits 30 seconds later, Shin can never make it happen because he's just pinned back and Adepts are getting so much damage done is maybe the idea. But in general, I'm with you. It doesn't feel like it was the right approach that Estrella was taking given what he saw. So I don't know. Maybe his practice games go differently with that setup. I don't know.
Yeah, well, the only thing I could say again is, I mean, Estrella is a greedy player. It's not something that you need to follow him super closely to be aware of. He's the kind of guy that he was one of the first people doing quick expands before Cybernetics Core and all of that. So I think if he felt like there was pressure, that's always the biggest thing with the gold base. I think it's not even what you do with it. It's the opponent feeling like, okay, they're about to have a huge income spike, but if I damage their economy, then they run out of it a lot. But, then you can kind of get into more interesting, like, hypothetical strategy discussions where it's like, well, maybe if your opponent does a fast gold strategy, the whole point is to just turtle a little bit because that base mines out super fast. Then they got to do something else, right? Their income will fall off enough that they have to expand soon after. But it's not like there's that little resources there either. So little bit of a tough choice that has to be made. I think we go a little more straightforward now as we head over to Site Delta for game number 2.
And in the upper left, he's down a map. Maybe not quite the proper read, but hailing from Virtus Pro now. His name is Max Angel. It's Estrella.
The legend himself, Max Angel. His opponent in the bottom right, the red Zerg player, leading the series 1-0. He is Shin.
Now, Nate, you talked about, hey, mining gold out and punishing. It wasn't super relevant for that game, but there is a build that we've seen Hero Marine do a couple times. Granted, that's TVP, it's not PvZ. But where he goes and his entire push, he gets the gold base as quickly as possible, defends it. And the entire push is meant to go from his gold base to the Protest player low ground natural, so not the gold. And he times it out, so effectively he focuses mining and he focuses his muling on the lower mineral of the gold. So obviously gold patches mine out faster, and there are mineral patches that have less minerals than others. So he mines out the low mineral patch and runs his entire all in out of his mineral line across the map to take the quickest possible route. It smashes. If a Protoss player is not ready for it, maybe even if they are, it dumpsters them. So obviously it's not relevant in this game, but it is kind of cool to see players sometimes messing around with kind of gold-based mining rates to attack from different angles or things like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the fun side of it, right? Because I think for most players, their experience with the gold, especially on the ladder, is probably, well, I want to make sure that I pull off of those patches that are getting lower because this mines out faster, because I don't want to have to open up a wall here that doesn't have a ramp leading into it, you know? Like there's so many different choices that you have to make with that. And then sometimes you have players with Big Gabe. I'm not surprised that he's got a strategy that centers around just crushing through that as fast as possible. I was gonna say, if you're worried about mining out the gold patch, people always talk about how the mule doesn't get more money off of gold, but it is still a timed life unit that really only mines a specific amount of resources in its life. So if you're like, oh, the gold has 280 minerals, I don't want it to mine out. Well, you know, one mule will get you pretty close, but won't get rid of it, right? So things to think about, but not for this map, because there's not a big golden base for us to be having this conversation about on this map.
No, not really. So the game gets more standard. There's a Stargate on the way for Estrella. We're gonna see. It's Estrella. I was gonna say we're gonna see 3 oracles out of this, and then in the blink, and you know the story. So this is Estrella. And actually, one thing that we have seen Protoss players experimenting with, in the last, I don't know, 6 months or so, is this idea of going and getting a Void Ray first. And you might say, well, why would you do that? Void Rays have been nerfed. Double Stargate Void Ray is not a thing. And Nate, first of all, for good reason. Thank goodness that strat's gone. What the idea is, this Oracle's gonna pop out, is if you can get like 2 Overlords, if you can snipe them off the map, it's generally kind of worth it to go and knock the Void Ray down. It gives you some defensive options, but again, more importantly, it kills these Overlords. It denies map vision. It can supply block the Zerg in the early game, but that doesn't really matter because an Oracle is popping out here from Estrella pretty early on. And I guess the thing we talk about now is, well, Estrella's got 2 Adepts on the other side. Does he build a couple more and try to pair this Oracle with him to really get the damage done?
Yeah, it's a very straight up sort of style, right? The Oracle and the Adepts allow you to put on enough pressure to be aware of what your opponent is doing in the early game. That informs Estrella as to his ability to take this 3rd base. So he starts the Nexus up as soon as the Oracle moves across. He knows the 3rd is almost done. He knows there's hardly any creep out of the natural. And he's also seen just Zerglings and Queens defending gas here on the natural either. So these are all signs for Estrella that it's going to be more in line with what we saw him kind of prepping against in game 1. Like it looked like he was expecting or thinking that it would be a Zergling based style, and we have Ling speed here. But it's also worth mentioning, as you said, getting the Stargate early, having the option, even if you don't want to get it, even if you think it would be a horrible choice, but having the option to get that Void Ray if the Adepts see, oh, he's going Roaches again, that Ravager is coming, having the dedicated damage output, that's invaluable.
So here's what's really interesting to me as we look at this game, Nate. This is not triple Oracle, which is really become the box standard since Hero introduced it a couple years ago, but it's double Oracle. And behind this we have plus war, we have a Forge on the way, we have a Robo, we got a Twilight, and this is looking more and more, now granted we're gonna have to see exactly where the gas goes, but this is looking more and more like this is a +1 charge idea rather than kind of getting into Blink and going from there. Again, we're gonna have to see, but Oracle goes down. That's not really what you're looking for. So generally, like, I want to get 6 drones. I guess it's gonna be Blink after all. I want to get 6 drones maybe for my Oracle play, but he only got 3, loses an Oracle for it. Estrella he still has a solid defensive setup. Single Oracle can deal with the Lings. You're not super worried about that. But even still, like, you haven't gotten enough done with these Oracles to really justify their existence, at least not yet.
Yeah, and then he comes in through the 3rd base, has to bring everything back a little bit. This is the Lings, right? This is kind of what we were talking about, and this is the game where he doesn't have the quick resonating glaives Adept set up, because he kind of, I don't know if that choice was informed by the previous game, but he's definitely feels a little bit caught off guard here. So he's a guy that likes to be aggressive, wants to be aggressive. I assume with +1 in charge, this Prism is still going to try and go out and get some work done. But if you're Shin, you've got your 4th base finishing up. The creep spread, nothing to write home about, but also not as impactful in this matchup as others. And he has the map control and the vision from the Zerglings. So whether he chooses to dive in on these Zealots, yeah, he is going to go for him. It's worth mentioning the +1 melee is not done yet for the Zerglings. So he just says, I think I have a good enough surround without the shield battery, and I'm just going to go for it. I think this many Zerglings against just probes and 1 Oracle is probably enough. And he takes 3 probes away, and he's able to dip, and that Oracle runs out of energy. So just being super annoying in Estrella's face as much as possible.
I'd like to point out as well, so Estrella had Blink on the way, and then I don't know exactly, maybe it was just a fake for the entire time, maybe he saw something, but he did cancel it. So now +1 is done, charge is done, Archons have been made, and this is that charge lot Archon, he's adding in Immortals as well kind of idea. But because Estrella took so much damage, because he's lost, what is it, 4 Zealots, and Stalkers, and Adepts, and everything else. This timing that he's going for, yeah, it's gonna go and kill these Lings because they're, at least some of these Lings, because they're A-moved on the rocks and they don't respond quite quickly enough. But this Charge Lot Archon idea is not gonna get anything done. Shin's on 68 workers, he's happy for the time being, and he has so many Roaches on the way that this attack, I mean, you warp in, what is that, another Zealot to clear creep. Estrella doesn't need to be attacking right now. Estrella needs to be slamming down those shield batteries and cannons and everything else, because Shin's gonna max out in the next minute or so, minute and a half. And Estrella, he needs to be ready, and because of how everything has gone, it's not the easiest hold.
No, really the highlights here, it feels like in the last game, Estrella was thinking about the Lings, right? We kind of talked about it. This game, he wanted to double check and then go into the charge. You mentioned that he didn't have the blink, didn't have the resonating glaives. I think when the first thing you're doing when you get that Archon drop is you're having to use it defensively, and you're not able to get any element of surprise. You're not able to get any like, oh yeah, he doesn't have something in this spot because he's not expecting it. When they're just ready for it like that, that is always a really tough spot to be in. I love the Zealot control here, just focusing down the Queen and then going for the pickup so he can escape. So nice little bit of control there out of the Zealot drop. But this is an army that swells in supply rather quickly. A lot of Roaches, a lot of Lings. We got almost 200 supply Shin versus 120 from Estrella. That being said, Storm is finished in 3 seconds, so it's not impossible to hold, but it might be ugly if he gets a good spread on this.
We should point out, by the way, that Shin was pretty heavily supply blocked for 30 seconds or so, so this attack could be hitting 30 seconds sooner. Storms for now on the Roaches, Lings just a little bit better. The problem is this sledgehammer of Roach Ravager on the right side are going to get right on top of High Templar. One falls, second one goes down, and there is one more Storm, certainly, but Zealots are going to try to filter in more and more. The problem is, realistically, well, first of all, Shield Battery Overcharge isn't healing the Archons. One of them goes down. It was healing the cannon. Even still, though, the Zealots, for now, they're on top of the Ravagers. Ravagers actually die fairly quickly to Zealots, so Estrella, his supply is pretty much the same as it was when the attack started, and Shin's is about 50 down from where it was. So on top of that, 4th base still there. Yes, the pylon's going to go down, but Estrella handles this first hit just about as well as you possibly could.
Yeah, that 4th base getting popped kind of sucks, but at the same time, it is, you know, if he had held it right, 4 base Protoss versus 4 base Zerg, that's not a situation we're typically too concerned about the Protoss in. He is trying to secure his 4th again on the north side, but being 3 bases versus 4 with a full economy, it's a very playable position for this matchup. So Estrella is able to get another Zealot run by through. He's continuing to try and harass and put on as much pressure as he can, getting a few more drones at that northeast base, but he's done a decent enough job of keeping things moving along where he'll get another shot at it. But we're supply-wise, we're still looking at similar to where we were a few minutes ago, 112 to 168. And then for Shin, a little bit of that supply is going to come back in when he makes it. He's going to make a handful more Ravagers, but he's also been primarily just making Ling, Ravager, Roach. So he doesn't need that much money. He's going to be able to squeeze out a lot of units very quickly. And Estrella is going to need to get another big cost-effective trade or two. And if he does that, then I think things start to get a little tougher for the Zerg. Holding this 4th base is going to need to be a start, though.
Dude, this is so many Storms. He's got 9 High Templar. Like, yeah, you know, if a big Baneling connection, because we don't have Baneling speed just yet, it's on the way. If a big Baneling connection or a Reviler or something happens, that's a problem. But this is 9 High Templar. Like, this is so... And okay, I guess these only have 1 Storm. Yeah, they're going to have 1 Storm soon. But this is like 14 Storms or something like that. Some ridiculous number like that. If, yes, Estrella's down about 60 supply, but if these Storms land, it is very hard for Shin to do anything about it on this composition. So Hive's on the way. Hydra Den's on the way. 31 Banelings morphing in. I guess they're going to try to bust this 3rd base down and get on top of the mineral line, but you don't generally kill bases with Banes in this matchup. It's all about, you know, maybe knocking down the static defense or something. This is a big sledgehammer coming in from Shin on the north side.
Yeah, that's as some would say, it's a reasonable amount. So many Banelings. He's got 40 of them pushing up the top side. There's those Storms you were talking about, though. And look, you can try to split Templar. You can try to split the Banelings versus the Templar. But when there's that many Psy Storms, everything is just getting rained on. And the biggest thing I think he did before this fight was just make sure he pulled the probes away, and he never tried to send them back. He's just leaving them there chilling until this army is gone, because he knows that's the only thing that really hurts him. 71 to 78 workers, fantastic spot to be in for the Protoss. Not only that, he secures the 4th base, and his 5th is about halfway done. So if this Zealot attack on the south side is able to buy him even just a minute, half a minute, that should be enough for him to be able to go get that 4th a little more situated, or at least try and get something to help situate it. It still has the Overlord at the outside of the natural too. He never cleared that. So at some point, that's going to give him a little bit more info too when workers start transferring over there.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea, but I mean, I'm getting seriously worried about Shin right now. The first 2 attacks, first one got something done. Kansas base is actually +2 lings are very spicy. Do they have adrenal? No, they don't, but even still, +2 lings are going to be spicy enough to cancel this. But this army that Estrella is building against Hydra Ling Lurker, which is kind of what he's transitioning into, lots of lurkers. Nate, he's got 8 immortals. He's going to go up to 10. He's got a bunch of storms. He's going to have a charge to reinforce. This army, unless you're looking at, I don't know, 15, 20 lurkers, something like that, like a significant amount of lurkers that Shin won't really be able to afford for quite a while, if ever, is not one that loses to the army that Shin has. Yeah, supply is a little bit ahead of the Zerg, ahead for the Zerg, but the quality of this army is so much higher than what Shin is, A, what Shin has, but B, more importantly, what Shin is building into, that I am starting to get very afraid for our Korean Zerg.
Yeah, we head towards the dance, right? The lurkers, and then the Tempest or the carriers, whatever the tier 3 choice of air is, but we see a lot of it become try to land the revelation, try to land the abducts onto those air units to pull them through, and then the other big thing too is that the Oracle and the Revelation conversation, because as I'm sure many of you are aware, the Observer, that's typically your most stable detection that you have for Protoss. And then, well, you know, Protoss and Zerg can both kind of siege their air detectors, so it makes it a little bit harder to keep your observers from getting picked off. And then playing that kind of chess match against the lurkers, that can just be, that's got to be one of the most stressful things to deal with, man. Glad I don't do that.
All right, so Estrella's got 2 fleet beacons. He's got 1 done already, second one on the way. I guess just lost track of it, but that, he's not quite rich enough where that doesn't matter. You know, it'll always matter because these games can turn into games of attrition. Sure, fine. But he's still at the point where he's not maxed out, where every little bit of minerals, every little bit of gas does matter as he makes that transition. So, unfortunate. Is it going to matter? Who knows? But for right now, I understand setting up the ecosystem to go into Sky Toss if you need to. But this is still like, I was going to say this is still a game that he can win on the ground. But 17 lurkers is starting to get to that number where even
I mean, yeah, you're not engaging this head on with any ground force, right? Like that'd be borderline suicide at this point. So you kind of have to have other tools to either force them to spread those units out, or you make, again, the air transition. That's why we talk about it. Does get 2 of the lurkers with the stasis though. Still has them mostly revealed and drops a storm on the way out. Looks like you'll get 1 of them, but it is again, the risk here, I guess, for Shin is that these lurkers are more or less completely unsupported, right? He does have some Roachling coming in from behind now, but he doesn't want to let him get a complete surround either, because then 17 maybe isn't enough versus a 360-degree surround.
Yeah, look what Estrella's getting set up here, by the way. This is that 360 surround. He looks to move in from every single side, and we're going to see the slow field as well, so a lot of those spines are not going to get any damage done. It's disgusting. It's an annihilation, evaporation here of the majority of this army. Zealots are cloaked as well.
A little bit off creep there, didn't he? Just a little bit.
Yes, okay. You know, in fairness, that was 4 immortals dead and a bunch of archons died, and unfortunately 9 High Templar died as well. But in the balance of things, that was angle. Shin's army, and it's gone now.
Yeah, his whole losing 17 lurkers to it's like people talk about, it's like, well, why are lurkers good? It's like oh yeah, because they do splash damage, because they do line damage, because they have range. It's like, no, lurkers are good for the same reason that tanks are good. It's not that they kill everything, it's that when they're in the right spot, they can kill an infinite amount of stuff. But right in the middle, you know, that many different angles to approach, it was adventurous. It was adventurous. I won't knock it, but I will say it didn't quite have the results he was perhaps expecting. And now the carriers are coming out, so now he gets to deal with the consequences of his push not winning the game.
If it isn't the consequences of my own actions, hate to see it. But the other thing, you talk about carriers popping out, there's no carapace for Zerg, and Yes, Hydras can be an answer to carriers in some numbers, but when they don't have Carapace, and certainly when the Protoss player has +1, +2 on those carriers, Hydras just melt. They do not handle the interceptors well.
Hydras are squishy.
Yeah.
They're very squishy. Yeah, it's a very important point to bring up, that the focus has been on the attack upgrades, and it's like, yeah, +3 air attack, that's fantastic. But the interceptors are going to be a huge problem. He actually sends the Immortals to the north side during that drop. That Warp Prism pulled the whole army up, so he's able to snatch the north base. And Shin feeling like he has to make a little bit of something happen. He is maxed, but it's still spread out. He's going to move over towards that third base one more time, and he does get confirmation of the carrier, but it is just the one carrier, actually, so not quite enough to push this whole army back yet either.
Yeah, here's the problem, though. Shin at most gets the... Oh, Mothership is... you don't want to lose that one. That is a recall available to you. He's going to close... Like, look... Oh, I know. Sorry, that was a recall. Tried to bring his army to him. Did not work out here, so the base goes down. But the point I'm making, right? So at the most, Shin probably gets this base. You don't want to lose it. That's a lot of probes, and now you actually don't have a recall available to recall the probes and the army. That's a little bit more complicated. The problem is that Shin gets one base. Estrella gets every base. He gets all the tech. He's knocked down 2 already. He's going to knock down the natural here. Doesn't want to lose that observer, and we'll pull it back in time. But the damage that has been done by this setup is so incomparable, right? It's 3 bases. The main base, we're going to go into the main base now. The tech's going to be a problem, and yeah, you got a lot of lurkers here, Shin. How in the world do you get up this choke?
Yeah, you don't, right? There's so many storms. The Immortals alone, just trying to get up there and then siege, he's going to lose. Again, the full tech reset is really important to keep in mind too, right? Like, you lose the hive, you lose the spawning pool, you lose the infestation pit, you can't even rebuild the player. You can't even rebuild any of the things that you just lost. So you're more or less going back to the Stone Age, and let me tell you, that's a lot of worth gold and other things you're going to have to pull together to get that next tech back up. So he does find another one of the bases in the southwest, but I think that northwest base for Estrella, that's kind of his anchor. It's his anchor in shaky seas, as he's been able to keep that. That's been the biggest source of his fresh income for a while. The bottom left base he couldn't quite keep, and there's the recall to get his army out of the main. I love that he just leaves the one Immortal there too. Don't know if it was intentional or not, but trying to hit the probes hit the drones on the low ground. It's just a little heads up play. Now you love to see it.
Doesn't quite have the range though. I guess it's not in a depth. Doesn't like. Oh, God, I want to do it.
When Immortal range upgrade. When 7 range Immortal. When?
Don't talk about that, Nate. Immortals are already strong enough, okay? I know they're already a struggle. Please don't make them better.
I don't know. I got no beef with Immortals. I'm sorry.
As a Zerg player, that I have a lot of beef with Immortals. They are sneaky broken right now. I'm just saying it. And well, Shin's gonna have to break through that sneaky broken unit, and he's gonna knock a base down. He did put the lurkers in a really kind of an untouchable spot. You cannot get that full surround. But the problem is the carrier count continues to increase. We're at 4 right now. We're going to go up to 6 soon. The mothership's been remade. This Immortal is can't get the probes, certainly, or the drones, certainly, but drones turn into extractors, and he's killed 2 of those, so we'll say it's the same thing, right?
Hey, every extractor you kill, you got to spend a drone to rebuild it. It's not like they don't need the gas, right? So he tries to come up here, gets a little cheeky storm off on this army as he repositions, and big difference from last time is that it's not just a bunch of lurkers. He has a pretty decent ball of Hydras. The DPS output from that is going to make it really painful if he tries to dive this army again, but that's where the carriers are going to try and tip things the other way. So it's a dicey position, but I think if you're Estrella, it's your game to throw at this point, just because Shin, again, in Shadow Realm as far as his tech's concerned. He's about to finish his lair again. We're at 20 and a half minutes in, and if he wants to get more Vipers, now he has to start a Hydra. He's gonna have to start the Infestation Pit, start the Hydralisk Den, and then start the Hive, and we're about two, maybe 3 minutes away from more Vipers, so losing any of those becomes like just absolutely horrible for him. So exercise patience, take as many bases as you can, get your production up, and just don't put yourself in a position to throw. Okay, yeah, Shin kind of realizes he's been boxed out, so that'll do it then, and we go to game 3.
That we will. It's like one of those things where, okay, you assuming you have the time to get to Hive. Shin was mining off of 2 gas, and the map was very slow, very rapidly actually getting constrained against him. So it was like, great, you got a Hive. Can you support the gas required to build more Vipers? I don't think so. It's just your economy's dead, your army's dead, your tech is dead.
It costs so much too. It's like rebuilding the spawning pool is one thing, but it's like you can't do anything until after it's finished. And then there's 100 gas, another 100 for the infestation pit. Hive's like what, 200, 150 gas, something ridiculous like that. So all of a sudden, that's like 3 or 4 of your lurkers you're giving up just to rebuild your tech that you lost.
Well,
So,
it's not like you can
that's
convert them
tough.
into lurkers anyways. Your lurker den's also dead, so...
Oh yeah, good point. That's
It's not like you're losing
you
out
just
any
can't
lurkers,
really.
right?
What can you make? What can you make with a hatchery and nothing else? I believe drones and overlords. I might be wrong on that.
Have
but
you heard of
that's
the...
tough.
Have you heard of the story of the mass overlord? If you build more overlords... then like enough overlords to blot out the map, then your opponent cannot micro because they can't target fire your units.
It's not a secret the Balance Council would tell you.
Exactly.
They say there was one who was so gifted with the power of overlords that he could win games with just them. But it's sadly that knowledge was lost and it cannot be learned by anyone else. Every time.
I bet if you went and I don't know that it's available now because I think just the average skill of a StarCraft player, even like in say bronze or something, is going to be knowledge is going to be a little bit too high. But maybe like 8 years ago, if you maxed out, or you can't max out on overlords, if you built like a ton of overlords and like tried to just intimidate your opponent out of the game, like in bronze or whatever, like what was it? There was a league below bronze at one point, right? Like a intro league. If you do it there, I bet you could intimidate a player out of the game.
Yeah, or it's like the 4v4. It's like you're like your 3 teammates are gonna rush carriers and you make nothing but like 400 overseers, and then when you drop changelings, everybody lags out of the game, right? You're talking about some real unhinged type strategies there. But theoretically, you can make as many overlords / overseers as you want, but
Play is actually to leverage the fact that your PC is better than your opponent's, and you just cover the entire map with creep tumors.
That's why people play Mass Link. They just like I only like to have 120 lings running around specifically because I know it's gonna cut his FPS in half. I'm just a monster. That's about it.
Monster mash maybe, but we got to talk about one player that is a monster, at least in game 1. Let's see if he can do it again. In the upper left on Oceanborn, it's Shin.
And he faces off against the blue Protoss player in the bottom right. He is Australia.
Nate.
Funky series so far, huh? It felt like everything last game was kind of normal, and then Shin he tried to force it before the Vipers is really what it felt like, or he didn't think he could get the Vipers close enough. I don't know what it was, but just moving the 17 lurkers forward and having everything else like 2 screens away off creep, that was, I feel like Shin just felt like there was some sort of pressure. I don't know what it was that made him kind of push into that situation, but I feel like for him this game, he wasn't necessarily in a bad spot. I thought we kind of liked his early game, so he's just got to be a little more patient maybe with some of those moves. It's got to be frustrating, perhaps even a bit tilting when he does that attack on the north side and there's just like what was it Bayo, like 9 Templar with full energy, just brutal.
Yeah, I think part of what it is as we get later and later and this patch develops a little bit more, you talk to a lot of Zerg players, and they're going to say that mass immortal setup, double robo, triple robo, when you have that many immortals, it feels really hard. It feels extremely hard to deal with. Lurkers, at a certain point, I mean, we saw what happened. Yes, if you put yourself in a really nice sieged up position, and you force the Protoss player to attack from like one angle, you go from there. Sure, fine. But in general, this Charge Lot, Archon, Immortal, Storm, given the state of just how the balance is, just all the buffs and nerfs the different units have gotten, it feels really hard to fight. Yes, you can go into Broodlords. Broodlords are not particularly a good unit for the most part right now. So it's like, well, I go Lurkers, but if I'm on Lurkers, I'm on a timing, and I have to win the game because eventually the units, they do not scale into the late game. The Protoss player can outscale on the ground. They can outscale in the air. The Lurkers are very much a timing-based unit. So Shin, by going for that, I guess maybe thinking he was in a better position than he was, or he could put himself in a better position, like position on the map than maybe he otherwise would have been able to find, did have to go with those Lurkers. Eventually, you get +3 and start to get shields, and you get to like 12 immortals and storms and everything. It becomes very difficult for that army that Shin has to ever take a cost-effective trade.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where we talk about like what's changed, what's happened, you know, what is the state of the game, how did we get to these conclusions about the state of the game and stuff like that. I think it really just speaks volumes. Again, you look back on last year with the big open maps, those third bases were really hard to take. You had huge angles with multiple different attack paths onto almost every third base. And then this year, it's been tightened up quite a bit. You know, you look at a map like Oceanborn, there's really only one direct path towards where that third is. It's pretty easy to put your army somewhere that covers both of them. That makes the game, you know, tons easier when it comes to dealing with things like the Zergling run-bys and all of that stuff, which was a huge part of the meta of last year. You see a pretty tremendous amount of those heavy link plays, and the Protoss either having to decide to send the Oracle back or whether they're going to have the wall off with the pylon and the Zealot next to it and all of that. And it can be, it's still something that you occasionally see, but it's obviously a lot easier to deal with when your natural or your main is a hop, skip, and a jump from your third, rather than, you know, your third being like 2 screens away.
And even this, right? You talk about the Ling flood early. Yeah, this isn't going to get a lot done because the Oracle is here, but it's forcing energy from the Oracle on this side of the map, and that means that it's not going to be damaged on the other side. And realistically, Estrella has wasted a lot of energy on this Oracle for not a lot of Lings. So
if he cancels the third, this is everything I think that you want for Shin. That's a huge dub. But
it should never happen.
It's supposed to be a lot harder to do this. I think losing the Adept and the Oracle energy, though, I think this was just that was just a huge play by Shin. He gets the cancel. It didn't have to flood out a bunch more Lings across the map. There was no desperate scramble. He just cancels it at 99% and goes home. You're not going to do anything else with those Zerglings for a long time in this game, so what more can you really ask of them? It's a nice little pickup. He is going to make a few more Lings. He's going to start his Spore Crawlers as he hits a mild supply block bump and gets ready to defend against the Oracle harass.
And it was a massive mistake from Astray. He turned the Oracle beam on. I don't think he ever turned it off, and he just let the Oracle sit there instead of chasing the Lings down. And then that meant that he ran out of energy, and the Lings canceled the third base. And now we talked about how much damage Oracles have to get done. On the one hand, Oracle, this is a macro opener, absolutely. But you do want Oracles to get damage done. Letting them, say, 1 or 2 drones is not great. And because this third base has been delayed, it's even worse. And as the Lings show up on the other side, it's a full surround on the Adept, on the Stalkers. They force the Oracles back home again. And Estrella is not dead in this map. Absolutely not. But Shin is running this map. He's got everything that he could want. And now the question becomes, what is it that he wants? Is it going to be Stormhost? Probably not. Not on this map. He's not really building into it up on that timing. Is it just a big Road Ravager Sledgehammer? I don't know. Looks like it. But anything that Shin wants right now, he's allowed to have.
Yeah, that map control that you can get from a situation like this is just really nice. The Stalker count goes up, he can kind of zone and push away, but otherwise things kind of cruise back into a more stable PvZ situation. That being said, 3-base Protoss versus 3-base Zerg, not like Stray is going to be complaining too much as his probe count goes back up. I think big things that he'll probably be keeping his eyes on, as he is just going to go for a little move out. He wants to see what he can get if Shin's being too greedy. But for Shin, he still needs to think about where he wants that mid-late game to go, because it wasn't like he didn't have the opportunity to do what he wanted last game either. The reaction and the follow-up is going to be super important, although there are a few more pretty standard choke points that people move through on this map. This map's pretty reasonably choky, so those lurkers, maybe they find a bit more purchase, or maybe we just see something a little bit differently out of him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. For now, he's trying to put pressure on the 4th base. Not a lot of Stalkers, though, so an Overseer goes down. An Overlord should fall down here as well, and that's always going to be really nice. His Lings shark around, but it really shouldn't get a lot there. The SimCity is well set up for Estrella. But again, so we don't have a Robo, right? But there's no pylon on the map either. This is just the Stalkers are going to do what they can. Stasis Trap is going to show up, not get a lot done here. And I think this should just force... I don't know if it forces... Yeah, no, with the Lings behind, this is going to have to be a recall, but it's a sloppy one. So 2 of the Stalkers are going to go down. Oracles, they kill some Lings, sure, fine, but they're out of energy here for the most part. And now Shin is the one that can feel pretty unlocked on the map. You know what? By the way, Nate, I said it probably wasn't going to be Stormhost based on the timing. I lied. It is Stormhost after all.
That's okay. It's all good. The best part is getting to watch these guys do their thing. You know, I don't try to guess too much what's going to happen. I just like to see it, baby. The Nidus is going to make things nuts. He can hit on that southwest side. There is a Zergling on the north side, 3rd base too. So, I mean, for Swarmhost, what's the key? It's always that you really want the first wave of Locusts to completely catch your opponent off guard. Like if you can deal any amount of damage with the first wave, that typically can snowball. But if the first wave gets shut down, then usually as a Zerg, you're feeling pretty sad, right? So this is a big moment here as he drops that first wave, and if he just clicks that Nexus and gets it, that's devastating.
So I got good news and bad news here. So he's gonna click the Nexus down. I think it is just gonna die. No, actually no, he's got Storm in time. It's still dead. I was gonna say I got good news and bad news. Good news for Shin, the supply is there. It is a massive lead, and Estrella doesn't seem to know. The bad news, technically, a storm is done, and you can storm down Locust Waves and really minimize the damage they get done. Turns out that was also good news because it just wasn't there in time, and the Natural's dead. Estrella now, he does have a powerful army. He's got +1 Blink Stalker. They handle the roaches fairly nicely. But you only have about a 30-second window to fight every single time, because then, well, there's another Nidus. Swarm hosts are going to pop up. You got to... Oh, Stalkers are maybe going to find this. Maybe force some of the Locusts to land. Not going to do that. And where's our defense here? Okay, good news. Actually, he's not going to click the Nexus down, so Shield Battery Overcharge should keep this alive. Stasis Traps on the north side are doing a really nice job. And Estrella has an opportunity here to hold this base. Nope, never mind. I lied. Never mind.
When that first wave catches you off guard, the DPS on those Locusts, man, they rip buildings down so fast. And it's worth mentioning too, because of the roach upgrades that he got, no melee this time. Those Locusts also benefit from his +1 attack. So I think that's another thing that's helped him just barely edge this fight out. And you know, the conversations people have about roles that different units have, but the Swarm Host, it's like a holding unit. You know, it still takes up supply. It gives you tremendous value, but in between those waves, it doesn't do anything. So for Shin, he has to put this pressure on, because if he gets attacked and he has to defend without his Locust Wave, then his army is a lot worse, right? So this is just that back and forth now, where because he couldn't withstand the first attack, now the only way to withstand the follow-ups is to keep his whole army home. And honestly, I think for Shin, this is the beginning of a build-up to the place he needs to get. He's getting his lair, getting his lurker den, continuing to eat the map control with the Nidus, and it's just a frustrating spot to be in for the Protoss.
You know, Nate, I gotta say, I was really surprised that we didn't see Oracles using Stasis Traps on the mineral line. So yes, they can be really good against the Roaches and the Ravagers, 100%. But every Locust caught in a Stasis Trap is dead. It times out before the Stasis Trap ends. That timer does decrement as the Stasis Trap is going, unlike most things. So it's a better score is really what it is. The Lings are going to try to click that Nexus down. We'll cancel, but things go down.
The Natural's getting sniped too.
Yeah. Man, you're right. Once this starts to snowball, it's really hard to unsnowball. Estrella's supply is growing. If you can get like 175, you can generally run across the map and make something happen. But
he's already. It's like that. We already have to look at it like he's gonna, and he is gonna have to base trade. Because for Shin, why would you ever just not launch a wave of Locust at one of their bases every time they leave? So the only way to defend is with your full army, which means if he moves out, he's got to be ready for it to lead to the end of the game, and that's where the transition into lurkers is just, you know, that's some great big brain plays there. Keep just enough defensively that when he tries to force that you have something for it.
Yeah, good news for Estrella is that for the first time, a Nidus didn't get up. The Swarm Host didn't spend their wave, and that is something. And, you know, when you talk about this as well, as the Storm is not really going to land, if you go for the Swarm Host Roach Ravager, which is exactly what Shin is going for, you're not going to have as many workers as you might otherwise go for, because there's a lot of supply. Yes, it is a lot of damage. We've seen 3 bases go down. Oh, this is actually such a big deal here. Yeah, lurkers are good eventually, but if he can knock down so many of these Swarm Hosts, knock that supply down, knock that potential down, yeah, the Swarm Hosts, they may knock this base down, but this has got to be a go period for Estrella right now. He knows that Shin's supply has been slammed into the ground. He knows, yes, there's maybe a transition, but you gotta try your luck here, especially as that base is gonna get canceled. Although the other way to look at this is, now the pressure on my bases is gone.
This is fascinating, Theo. He's remaxing into Ling Roach with his lurker support. It's still I'm not going to say low tech, because the lurkers are the tech, but he's got a crazy amount of Lings, which makes me feel like he's hoping to go for a dive on maybe one of these armies out on the map or something if he can. Those stasis wards were probably the most clutch setup that he had. He actually does get a pretty big one outside where that Nidus is building. So maybe that's what buys Estrella the space that he needs, but Shin has been making it very difficult for him to get where he wants. And with this big max out, is he going to be able to do it? The revelation is on some of the lurkers. He's going to put the Nidus on the other side of the wall to let himself in or reinforce behind it. The Swarm Hosts come up, but there's only 4 of them left. So we typically talk about Zerglings not being like the end game unit for fighting these upgraded forces, but since it is just a bunch of Stalkers and Immortals, the single target DPS for taking out huge swells like that isn't really there without the Storm.
No, it's not. Oh man, these Immortals are starting to go down as well. I was gonna say, I kind of like it. Estrella setting up the surround. He's got Immortals here. It's only 4 or it's only 8 lurkers, but that Nidus on the other side, generating creep, allowing the next or allowing things to get knocked down. All of a sudden,
He's twisting the knife there. That's what that is. Like, this would be, I think traditionally, it would be somewhat difficult to reinforce across the map a push like this, and maybe Estrella holds it. But with the Nidus for the instant transmission across the field, that's just filthy. You love to see it. Shin takes a 2-1, and I feel like we can say after the way that series went, it definitely felt like he reached into his bag of tricks, his goodie bag for that game 3, and you love to see it. Just tip of the cap to Shin for going for a little bit of a YOLO play with the swarm host, but if it's a feast or famine type of strategy, and he feasted.
That he did, and that means now Estrella knocked down to knockout bracket round. Yeah, still not sent down a knockout bracket round 1, which means he's gonna have a long road if he wants to make top 4 directly qualify. Well, I was gonna say directly qualify for EWC, but as the #1 seed out of Americas, he already has that qualification. But if he wants to make a deep run in the tournament, it's going to be a tough road to hoe. But, Nate, we got a lot more StarCraft on the way. So we've already had 2 lower bracket matchups. Absolutely. It's been great. But there is more on the way because Marine and Clem, lower bracket round 2 is going to be what happens next. And then it is going to be, if paying attention, want to look a little bit further forward, it's going to be stats versus TBD, which should be the losers. I pull my bracket up. It will be stats versus the loser of. Oh, sorry. It'll be stats versus Shin. There we go. Stats versus the winner of this series is what is going to happen next. So give us 4 minutes when we're back. It's going to be a TVT. Nate, I know you're going to be frothing at the mouth for that one as we get to see Cyclones, and actually Cyclones are not as bad as they once were.
If it's if it's a good match, I'll give it the credit it deserves. But as a Terran player, TVT is a matchup that nobody likes. So. Yeah, it's mostly just fun to watch the best players do it anyway. So I'll give you that.
All right, there we go. So Clem here, Marine, after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to our penultimate series here in Group A of the winner stage. We've had a lot of players. We've had some players knocked out to the knockout stage. We've had some players survive and continue to move on. And now we get to see who gets knocked down to knockout bracket round 2 and who gets moves on to a knockout bracket round 3. Again, as we were talking about this, less games, less power, less preparation, more time to prep yourself. It works out at the end of the day. We start with a TVT, and as I see Twitch chat is saying, I'll tend to agree. Man, you know, poor Gabe, Nate. He goes and he earns a matchup with Maru, and his consolation prize for losing to Maru, which no one blames you losing a TVT to Maru, is Clem. That doesn't
that's tough.
Doesn't feel good.
It's tough. You know, Hero Marine, when I think about Big Gabe, I think about his TVT style over the years. I think perhaps his biggest weakness is that he's probably one of the most honest players in that matchup. Like his style being so much about just straight up regular macro, not as much about anything kind of crazy. I don't know what his occasional cheese he'll throw in these days is, but he's just the kind of guy that if you think about playing a very standard game, that is what you're getting. And he's extremely good at it. He is a very good high-level Terran player, but he is just not, he's not the person to do the weird stuff that you're like, oh, wow, this guy came in here with kind of something funky prepared. And I think that's where you end up struggling against players that take that first decisive move. As you know, StarCraft II, particularly in TVT, you've got very little in the way of there's no seatbelt for TVT, so to speak. You get attacked early on and you're not ready for the specific build your opponent did. It's very common on the ladder anyway to run into like those build order counter situations. And then in tournaments, people are a little bit more careful. You expect maybe the Proxy Reaper. You don't see as much of some of the other ones. That Marauder build can still be pretty dangerous as a powerful all-in, especially versus players that open Cyclones. But I think that Clem, well, just think about the match we had about him earlier. What did we see Clem do, Bayo? It was some cheeky plays. It was the proxy, but not the all-in. I'm going to build the starport on the other side of the map and then immediately fly it home after the medevac. So he kind of has a full range and a degree of patience when doing those builds that he doesn't say, oh, I killed some stuff, now I'm going to go all in. He's like, oh no, now I'm really far ahead and I can just focus on my build. Yeah,
it's funny. There have been eras to Clem's TVT. You go back 5 years ago, it's like, wow, or maybe less. You go back 3 years ago, it's like, wow, Clem is really good. He is going toe to toe with the best in the world, but his TVT is Achilles heel. It is a problem that he really needs to solve if he wants to hit that next level. And like, okay, sure, fine. You know, he struggles against Spirit maybe in a qualifier. Certainly never beats Maru, but as of late, it's not a weakness. I don't know that Clem has. He will lose games. Certainly, we saw him lose to stats, but it's not a weakness. Not really. He, especially when you talk about eras, the most recent patch. So not the patch that just happened, but the patch that we had Atlanta on. Clem was arguably the best TVT player in the world because his Cyclone micro was so good. His hot pickup micro, his ability to abuse, the ability to retarget instantly.
Unreal.
Insane.
Yeah, they were unreal.
And now with the Cyclone being nerfed, he's not, you know, he doesn't have that, he can't abuse it quite as strong. But, you know, if I'm Hero Marine, I got to find some way to
leave the damn Cyclone alone, okay? Nobody cares about it enough anyway, all right?
Well, you know, they counter battle cruisers maybe. Not really, but...
yeah. Nothing counters battle cruisers, all right?
Explains Nate's 100% win rate on the ladder.
I didn't say I could get them every game. I just said they're the best unit. That's all.
It's fair. My personal unit of enmity is I'm gonna say Thors are a problem. You know, Nate, a +3 Thor has more DPS than a Dark Templar.
What do you love about the Thor so much? What makes it so good in your mind?
Oh no, I hate it. I think it's too strong.
Okay.
It's much like, okay, you're a Terran player, so you're gonna pick the unit that you love from Terran and say this is the best thing. I'm gonna pick the unit from Terrans that I'm like, oh, this is painful. I'm not a big fan of this because it feels too strong. +3.
You hopefully won't see any Thors in this matchup because they're pretty crap in TVT. Thankfully,
this is fair.
I would be stunned. I would be shocked and appalled if there was a non-zero number of Thors made in this matchup outside of perhaps a cheese, which would still appall me because I feel like that's a little bit out of the range of the cheese that we see Clem do. And if Gabe does a Thor rush in the first game of this matchup, then yeah, I don't know.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
That's gonna be. I'm gonna have a hard time keeping it all together. You know.
Gabe goes mech, Clem goes bio, game goes later. Clem has to get a bunch of liberators, and Gabe's response is Thors, because you do see that one occasionally. I don't know that it's the best thing, but it is like kind of a panic response if you don't have the air infrastructure set up. That's a slightly more reasonable path. But anyways, to keep people up to date, we are not just sitting here talking about Thors because we want to talk about Thors. Although, you know, Thor is here.
I was just trying to get Bayo to tell me something he loves about Terran. I was trying to see what I could get out of you.
I will never admit to loving Nate's the rate that
because
Nate plays.
I could tell you things I love about all the races in this game. And I think it's important to keep that in mind occasionally, that there's fun parts about all of this, fun parts of this for all of us here. I mean, some people are going to sit through this TVT for any reason. I think it would be cool if we saw one of those weird builds. I just feel like Hero Marine, by the nature of the way that he plays, this should just be a slightly more traditional game. Like maybe Reaper Hellion, maybe we get that Cyclone drop out of Clem, but out of Hero Marine, I wouldn't expect any of the weird stuff though. If he does something off the ball, I think that'll probably be what makes it more interesting. But it's just tough because Clem is just such a huge favorite, right? Against pretty much everybody, even the other top dogs. He's one of the only guys that can beat them. So I think that's the other side of it too, is how much does he want to expose himself? What kind of risks does he want to take here? And yeah, how much is he willing to risk it? Because Gabe, I feel like that's the trap he sets. You know, Gabe's going to play very straight up, let you make a few mistakes, and then he's going to roll you with his first push.
I got one caveat for you, Nate. Just one small one. So first of all, Nate has asked for. So we are not just here waiting. Some players had to come off stage.
We're waiting for the lobby's not set up yet, so we can't do too much yet.
But on top of that, Hero Marine said, "Hey, I need a couple minutes." And right now he's saying, "Well, someone changed my chair. He's pulling the flash move. My chair has to be perfect. My setup has to be perfect." But if I'm Hero Marine, I'm also taking this time to like think back, like, okay, what trick can I pull on Clem? How can I pull deep into my bag of tricks and pull out Excalibur and see what's going to happen with that one? And I will tell you that Dolan is also playing in this tournament. And you might say, wait, Bayo, why are you talking about Dolan? We're talking about Hero Marine. Dolan is the master of the Dolan builds, these weird, highly optimized Terran builds that really punch far above their weight. And I know at Atlanta last year, and I know generally you get all these Terran players, these North American Terran players together in this conference with Hero Marine. I don't know that's happening at this tournament just yet, but I can tell you it's happened in the past. And there's like a slim chance that Hero Marine's already had a chance to talk to Dolan and say, yes, I got the Dolan build ready to go, right? Because if you take Hero Marine's execution and Dolan's mad genius, maybe there is something there.
That's the other side of all interesting strategies, right? Every interesting build or strategy that exists, anything that is not the standard meta is bad. And it's not bad because it doesn't work. It's bad because it doesn't always work, even though people who play meta strategies also have 50% win rates. You know, it's one of those things that, like, it's a never-ending conversation subject, because people will say, oh, you can't do this, or this is bad, or this is broken, blah blah blah, and then somebody does it and they're like, well, does this mean that all those other people were wrong? And it's like, not necessarily. There's a reason why people say that, but people never really talk about the reasons. They just focus on the end result. They're like, this doesn't work. But it's like, well, if you're playing the kind of person who maybe isn't doing certain builds, then that can also be what opens up for you too. And that's where the strategy starts to get really granular, and we see people do cool stuff. So I don't expect Hero Marine to be the player that tries to do that, because at the same time, you know, it's that 1,000 kicks versus the one kick 1,000 times. Hero Marine plays really good straight up standard play. To try and completely switch it up and do something he has, you know, that he doesn't show very much, or that he hasn't practiced as much, is taking a similar level of risk to just playing standard anyway, because it's highly likely that Clem's always expecting people are going to try to catch him off guard, since he's so strong in the late game.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. And at the end of the day, Hero Marine is a system Terran. He does the same thing over and over again with extreme efficiency. And is it the standard? Not really. He's got his own style. He's got his own pushes. He's known to play mech in TVZ. He's the king of these 2.5 base pushes, 1.5 base pushes in TVP. But again, it's a question. Does that system work against Clem? Does any system work against Clem? He is in the lower bracket, but I don't know. Clem's always kind of struggled in his first match of the day of a tournament, so it's hard to hold that against him, really. But you know, Nate, we don't have to wait much longer, because we have a game ready. It's gonna be on Alcyone.
We made it.
There we go.
We did it, boys and girls. We did it. We are here. in the first game of Hero Marine versus Clem.
Yeah, we are. So in the upper right for Team Liquid, looking to move on to knockout bracket round 3. Start his run there. For Team Liquid, it's Clem.
And his opponent in the bottom left, spawning as the red Terran player, he is Hero Marine. The biggest of Gabe's. It's been around forever. I guess technically Clem has also been around for a long time. That he had. I guess now it's more relevant to finish the story we started when Maru was playing, and mention, of course, that Clem was for a long time one of those guys that was people somewhat of a known value, somewhat like Raynor. Oh, there's a young player that's really good, that's high up on the Grandmaster ladder, that takes games off these guys all the time, but not quite old enough to play in the WCS circuit yet. And of course, StarCraft II. We've been playing this game for what, 14 years now, so just about in a month or so. So crazy to think that we've literally just got multiple generations of players for the game, which is just one of those fascinating things. Now these are the guys in their early 20s grinding it out and giving us these great crazy matches. But we'll just have to see what Gabe has in store for Clem, as TVT pretty traditional in terms of the openers. Expectations are Reaper into Hellion or Reaper into Cyclone. Sometimes you do Reaper Hellion aggro with like a Liberator around the side, or you go for something like that Cyclone drop. I don't know about you, Bayo, but Clem's Cyclone micro is still pretty good even with the nerfs, so I wouldn't hate to see it. It's a build I like, even though it's not as strong as it was on the previous patch, but it's good for the reason that the Cyclone's lockdown is still strong, and you can still kind of just micro against people and dodge shots a lot.
Yeah, and actually, theoretically, right? Yes, the lock-on micro is a little different because there is that dead time now where you're not locking on anymore. But that also means that pickup micro, if you're good at it, theoretically maybe makes it even a little bit stronger, because if you can break that lock on, that's a solid, what is it, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, something like, whatever the timing is, where you don't have that lock on available. If you can maintain it on your own, maybe that's worth doing. You can minimize, like the damage window is smaller, so you can maybe take a little bit less. I don't know. For now though, Eric's double gas factor from both players, Clem, Hero Marine, Command Center behind this as well. So we talked about, hey, maybe we see something weird, aggression. Maybe Paul Dolan goes and whispers sweet nothings in Hero Marine's ear and sends him off into fairyland. But for now, we're not going to see that one, right? Same build, same opener, very optimized, starport behind. So the question then becomes, who do both players decide to get aggressive? Does one player decide to get aggressive? Is it a third base timing? How do you, we have this safe opener. Barracks Double Gas Factory, Command Center is a thing for a reason. It's defensive against aggression. It's aggressive against defensive things. But now that we're having this very mirrored build, how do you play out of there? And for now, we are seeing one tiny difference. Hero Marine a little bit more defensively, getting that Widow Mine, shutting down any sort of Hellion Reaper play that might run across the map.
Yeah, the biggest things to keep in mind for this phase of the game is that both players, you're typically feeling vulnerable until your first starport unit is out, and that's what everything is going to revolve around. So if Clem goes for the second Cyclone here, it could be that type of drop play with it. He might just try to drop everything that he has, as he's going to get the Tech Lab instead of a second unit out of that, or another unit out of the factory. He did make the Hellion, but for Hero Marine, I feel like you're going to get tanks. Maybe he's just going to get into his Raven production a little bit earlier. And it is such a tricky matchup in that it revolves so much around building these units out of the individual production structures, where in TVT is unlike any other matchup. You'll see lots of workers get killed, and it'll have almost no impact on who's actually ahead or behind, because those little trades in this matchup, they oftentimes aren't going to stop you from building that one tank or that one Raven that you're building at a time, and they take long enough that you can kind of sustain some losses and still get them going. But the drop has arrived. Widow Mine manages to get a little bit of a dodge there on it. Doesn't lose the drop, doesn't lose the Cyclone. I think he got the mine too. So some early pressure from Clem, but nothing crazy. I do say I'm not surprised that Hero Marine is I'm going to open with the Raven in the tank and play this one as close to the chest as I can, get this to that comfortable macro position. Maybe we see something like two Ravens into Viking production and then a push from Clem. But the third base is going to be the choice for Hero Marine.
Yeah, I really like what we saw Hero Marine do, though. He kind of had this inkling that Clem might shark around, look to run in from a different angle, so he postured himself on the map. And did he get every part of that drop? Nah, some units survived, but he got the medevac down. He got the production-heavy unit, the gas-heavy unit, this thing that when we talk about, well, starport production time, so in a Protoss game, we talk about how important robo production time is, right? Because What do you get? Colossus, Immortals, Observers, Prism. It's a big question. Same is true in TVT of the starport. Do you build Ravens? Do you build Medivacs? Do you build Vikings? If you're on Attack Lab here, it's a lot of production time that you got to worry about. So knocking that Medivac down early means that there will not be another one for quite a while. And that gives Hero Marine a ton of space in this world to go maybe take a third base, as the third base is halfway done, to get more Ravens, to just play this, to macro up just that much more into the mid game. So it might not seem like a lot, but knocking that Medivac down really unlocks the map for Hero Marine for quite a bit. I guess the next question, though, is do you try it all to get aggressive with these Ravens, or just keep it home defensively, so if Clem ever decides to go try to siege up into you, you have a nice, easy shutdown?
Yeah, that's the toughest question in TVT. You know, one of my favorite speeches or spiels about this specific question is Demu. Demu, I think, a long time ago had a great answer for it, but I have always felt this way as well, and it's that when your opponent in TVT sends all their Ravens across constantly and just dumps their energy in your base, they are more or less asking for you to push them. Because the other thing to keep in mind is Hero Marine's defensive style, he also had the Ravens faster. Look at that energy on his Ravens. He has the interference matrix ability. He could shut down all the tanks that Clem has. Clem's tanks are kind of spread out. So you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you have energyless Ravens across the map that you kill like 2 or 3 SCVs maybe, but your opponent is still mining their gas, they're still building their tanks, right? Like when you deal damage to the mineral economy in TVT, it doesn't have too much of an effect until you actually have enough production to be spending those minerals, because it does just revolve around that 1-1-1 so much. So I like that Hero Marine saves the energy, but I think for Clem, it's kind of a bold, confident kind of choice to say, yeah, I'll throw a turret at him early on, but he's the one with 2 Ravens that have about half their energy. And when they take their first fight, whenever that is, Hero Marine will have 3 full energy Ravens. So it could take 6 siege tanks off the board with that if he wants to.
I was going to ask you, actually, how do you feel about Hero Marine hitting like a 1-1 timing? Because he's going to at least have an inkling. I don't know if he's going to properly know, but he's going to at least have an inkling that, well, hey, my opponent opened Medivac. So that means likely he's only on 2 Ravens instead of 3. They came out a little bit later. They're going to have less energy. If we have the same number of tanks, I'm going to be able to shut down more tanks than he is. I'm going to have more tanks firing for effect. Maybe that is the timing that he can hit. I don't know. For now, though, Clem knocks down the supply, or puts the supply depot down. It is immediately going to die, but it's a nice scout off. It shows everything that's happening, and Stim's done for both players. Combat Shields is done soon for Hero Marine, but it's not here yet. Upgrade's done soon, but not there yet, so really can't stick the fight. And the game does go on, but again, 3 Ravens to 2, 1-1's done soon. Is this the timing you hit?
Yeah, I feel like 2-2 is still where players generally aim for, because forgetting or not forgetting the armory is such a crucial aspect of late game Terran. Like we all harp on it, and everybody will to the end of time because of what Marines are as a unit, but the upgrades are just always going to be the most important thing for them. So while they are lined up, I don't know. The jockeying for this position can work. I don't think necessarily because of the 1-1, but it's mostly just about the Ravens. Like if he could deny the third, it would be nice, but the siege tank spread becomes like, okay, maybe you interference matrix the 2, and then you try to siege up right below the pervert pillar and kind of crawl up to that spot, or he drops the back of the natural and uses the tanks to zone away too. Can also be a good play since he doesn't have full coverage on this side. Yeah, Clem's tank actually cannot reach those Marines behind the gas. That is just frustrating. And there we see the first interference matrix. So he says, okay, now I can just run up and attack in this base. And well, Clem does have 2 full energy Ravens of his own. He's going to try and send some units out into the middle of the field to catch maybe reinforcements, but very good defensive play thus far, Bayo.
It is, and yeah, this thing in the middle of the map, he's not going to catch reinforcements. He's going to try to sandwich this army, but anti-armor missile is going to go down, and these Marines should melt. A couple Marines stuck in the Medivacs, though, is a problem, and we talked about Raven energy and who has more, who has less tank shutdowns. You still have enough energy in the Ravens. Kerwin tries to stim on top of this. The tanks are shut down. He wants to drop on top of it. It looks like it's the right answer, though. He slams this down. Yeah, his tanks go down, sure. But Hero Marine got a lot more. That looks so hard for Hero Marine to take that fight, and somehow it actually worked out for him really nicely.
It's this map. You have like these alleyways he tries to move through. It takes quite a bit of a pot shot. There's no tanks over on this third, though. Good opportunity for Gabe to sprint forward and try to get on this. He pulled everything out towards the natural, and now this base is completely exposed. So Hero Marine saying, again, I'm going to absorb the earliest aggression, go for some big counter-aggressive play, use the 3 Ravens full of energy. I didn't think he'd quite be able to break him, and I still don't believe that he's going to, but I feel like Clem almost just opened the door on the third right there.
I mean, you say
he's still close. He's still a little close. He's got one of his other tanks in the back. I think the fact that he hasn't stopped the mining yet is what's giving. Clem is still able to make money from this base so far, and I think that with the reinforcements coming out, at least dislodging these 2 for third tank had moved up. Maybe not, but the SCV pull is where it gets a little bit tougher. His 2-2 is about to finish, so he's going to have that slight edge on the defensive side in the second year as well.
Yeah, so I guess the base is going to get held at the end. I mean, I was looking at that rally. I'm like, oh man, you say he's not going to break it, but this rally's coming in. It looks pretty strong.
Until he lost the SCVs, it's when you lose. It's like the workers in this situation start to matter because they have so many barracks, and then the economy damage actually does something. But he landed the 4th while that was happening, and it's fully saturated. So assuming that these liberators don't get up on him, it's not like he can't cover the tanks, but he's moved his whole army away. So I don't know. If like Hero Marine scanned this, he could probably just pick everything up and just drop on that green health tank. Or he might even just run up the ramp since it only has 3 HP anyway.
Yeah, actually,
there it is.
There we go. Liberators.
I was gonna say, I think as that happened, the Liberators got both, or at least got that 4th base there.
Liberators sieged up the 4th and the 3rd, triggered Clem to pull back into the main base or back into the natural to deal with that. It's like, well, now my 3rd base is wide open, and I was already hanging on by a thread. So Clem, Knight, he did get up into +1 mech a little bit faster. That did mean that he was able to go, and his tank's a little bit stronger trying to defend that fight. But I mean, realistically,
those Ravens, the Ravens, I feel it's so big. I feel like it's so big to have that ability to pick and choose, because the Marines can't really do much without the tanks to zone for them, right? And then everything else is kind of playing around the Marines, killing the turrets or pushing everything else away. So just having that utility and having that more prepared first attack from Hero Marine, just I wasn't gonna lie. I'm like, this looks like a situation where he lands the 4th, gets it set up while he barely holds the 3rd base. The SCVs were all mining most of the time. So I was like, okay, if he just stops this right here, then all of a sudden the script can kind of flip, because Hero Marine had just kind of taken his 4th during that, didn't really have it going fully yet. So I'm a little surprised there. I think that was a great game from Hero Marine to be able to take the first map. I definitely did not expect Clem to break there, but he did a really good job getting the Liberators on the outside during that. Just great use of the tech units. I think anytime you throw away tech units early in TVT, whether it's dumping Raven energy for just 1 or 2 SCVs, it rarely ever feels like it's worth it to not have that more defensively. But I guess based on when the attack hit, maybe it didn't even matter. I don't know. Just good tactics by Hero Marine.
Yeah, I can't believe that Hero Marine won that fight in the middle of the map, right? It was a full sandwich. All of his tanks were shut down. Maybe there was one firing, but majority, if not all of them, were shut down. They weren't firing on anything. And then his Ravens did not shut down a single tank. They really didn't drop an auto turret. They had like 1 anti-armor missile on the bio on the bottom side that Hero Marine was able to fight first, so that had that going for them. But 3 Ravens, 1 anti-armor missile is not the value that you're looking for. So you're looking at this, it's like, this should be a fight that comes smashes, and all of a sudden Hero Marine's not able to be on the map, and it's a problem. And instead he kills all the bio, and then realizes, oh, crap, I got a bunch of stuff left over. Let me kill the tanks too, because it was kind of a 2-part fight.
Yeah, he moved everything. He moved everything towards the planetary when that Liberator came over too, and that was the moment when he dove on the tanks at the 3rd again. He didn't fully repair the tank, so the tank only had like 5 or 10 health. So it's a couple of little things like that. Although I guess the anti-armor missile in any sort of Marine fight is still pretty good value. I think he probably wanted to get a little more. He had the interference matrix on the tank in the natural when he did that drop. But I guess I was expecting a little bit sharper control maybe out of Clem. Maybe that's what caught me off guard about it. He typically finds a way to turn those situations around. So maybe our boy Gabriel is feeling extra big today. They say everything's bigger in Texas, so just going to leave it there.
Yeah, well, certainly this would be a massive result for him here if he's able to take down Clem. So on the upper right on Ghost River, on this most aggressive, this shortest of maps, it's Hero Marine, Big Gabe.
He faces off against the Team Liquid Terran in the northwest. In blue, he is Clem. Yeah, this map, huh? This map leads to quite a bit of what's the Do we have the rights to steal a stream phrases? I'm just gonna say I think I have the right to say Clown Fiesta. It is possible. This. How many games have you played on this map, Bayo? Because every single game I learn about a new way to one base from the other guy that I've never seen before.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a number for you, Nate, but the answer is enough to cry. See,
enough to veto it, I hope, at least. But
here's the thing: I'm a Zerg player, and more importantly, I'm a macro Zerg. I'm not someone.
Yeah, that says. Well, there you go. This map, yeah. Then you're right there with me.
I'm like, I am not, taking a page out of Bly's book or something. Like, I get to 4 bases. I'm at 80 drones. Like, I'm hitting my macro cycles, my injects. Like that's what sparks joy, and that just doesn't exist on this map at all. You're just like, okay, well, I'm gonna try to hold the high ground. We'll see what happens, and my opponent's gonna hit me with something that I have never seen before, and I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry.
There's only 3 different separate paths you can take to the third base, and it is about as far away from the natural as, maybe even further away than most of the other maps that we've made comments or jokes about. This is Ghost River, though, and I guess to at least do the map some justice, the point of this is that you are going to have to play around the fact that playing macro is going to be a lot tougher. So this is one of those maps that's in there as that kind of flex. If somebody ends up having to play on it, then you just get to see typically a couple of players that are maybe not super prepared, just kind of try to play a normal game on it, which is what I'm expecting to see since there was no proxy. I'm assuming maybe late thirds, but it should be still pretty straight up.
I have, Nate, as much as I say this makes me sad, it's not the type of map I enjoy playing. As a fan of the game, I am so happy that we have all these weird maps. Golden Aura and Dynasty and Amphion. Maybe Golden Aura is not all that weird. It's a very turtly game map, and Ghost River and all of these maps that are diverse and do enable players that never want to build a second base to actually have to play the game the way they want to play it. Because while it may make me cry and put me just kind of rocking my chair, tears streaming down my face when I get proxied by another weird one base build, at the end of the day, I think it's super healthy for the game that cheese is viable, that you do have maps like this, like Crimson Court, that allow us to have weird, wacky games, aggressive games. So yes, I have more trauma from this map and Crimson Court really than I would ever wish to have. I welcome that trauma because I think it's good for the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's like for most of these maps, there's something that you can kind of point to, right? And I've always felt that that maps are best. They're best enjoyed when there is a point to what the difference that makes the map unique is supposed to be, but that point is not overly hammered home, right? Like, oh, we're gonna have a speed zone, but you don't put them everywhere. You may pick 1 or 2 spots where you feel like in a specific situation it could end up being really cool, and that's what keeps people from getting super frustrated about it. But yeah, a map like this, pretty much it's just shortest rush distance ever, I think, is more or less the takeaway. It's about the fastest path to the other guy's base that we've had on a map in quite a few years. Maybe I think I've heard some comparisons to Arena back in the day, although that one is legendary.
Is it faster
legendary
than Beckett?
Level? Yeah, I don't know. All I see are that I think what I saw for this one is that it was a sub 40 cross time. Most maps fall somewhere over the years in that 38 to 42 range. We had 47 for quite a bit last year. We had a couple get closer to 50, but not as many. I think
we had
yeah,
one
probably,
or two
probably
maps.
there with. I think Beckett and Arena are special, right? Because they have the small bridges. That's supposed to be the intent. Like you're not supposed to be walking full armies over there anyway. Again, like Clontis Mire. Now that anybody that remembers that map, then you're going into the ancient list of vetoed maps. I'm not even sure that ever got played competitively. That was vetoed, I think, in almost every single series that anybody ever dared to include it in a pool.
I think we got to talk about what's happening right now. Here, Marine, he's feinting aggression. He tries to put Reapers in to get scouts. Doesn't see anything. But the Cyclones, yeah, with the tanks at the front, not a lot going to happen here. But here's the big difference as we take a look at this. First of all, Clem's got his third base on the way. Here, Marine's a little bit slower. But Clem didn't get a single Raven. And here, Marine, he's got 2 right now. Well, sorry. Ravens have been made. The big difference is there's no interference matrix for Clem, right? Hero Marines is just about done. So these Ravens that Clem has, they're purely for, say, an anti-armor missile in a pinch, but really these are harassment Ravens that he's making, which means that this army that Hero Marine is going for is, in a straight up fight, has the potential to be so much stronger than what Clem has. And as Hero Marine looks to posture, if he can kind of find a way on the north side where these rocks are, he can really start to wedge things in, because again, Ravens, 3 Ravens with interference matrix versus 2 Ravens without it. I know which force I favor, and it's not all that close.
Yeah, on one hand, like the considerations in this matchup, the interference matrix itself lasts, say, 11 seconds, right? And for the siege tank to go into siege mode and out of siege mode, it's about 3 seconds each, you know, with a little bit of random delay and then some shuffling or moving around. So it can still be tricky to be aggressive even with this without Clem having it, because he may not be 100% sure whether.
Sorry, do I still got you there? I think I lost you for a second. Anyways, attack goes from the front side. I mean, interference matrix are going to go really nice here. Auto turrets as well go down. And I know you talked about it being hard to break, but if you wedge yourself into a corner like that, you get those interference matrices down. It's really hard. And now Hero Marine doesn't even need to go siege up. Everything goes down here. The third base is going to get broken. Looks like reinforcements might be able to handle this for the time being, but that's a lot of tech that Clem has lost all of a sudden. A couple SCVs go down. Although I guess at the end of the day, it's only 5. There are still the Ravens on the field, but he's going to look to siege tank shots, and that is going to work out pretty nicely. But Nate, do we have your back? Do I have a Nate? Is he talking? I still don't have a Nate. Okay. Don't know what's happening with that one, but hopefully we'll get Nate back fairly soon. For now, Stim is just about done for Hero Marine, as yeah, the first attack looked like it went fairly well for him. About 100 minerals lost difference, but kills off the workers, knocks down some stuff. The problem is, realistically, well, I was going to say that he lost a lot of his Ravens, but I guess he didn't. Send them back home. They got repaired. So at the end of the day, damage had been done to Clem, certainly, but it wasn't quite the game-ending break like it looked like it might have been for half a second as he, again, runs in and tries to make something happen. But anyways, now the game goes on just a little bit more. Here, Marine, he holds the middle of the map. He doesn't really, he's going to have to wait for some time. He's got his stim certainly done, but combat shields are not there yet. We got him. Nate, you're back. Welcome.
Yeah, I don't know if you're talking, Bayo, but I can't hear you. Oh, if I'm the only one going out. Love you guys.
Let's fix this very quickly so Nate can hear me. That is importante. Nate, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Not sure what happened, but I lost you the entire time. So tell me, what were you talking about?
I got you. Well, I was doing a little weather report on the state of the production for everybody, but it's all lined up about even, more or less. Was all I was gonna say, Bayo. I think the production focusing so much on Vikings and not so much on medevacs, even with the bio units, kind of says everything about where this game is gonna go. Though it's gonna be that very positional play, fighting for the air control, fighting to get on top of the other army. Here, Marine, both of his Ravens just get snapped there for nothing. That's a little bit of a brutal loss, though.
Yeah, that's really not what you want. Again, these Ravens were the pushing power that you really go for. So without those, yes, he can move forward a little bit. He's got some better vision. I think he's got a lot more Vikings. But yeah, it's 8 Vikings to 6. So maybe not a lot more, but enough to really make a difference. And the tanks are going to start to go down. Now lands the Vikings, wants to make the break happen here, right now. And the Vikings have Clem in the air, so they're not really adding much DPS. But unfortunately for Hero Marine, yeah, sure, he got the land off first. Technically, he had more army on the ground. Didn't matter. Clem's reinforcements knock everything down, and all of a sudden, Hero Marine is not in as good a position as he was. Yeah, he's got 2-2 on the way a little bit faster, but he lost a lot of that army, a lot of any sort of advantage that he built in the mid game. It's all gone down. It's not there anymore, and now, well, he's got his third base. Fourth base is going to have to get taken, but this game, it's now something that Clem is going to be able to play around with a little bit more.
Yeah, it starts to head towards the direction that all TVTs must eventually end at, which is either the full split map where it's just endless amounts of tanks and scans and Vikings. I don't think we're going to get that far with these players, but looking with those armies around the map for opportunities to jump on top of stuff, that's something that comes in big time. The 2-2 is a little bit later for Clem, about 20-ish seconds. Nothing super significant as long as the fight doesn't happen right as those upgrades complete. We have the scans coming down. He sees Hero Marine's fourth base, and Yeah, I was gonna say, even with a map like this, we still end up, because of the way that both of these guys like to be, they can still have that macro game here. It just ends up getting weird because now it's like both of them are going to be expanding towards the bottom side of the map, and those bottom two bases and towards the center will end up kind of being the last resources left. So if it gets dragged out enough, they'll have to be right across the screen from each other. The armies will be so close with nothing else to fight over, since there's no other resources on the top half of the map anymore.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, you talk about that timing maybe being a thing. It also gets awkward, right? So Ghost River is a super short map. It's like 36 seconds or something, natural to natural, whatever that is. It's very short, natural to natural. But as the game goes later and you start to expand away from your opponent, all of a sudden the map gets a really, I don't know that I want to say big, but the rush distance, the rally becomes a lot longer. Like if you're trying to attack down in this base, if Clem eventually takes it here, Marine, he's got to go the full diagonal of the map, and that is a lot harder to manage.
Exactly. Like that's the geometry is just bizarre, really. It's like it kind of asks for you to just go for the base trade as soon as they move their army south to defend.
Oh, we got that kind of happening right now. Clem's army in the middle of the map looks like about 20 Marines worth, 15 Marines looking to get damage on that fourth base. But here, Marine, there's okay. No, there are 2 tanks defending this, so this is kind of hard to attack into. But he's gonna get into it anyways. Knocks the tanks down. Now his own tanks are sieged, and yes, there are 2 tanks there defensively of Clem, but it's 5 of Hero Marines. So like, yeah, you have it defensively, but they go down immediately.
Gabe's tried to make a couple of cheeky jumps this game. He had both of his Ravens get caught earlier. He had the like, and I felt like that was tough. And then I was gonna say unsieging every tank here. That's really the only thing I don't like, because he has an easy way to just crawl over to this planetary, and once the SCVs, maybe you shell away at them a little bit to prevent some of the repair. But he's got enough bio, I think, to crack it if he had been able to zone away the rest of that ramp. But he kind of backed off a little bit from it, and now Clem is able to re-secure some of that position. But he is still being forced to repair the planetary, so there's that. Clem gets a drop inside of the main base of Hero Marine, and all the Marines are pretty low, so it looks like he should be able to just defend that with his reinforcements.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, Hero Marine is forcing Clem to play the game that Clem should want to play. Right, there's this big run by that's been trying to get damage done. Hero Marine's having to respond to it dropping everywhere. Meanwhile, he tries to juggle a fairly technical push. And I would generally say this is something that Clem should be favored. He's so fast. He often looks like he's playing in 2 spots at the same time. But somehow, Hero Marine is the one that's winning out on everything. Yes, this drop finally gets a couple SCVs, but Hero Marine's having a really nice siege up. He's shelling, he's knocking down tanks in a way that generally he shouldn't be able to do. Yes, there's interference matrix or 2, but for the most part, tanks are staying alive. He's got another attack here on the north side, and that, well, the rocks get knocked down, so he's going to stim up on top of this one. The drop hasn't got a lot done, so he's going to knock tanks down here as well. And this is Hero Marine getting more value on kind of every corner in the map in the way that we would generally expect to see Clem doing. Now, Ravens are being made. The late game transition is there, and that does mean interference matrix is a problem, but the third base is undefended. Hero Marine with +2/+2 here should be able to snap it right down. Repair's going to try to be good, but the Marines can't get particularly close. They're so low here. The tanks are doing such a great job of zoning, but I was going to say it, unless you look at the supply, it looks like Hero Marine is, or Clem is starting to stabilize, but this supply is starting to tell a pretty different story.
The Liberator ends up being clutch there, because it's not like he could actually dislodge him if it wasn't for that. But anti-armor missile on Marines that are already stimmed, those are units that are going to get killed very, very quickly. And really what ends up biting him is that he couldn't run down the ramp towards the planetary, because, well, there's a planetary there. So even with these trades feeling somewhat even-ish, I will say this: 3-3 is about to finish for Hero Marine. He is going to eat this. This is a fight that the trade feels kind of rough, but as he plows through, if he gets to any kind of even Marine versus Marine situation, that's a nice spot for him. Probably the biggest tell in this whole game of what we're looking at is that Clem just never started as 3-3. I feel like I'm crazy saying that out loud, but I just don't see it at all. And now Hero Marine has it. So these trades are a little bit nuts, but I feel like there's a fight in a minute or two where there's some more Marines for each player, and that's where we really get to see that advantage carve itself out. So Clem's kind of shifting more into a kind of mech-based setup, really, right? Lots of tanks using Liberators, Vikings, Ravens, very low on medevacs. He's all about zoning this army away from him since the map is so small.
Well, Nate, this is Byun versus Maru, and for some reason, Clem's taking the role of Maru in this setup, because this is a game that we've seen quite often. It's 8 racks bio versus Raven tank, effectively. And if you go that Raven tank style, yeah, 3-3 for your bio is nice. You don't really need it. Your tanks matter. Realistically, you're not fighting. Your Marines don't matter nearly as much. And generally, when we see Maru and Byun play this is something that Maru wins. He's the guy that gets the Ravens, goes the tanks. Beyond, of course, the guy that likes to go 8 racks, goes up to 10 racks and just cranks out bio at a crazy value. The problem is, as we see, Clem is now finally getting up to his 3-3. Once you get +2 on tanks, stimmed bio gets one-shot by the tanks. It becomes very hard to deal with, and you said it early on. This map, or just maps in general on this map pool, are so choked out that it's really hard to make something happen. So Marine drops in the main base, also on the 4th base, gets rebuffed, or on both, and it just, for a second it looked good, but when he had probably 30 supply of bio all stimmed up, running into that 3rd base, and they just evaporated to 2 tanks, it's like, it slows down. Yeah.
Man, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, I feel for Gabe so much, because if he knew that right as he ate that anti-armor missile and tried to force it, if he knew that they were on the same amount of bases and that his opponent hadn't even started 3-3 and his was done, I feel like Gabe says, holy crap, I just gotta take a step back here. I just gotta take a step back, try to force a big head-to-head fight. But the advantage of smaller maps for Terran in this, especially in TVT, is it's easy for the tanks to cover all the space. That's the biggest thing about it. So he's able to play a great position, and Clem getting on the scoreboard. No 2-0s over here today. Not for us.
We had one. We had Maru and Shin, but other than that, yes.
Yeah.
It's 62 and 11. 62 and 11.
Matchups that we weren't certain of the result before it started, have been pretty close. I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
And I look at the supply plot though. Unfortunately, I don't have an asset to show it, but that supply plot at the end, it's like Hero Marine just craters. But that's the problem, right? You go for this this 8 racks style that we're seeing Hero Marine go for, and it can work. It absolutely can. But you need he didn't want to transition into the Liberators and all that. He's like, I'm just gonna force it and just That's kind of what you like. If you're gonna go for that 8 rack style, that's kind of how you play it, right? It's just I am building 16 Marines at a time. Yeah, it's brutal.
It's a brutal way to go out in that game. That's just tough.
Yeah, but luckily we have a much less choked out map, I guess. Side Delta going from one of the most choked out to one of the most wide open maps in the pool, but Side Delta is going to be map number 3. It's a wild TVT map because you have like 4 or 5 different attack angles you can move through, different paths you can attack through. Can be hard to hold the low ground bases, can be hard to hold the high ground bases. Gives us generally some really interesting games. So Nate, we're going to get into game 3.
And I couldn't agree more. I think we're going to be a little bit back towards the realm of sanity over here. I can't wait.
There we go. So in the upper left, in the red, taking game 1 in a good position for quite a while, but not quite able to close it out in game number 2 for Mouse. It's Hero Marine.
And in the bottom right, getting things tied up here for us from Team Liquid in blue, he is Clem. But yeah, 10 seconds before the 3-3. Just, it breaks my heart. It does break my heart a little bit, Bayo. For Gabe though, I feel like he's played a very strong series. I know there are probably a little bit more confidence for Clem in his non-mirror matchups, but the reality is it's still very hard to lose to somebody that's not better than you in TVT. There's not that many moments where you get to catch somebody off guard, right? That constant jockeying of position really is what the matchup's all about between the two of them, and they both did that dance very well. I thought getting on the 3rd base, especially on that map, it all seemed like it was going really well, getting the crazy upgrade lead, but Clem just kind of understood what he needed to keep alive, right? He was like, well, the planetary is here. I don't have to push into this tank line. I don't have to make any moves until he's actually killing the SCVs that are repairing it. He's only got 1 tank that's hitting my base, so I just don't have to worry about it. And it's smart decision-making like that and kind of remaining calm in a stressful... I mean, it was a stressful position to be in, right? He had that ramp cut off for a whole second, and then Gabe gave it back to him. So I think that's something too that, in hindsight, maybe something that to break down or analyze or look at later. But the move on that ramp between the planetary and the 3rd base felt almost game deciding.
It really did. I was looking at it's like there was briefly a moment where I think Hero Marine was up about 40 or 50 supply. It was like 195 to 155 or something. You're like, wow, he's doing it. He's winning every fight. He's knocking the run by, the drop down. He's getting damage done on multiple fronts. Like, he is making it happen. But the problem with that style, and we kind of saw it at the end of that game, it is incredibly fragile. Marines, upgraded Marines, they do damage very quickly, but they don't get that much tankier. Yeah, they do a little. You take a couple less damage a shot with armor upgrades, but they still only have 55 HP per Marine. It's not a lot really at all. So once you get those +2 tanks, the covering zones of fire, it can very quickly get to a situation where your Marines are, I'm not going to say useless, but pretty close. So I don't, well, on the one hand, it felt like Hero Marine was going to win that. I don't really blame him for leaving when he did. His attack had kind of petered out, and that 8-rack style, even though he had a 5th base floating over, is still pretty all in, especially against all those against double factory and multiple starport and all those ratings. Yeah,
the double factory is a really big thing to key in on too. And I think again, it has to be mentioned that on the smallest map in the pool, like you said, when the siege tanks are able to one-shot any clumps of Marines that kind of end up passing by their range, and the map is that small. You know, if it was this map, for example, and you look at where the 3rd and the 4th base are here, you're not taking a 4th base without exposing another angle to a pretty huge degree. Whereas on Ghost River, his 3rd base was right next to his 4th, and his 3rd base was also next to his main. And the walking distance to the natural is kind of far, but that choke point was there. So turned into a very interesting game, and we already have our first bit of action here as two of the pretty similarly set up drops just run straight into each other in the middle of the map, and we have, I think, Hero Marine lose the first Hellion there.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'm looking at this as like, okay, generally I'd say, these are 2 Terrans. They're similarly skilled. This is fine. They're gonna kind of trade. I look at that setup for Clem. I'm like, oh god, Clem is cycling into the medevac. Hero Marine, you gotta run away. This is a problem. Now maybe that's not fair to Hero Marine. At the end of the day, it kind of balances out one way or the other. I do think it's interesting that we're seeing players in this game, in this series, mess around with interference matrix or not. Hero Marine, he's got his Ravens on the way, but we're not seeing those interference matrix get researched, and it's a little surprising to me because yes, it's an upgrade. Yes, it takes time. Yes, it takes gas. It is such a cheap upgrade, Nate, that like, it's, what is it, like 25, 50 gas or something? It is so little that, okay, he's gonna get it now. I was gonna say, like, why would you ever choose to skip it in this matchup? Because I mean, there's so much time on the tech lab anyways.
It always, I think, unless there's very little reason to make just one Raven and then try to go into something else. Like, you could, but in this matchup, 2 Ravens is kind of specific, because at that point when you're dropping 2 or 3 turrets or whatever, if somebody tries to attack you early, or if you get sieged up, like the surprise ability of the turrets is always something that's going to be nice. No matter how much they get nerfed, the damage is still pretty decent if they're able to fight. So like, having Ravens is always nice, since they're fast, they can help you defend lots of stuff, and they're your detection. But to not get the interference matrix in a matchup like this, to me, it always feels a little bit wild. So I like that Clem got it. Hero Marine got his a little bit later, but it is one of those things that's really important. The other ability on the Raven, the anti-armor missile, can easily win you a fight. It's mostly Marines if you get it center mass on the other guy, but you're kind of needing them to be in a position where you can actually hit center mass too, right? So I completely agree with you. Interference matrix is it's kind of a no-brainer upgrade, and I honestly, it's so cheap. Yeah, no, I'm 100% there with you.
What I think is really interesting in the context of this game, we have had very little interaction, right? It's one SCV for Clem going down and a Reaper, 1 Hellion and a Reaper for Hero Marine. So in the context of this game, and just very, very similar builds for the most part, Hero Marine's pulled it ahead in Stim. He's pulled ahead in 1-1. He's pulled himself 4 workers ahead. His 3rd base is on position just a little bit faster. Granted, it's a quicker orbital for Clem, so that's kind of the difference there. But just kind of like through some small macro things, Hero Marine has built himself. Is it enough to say this is defining the game? No, it's not. But Hero Marine has been able to build himself just a little bit of an eco lead, and you might say, well, look, it's 4 workers. Who cares? It's a mirror matchup. And when you talk about, when you have access to the same stuff, minor advantages can rather quickly turn into major advantages. So interesting to see. I don't know that it's going to turn into anything necessarily. Clem can, of course, go and get a couple workers, and it's fine. But it is interesting to see Hero maybe just slightly crisper in his macro in this game 3.
It's where he likes to be, right? That's what we talk about. He is the prototype macro Terran player. Hero Marine is not. He's not the guy throwing out the 2 racks on game 3. And on, I guess to some degree, Clem isn't either. But if you made me pick one of them, I would say Clem would be more likely. So these 2 drops actually kind of hit each other in the north side, but that's kind of mostly what it's been, right? It's a little bit of light interaction, but nothing super intense. And I think that's also just, this map is big. We have the sensor tower already out for Hero Marine, so he wants to make sure he's got vision in case these drops make plays towards other directions. Good focus fire by Clem. He actually takes Hero Marine's medevac instead of trying to trade out for the few Marines. So I do like to see that. And we get back towards that, well, it's going to be about getting the tanks into a position where they can threaten something important. In TVT, you're not going to end games by killing all the Marines. You end games by killing the gas units. Those are the things that keep you alive. If the tanks are there and you take a great trade, you kill all the Marines, you get the SCVs, but he still has a couple of tanks. Sometimes that's really all it takes to zone you away for that next fight, especially if you're stimming and moving up ramps without combat shields, which is about to finish. But if he's taken the fight before it, so there we go. Interference Matrix does come down. He gets hit with the anti-armor missile and then changes his mind about going back up against Caesar's just 1 tank. Gets another Interference Matrix, and Bayo, the Ravens, only get 3 turrets down before they're picked off. And Hero Marine just kind of calls his bluff on the 3rd base and ransacks it.
Dude, Nate, I said, hey, it's a 4-worker lead. Like, it's probably not gonna matter, but it is their mirror matchup, and it might a little bit. Hero Marine turned that 4-worker lead, that like slightly crisper setup, into a 20 army supply lead that he immediately hit with and immediately killed Clem. And it's not great. There was a lot of execution there on the attack, 100%, but it's not often that we can say, yeah, one player just kind of macroed a little bit better and won the game. Not at this level. And at a high level, that's kind of what just happened. Like, he's like, I have more stuff, and I killed you with it.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see some of these fights. They take place and they're over so quickly. But the key takeaways there for me too is like he wasn't sure about whether he wanted to move between the natural, the 3rd base, and I love the position that Hero Marine went for, because on one hand, there's no ramp. If you go up the ramp before you get to the base, there is that little valley between the natural and the 3rd, and while you can cut him off or block the base, you still don't have the high ground vision. So that's what you need the Ravens for, your other air units. If you just get caught in that low ground, that can always be a really difficult thing to deal with. But he manages to get into that spot. He kind of gets Clem to pull over a little bit to the natural. He takes a pretty rough trade, gets the anti-armor missile, but getting the 2 tanks and the one that was unsieged, I think it's one of those awkward things with Interference Matrix where your unit will not be able to do anything, but when you try to do something, it will more or less just move commanded into the enemy 90% of the time. So a very awkward spot for him to be in. And then we see the Interference Matrix. That's what you're supposed to do with it. We've seen a lot of Ravens die with full energy in this series, but this game we did not. Well, actually, Clem's died on the defensive side, but that's the tough part, right? The reaction time. It's just brutal. TVT is a brutal matchup.
I love what we saw there as well from Hero Marine. It's easy to point out some small things, but he went and he Interference Matrix the rear tank that was sieged, because he understood that he could dive on top of the front one, and it didn't really matter if it was sieged or not. He could get on top of it quick enough. So again, small execution things at the end of the day that meant that he was able to build an army, run across the map, kill Clem. And Clem's not out of the tournament. We should be clear about this. Clem is now, however, knocked down to lower bracket round 2, which means he has to run through, I think, 2 rounds of lower bracket before he makes his way onto the playoffs, if he makes that happen. Hero Marine, though, yes, he didn't make it through the top side, so there is that, but he does qualify to lower bracket round 3. And that is one less series, one less death, one less knockout bracket, one less best of 5 that he has to play tomorrow as he tries to find his way forward. So Hero Marine shakes the monkey off his back, takes down Clem.
That's a huge dub too.
Yeah,
just on paper, regardless of everything, that's a great result for Hero Marine. I mean, he comes into this tournament, people are always like, well, what's the expectations? Where do we see him going? How realistic is it to be like, yeah, this is the one where Gabe goes through and he's going to crush all these guys? Well, guess what, guys? Some pretty good macro style maps, especially, are going to be good for players like Hero Marine. So it's kind of interesting to see him come with the strong start, even if it was off the back of the previous loss, right? So we've talked about all the interesting things that have happened so far here, but I just think we've seen another one, and it's gonna make me even more interested to see what Gabe gets up to as the weekend continues.
Yeah, our defending champion now has to, defending champion has to fight through a long way of the lower bracket. Big Gabe looking real strong, but we have more games on the way. The final series of Group A is going to be Stats and Shin, as we figure out who, again, similar stakes, lower bracket round or knockout bracket round 2, knockout bracket round 3, PVZ after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final series here in Group A before we move on to Group B of the winners match. See even more incredible StarCraft. For now, though, it's going to be Stats. It's going to be Shin. Stats looking very good right now. Taking down Clem to send him to the lower bracket and then narrowly losing another PVT. And Shin, by a similar margin, he's been looking, I mean, it's Maru. That's a stylistic problem as much as anything else. But in general, he's been looking really good in the GSL. He just won his first EPT Cup 2 weeks ago in like 50 EPT Cups or something. Like he's looking good. But he did lose a game to Estrella, and Estrella is very good, certainly, but he lost the one macro game that happened. He won with a cheeky all-in, and he won with Swarmhost, right? So, actually, I kind of forget what happened in game one. But yeah, no, he won with the Dynasty gold-based thing. So, 2 aggressive plays, they work out. The one game that gets to macro gets a little bit weird. Stats is he is the paragon of defensive macro play. So, I'm looking at this, Nate. Shin's very good, but this has got to be one you favor Stats, right?
I think that for everybody coming into this event, Stats has to be on your radar for possible Protoss champion. Regardless of what's already occurred, we've had some pretty interesting results right in the upper bracket. I mean, we were kind of questioning Oliveira earlier. And then he ended up coming in with a nice win against Classic. So maybe some of these Terrans are going to be a bit of a bigger problem for the Protoss than we anticipated. But I think that for Shin, he has to come in as the underdog just because there's so much pressure and maybe that makes it a little tougher for Stats, but there's got to be a pretty tremendous amount of pressure for him to be one of the banner carriers here for the Protoss, especially Classic, right? Already getting some trouble in that lower bracket match against Clem.
Yeah, I got to say, you talk about Oliveira. He is looking better than I've seen him play in a while. You look at him.
In form.
Taking down Classic, taking down Stats is already super impressive, especially because Stats took down Clem. And on top of that, you watch his games, and when I characterize Oliveira as a player, when I know he's playing really well, he has this most incredible star sense. The game looks like it's just moving slow in slow motion for him. So we saw a little bit of that in his game against Classic that we were able to cast. I don't know what he saw against Stats necessarily, but we can talk about that more later because game 1, Stats and Shin, again, lower bracket round 2, knockout bracket on the line. We're going to get into it. At the bottom left, in the blue, taking down Estrella 2-1 to move on here in lower bracket round 2 for Game & Gladiators. It's Shin.
And his opponent in the northwest position, spawning as the red Protoss player. He is Stats.
What a brain trust, Protoss brain trust Twisted Minds has been able to pull together. We got Stats, we got Classic, all just sitting there, percolating, combining their knowledge. And hey, you know what? The funny thing, I shouldn't say the funny thing about this, the big benefit. So Twisted Minds picked up Classic before, it wasn't the Esports World Cup last year, it was Gamers 8, but before Gamers 8 last year. And they had a similar team challenge, not quite as big, but similar team challenge. And Classic's run into top 8, I think it was, of Gamers 8 last year, was the thing that put Twisted Minds over the top and allowed them to win the entire team challenge. And that has, to the best of my knowledge, has funded Twisted Minds operations for like the next year and a half. So I know we talked a lot about these players picking, or these teams picking these players up, but you want some object lesson about how impactful picking up a single StarCraft player can be? Well, that's a really big one.
I personally think that it is the biggest success of the design of the EWC system that organizations are encouraged to build around actually just competing in esports rather than competing in any one specific game, because there's a lot of us out there that like to play lots of different games, and as much as we end up in our own little spaces and our own little bubbles, getting those opportunities to interact or having to cheer for, maybe somebody that you love in StarCraft's teammate in another game, just because, it can turn into a payday for them, right? It's a great thing that we can all be encouraged to want to kind of see a cumulative success for some of these organizations, and it makes you kind of respect them a little bit more for picking your players up, because now they're a part of something else too, and that's Yeah, for me, that's what makes it really exciting. Is there is going to be a whole different energy going into that event for that reason. But probably the coolest part about this circuit, in my opinion. I mean, the big prize pool helps too, but it is really nice to get to see some love shown towards a little bit more of a dated genre, right? You know, there's a little bit of fresh stuff on the way, but it's really awesome that you get to see the institutional respect for the longevity and the competitiveness of a game like StarCraft. Especially, you know, StarCraft II, we've been playing it 14 years, right? Been playing this game longer than the gap we had between Brood War and SC2 at this point.
Now, Nate, you don't understand. X player plays a game that is not my game, therefore I must hate them. Right, that's how this works. I gotta be in.
It's okay to be wrong, but you know, the nice thing is that the people making the decisions have made the correct choice.
There we go.
Thankfully, I don't have to worry about the wrong person there.
There we go. I will play the foil, so we can just make you look better by comparison. No, but I agree. It is really exciting to go, and also, I mean, there's a reason I cheer for Team Liquid across every sport, and it is generally because they've supported StarCraft for so long.
Yeah, well, they support the community too. You know, when you think about organizations in the space, it's another reason why I love those Basilisk guys. They're running tournaments every week. You know, they're putting money directly in the pockets of players. It's what you love to see. That's what you need for the ecosystem to exist at all. The more the merrier.
Yeah, again, if we can incentivize more players to practice, to stay up and like be able to make this their full-time thing, it is absolutely worthwhile. And you know, for now, as we talk about this game, Stats has lost an Oracle, which is not good. He's killed a single drone. That is not worth doing. So Stats, he's got a single Oracle on the map. Well, actually, he's got two. I guess he did go up to 3. Twilight, Forge, all that on the way. But what's interesting here is that he didn't take the triangular base, and I know we've talked about this a lot, but it's important to talk about in this one because this matters for 2 reasons. This map is incredibly good for Swarm Host play. You have the mineral wall right there that you can kind of nudge Swarm Host against, and then you can put Locust either into the natural or the main base. That's the problem, is these depths are going to get found out in the middle of the map. I don't think there are enough links to kill them all off, so instead it's a fairly decent trade for Stats. But the other problem is yes, okay, so Swarm Hosts are really good on this map. Blink Stalkers can also be really good on the map because of the mineral wall, and you can try to push through it, but you can't really push through that angle or kind of push through this low ground ramp that actually is very good for a bunch of Stalkers if you don't have this mineral wall mined out easily. So I see a lot of really successful Protoss players, they mine this out, they take the 3rd base right here, makes it a little bit harder for the Nidus play to happen, for the Swarm Host play that it seems like Shin wants to go for. It makes it a little bit harder for that to happen, and it unlocks your own aggression. So Stats, by playing defensively on this map in particular, he is giving Shin so much room to make this aggression happen.
You've painted a terrifying image in my head of your last little stretch there, Bayo, because I think you're spot on too. It's so uncomfortable because if he had tried to mine through the minerals to take that triangular 3rd, if we can call it that, then you're at the point where we've basically eliminated half the map from play. So he kind of turns into this like, okay, it's just this very direct, we're in each other's faces sort of thing, and maybe that would have ended up being what he needed, because I have to agree with you, just giving him that air path outside. Is there anything built towards the edge of the base? No, but that also means that hypothetically we could see a worm end up going in there too if he even needs it, since the Swarm Host can just launch across the gap and don't even think. Yeah, he didn't even. Okay, he's gonna get the Nidus now, but I was gonna say he could launch at least the first wave from outside there. So Stats is gonna send a Void Ray to check that spot as Lings poke the 3rd base here again. The battery overcharge is gonna keep this Stalker alive, and he will live to fight another day. But I like where Shin's at. I think he's put himself in a pretty nice spot. His bases are not really in accessible areas, and he didn't mind that big of a path open either. So even if the army of Stats tried to attack or go through there, it would kind of have a difficult time, and he's just sort of distracting him with these Zerglings on the map. This is going to turn into the big moment, though. He does move the Void Ray. He actually ends up clicking it directly towards where those Swarm Hosts are going to be coming from, so he will get nary a heads up, so almost a heads up. It's on its way, but at least he wasn't completely blindsided by it.
Well, on the flip
I don't know
side,
if it'll help much.
He does, like, okay, so this base is dead. There's no shield battery here. There's no army here. The base is dead. But he does kill 2 Swarm Hosts, and that is actually really nice. It does take down a lot of the 20%-ish, 15% of the power of this Swarm Host attack. It does force Shin to make a couple more Swarm Hosts, and that is something. He also has Storm just about done. His fourth base is on the way on the right side. As much as we talk about, okay, this map is pain because, I mean, we just saw what happened, right? You have so much opportunity. On the flip side, this is a lot harder of a position to try to put the Stormos on top of, technically, but hey, you can put a Nidus on top of it. So this fourth base, again, the defense is not really there. We're going to see the Locust pop up in just a second, and Stats is going to be a sad little two-base Protoss boy. He's not. This does not spark joy in the life of a growing Protoss player, Nate. This is not happiness.
Yeah, and now he's going in for the counter. He's going in for the run by trying to force his way through into the natural a little bit. Use the roaches to open it up. Pull the roaches back, send lings through. So he's trying to do some cute control moves here. Tries to go for a bit of a dive on a handful of those High Templar as well. Not going to quite be able to get them, but there is the Nidus finishing outside the base. So I think this is a tricky spot. This is like one of those things where the map has perhaps even an unanticipated effect. The Stalkers fight the roaches on the right side, but there's still quite a ways that the Locust have to go if he spawns them from here too. So it's a non-negligible amount of that timed life. They only live for like 18 seconds before the Locust pop. So when you have to spend half that time flying to the base, that can also make things easier. He's going to try and focus the Nexus. Will he be able to get it? Looks like the answer is yes. And don't ever make the mistake of underestimating those Locusts. If they get on something, it's going to die. That getting on it is that's the hard part.
Yeah, it's funny. I hear you telling this story of like, oh, it's, you miss out on some flying time, and
he lost about 8 or 9 seconds. He's got they're only going to live for like 5 seconds once they land. Nope, Nexus is dead. Whatever.
Like, without a shield battery, without a storm there, it's not going to stay alive. So
to quote my favorite Frozen song, some things never change.
I thought you were going to say you just got to let the Nexus go, but Stats has to let this game go.
I feel like we managed to get to a pretty perfect ending of this game as far as this cast went. Not bad, Bayo. That was it's if you get caught off guard, right? If you're not pre-prepared for that first Locust wave and it just takes a Nexus, yeah. And the other side too is like there's an alternate reality, right? We go into the multiverse and it's just the first Locust wave got shut down by like 2 Void Rays, and he lost very easily with everything else being normal. So that's the hard part. They're a very, you either hit a home run or it's just 3 outs instantly, but they can be strong.
Baseball, my favorite sport. I know people disagree with that, but anyways, point being, I think this all just goes down to Stats' expansion pattern. I think if you go and you take that triangular third, you open that spot up, suddenly you're attacking through there, you have Stalkers on the other side of the map, you're taking advantage of that low ground ramp, and the Storm hosts are kind of like Mutas, if you think about it, where if you can kneecap it, if you can get aggression on the map as they're spawning or like right before they're spawning, you
very
can
similar.
Totally remove their threat, right? And that build generally is something that you can go and kind of hit, like with Blink at like 630 or so, if you're going the delayed +1 version on the third base, and you have that pressure, and suddenly it becomes a lot harder for Shin. But if you just give him that corner of the map, he's gonna get his Stormos out. You're gonna lose a base. It's highly unlikely you defend it, and it just starts snowballing from there. So we saw that happening. I think it was very much a let's let them know that we are ready to go. Very much kind of a build or building placement decision that really torpedoed Stats in that game. But at the end of the day, Shin, he's not unhappy about it. He's up 1.
I really like you drawing the Mutalist comparison though, Bayo, because I think it touches at the heart of what really makes this strategy good. And I think it's easy to miss the forest for the trees. And a lot of people always focus on like, oh, free units. Oh, it's like, well, they're swarm hosts, right? And it's like, yeah, but it's a very huge investment up front with no guarantee of return, because it is a timed life spawner. They can't defend themselves, right? It's the same thing when you have a low number of mutas. It's not, they don't usually do much if your opponent sees it coming. But when they don't, when you get that first little bit and you can offset them, knock them off their stance, then you can really torpedo a game in a crazy way. And that is what we just saw. So I think you put it very eloquently there. And at least I hope maybe for some of our sanity's sake that we don't have a repeat of that in game 2 as we're loaded in.
Well, it is Alcyone, and that's not quite as good of a Swarm host map. But for now, in the upper right, he's up 1. Looking again to find his way to drop down to knockout bracket round 3, make his run that much easier. For Game and Gladiators, it's Shin.
And his opponent in the bottom left, the red Protoss player. He is Stats.
You know, Nate, final thought about that game number 1. That really felt like a lack of prep on Stats' side more than anything else. Because first of all, if anyone's been like, so I've cast a decent amount of Shin games recently. I'll tell you, he's a swarm host guy. Like, that is what he does on maps like that. So between the fact that kind of Shin is a known swarm host abuser and it's Amphion, and I was about, I'm sorry. This is something that Classic has started to do a little bit. And I guess Stats has picked it up. Classic actually beat Rainer with this in a Kung Fu Cup like a week and a half ago, where you just cannon rush the third base, and it is actually pretty hard for the pro if you do it right. And
this position, right? It looks like the geometry layout.
It works out
it's
really
be
nicely.
Quite hard to.
Yeah.
It's like an easy wall here, isn't it?
It is. You can mess it up, and the drone pull, you got to be careful when this screws up. The drones kind of get around, but at this point, yeah, you're not getting on top of this.
They can't get in that pocket from there. They can't get in from there. Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, well, there you go. Oh my goodness. Just another reason I'm glad I don't. Well, I guess if I played Zerg, I'd have to ask myself why I'm going hatch first to this gold base and expecting to not have any kind of retaliation. But he does get the cancel. So Shin says, if you're going to put that much into it, I'll back off. Whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, I really want to see Stats just cancel the cannon now. Like, Stats, I guess, it's okay. Maybe you think, the moment I cancel, he's going to go double back, and then whatever. But for now, he's got this nice defensive emplacement. Second question here, Nate, as we talk about this, as Zealot runs across the map to start to put pressure on this, and it shouldn't get a lot done. Zealots or his links are on the way, but do you drop a gateway here and just go to round 2, and this is your warp in spot?
Yeah, I mean, if it holds up eventually, I don't see any reason not to. In a way, it protects itself. It kind of asks for, I mean, if you send enough lings there, it's not like it's not like the one cannon can just do an infinite DPS or whatever, but like he could eventually break it. But if you wanted to break it without straining, you almost kind of have to ask for it to be like roaches or a ravager or 2 or something like that, right? So for him to get the economy to be building that, I just think it kind of makes it awkward for him in general. That's a really good point. It shouldn't be too hard for him to add that as a reinforcement down the line if he wants to take this on a big 2-base aggression.
So what I'm trying to remember, though, is when I've seen Classic, I actually didn't see the Kung Fu Cup game. I saw the game that he failed to make this work. But his follow-up, I want to say, was like +1 charge lot or something like that, which makes a lot of sense, right? You would get a quick +1 because you have this forge done already, but we're not quite seeing Stats do that. Eventually, there's going to be a +1, absolutely, but he's not really making that happen. Instead, it's
you
going to be
a really good point, though, because he's going into Adepts with Glaives. Yeah. So maybe his thought process is, I'm going to 2-shot the lings anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's about the only thing I could guess.
I mean, I do like, he's going to lose an Adept off this, but the nice thing about this as well is he's just posturing on the map is you have this, it's 1 cannon. It's not a ton, certainly, but when we're looking at these early game engagements with just a bunch of lings, 1 cannon kills a surprising amount of lings before it goes down. And I mean, you're not burrowing through this. So before these units would go down, again, it's a lot of lings. So we're now going to see a second Adept warped in, which again, you talked about being able to 2-shot versus 1-shot. That's always going to be really nice. Queen's going down the ramp, Nate, makes this a little hard. In fact, this Adept is just going to get warped in and killed. So maybe a little bit of an overcommitment for Stats, but he still holds the spot. And that does mean that these Gladepts, as they arrive, you can warp them in 4 at a time on the pylons. Life's going to be rough for Shin.
There's so many layers to what makes this like weird, but also good, but also bad. Like in that Shin has to respect it because of what he has there, but also for Stats, it's like, yeah, you want to use it, but overextending here is what costs you. And I think the fact that he's still just cranking out Adepts as this, he starts the 3rd Nexus behind it. But all I'm going to say is it's very difficult to get your opponent to respect something like this without committing some units. So in a weird way, if he stops drones from being made, he's kind of holding the economy even-ish as long as he trades a little bit here while he takes the 3rd. I don't know if that makes too much sense, but it's like he kind of had to try to buy some time with this, but also there was just no way he was going to be able to do anything with it because of the roaches.
Yeah, the problem as well as we take a look at this is, so technically, Shin went, he committed to a 15 hatch at the natural at the gold base. It had to get canceled. That's money lost, that's time lost. Turns into effectively a pool first, and life gets really weird. Theoretically, this is a setup where Shin should be economically behind. He should be in a bad spot. You just put a little pressure on, that's fine, but you should have that macro advantage. because he committed to Glaives in a game where Shin's already kind of behind a little bit, and the answer then is it's probably going to be some pressure with Roaches and Ravagers. He's now committed into a tech that is horrendous against what's happening. Yes, there's an Immortal out. Maybe that makes life a little bit easier, but this third base should get canceled. I was kind of expecting the Link to just try to dive on top of the Immortal, because even if the Adepts can shade back, Nate, the Immortal does not have that privilege. So this Immortal, I guess that you're killing the third base, but like
YOLOs it on the Ravagers. Yeah, it dies. The third's gone. So Stats, I think Stats recognized that he kind of had to try and find a way to make this work, since he had a very awkward tech. But I'm with you right there. I mean, that's what it all boiled down to. I think if we see maybe what you were talking about, right? Try to take. It's tough because you can't be 100% certain when he makes that aggressive switch. But I do feel like at the very beginning of the game, the only point of note was he can't macro up and switch into Roaches to deal with the Adepts at the same time. We kind of talked about that, and the way Shin ended up handling it is, yeah, he held the attack, but you called it out as he has that third base coming in, but they were both at 41 workers. So the Protoss doesn't have the third base. So having more workers doesn't really give them any value at that point. So by feigning even a bit of that, maybe 2 Adepts here, maybe 2 Adepts there. But I think at that point where he had like 3 more come in as Glaives finished and everything got crushed right on top of that cannon, that just seemed like the point where it's like, okay, trying to rebuild after losing all of that once the Roaches were already on the field, that's when I felt like it was just kind of became untenable, right? Like if he has 2 Immortals maybe, and he's got maybe 10 or 12 Adepts instead of 5 or 6, that hold starts to become a little more plausible. And he had a lot of Lings, so it's not like the Adepts would have been useless, but margins like that are what decide games at this level.
Yeah, it's a lot of stats with that. He's trying to go for this momentum play where you're just always keeping your opponent off balance a little bit, and then you can just, well, the first hit does a little, the second hit does a little bit more, third hit does even more than that, and you're like, okay, great, we're really starting to roll here. And if you don't really, and if any part of that loses a little bit of momentum, you are dead. So we saw that happen. Shin, he held the first thing. Stats was in a very, very bad spot. Does not work out at all, and that means that now Stats knocks down to lower bracket round 2, or knockout bracket, round 2. Shin down to knockout bracket round 3. No one from the winner stage leaves the tournament today. I think this is important to make clear. It just determines where you move. If you win a group, say, for example, if you are Oliveira, who 2-1 Stats to win his group, you're in the playoffs immediately. If you lose in the upper bracket semis, you go down to the final stage of the knockout bracket, and every loss before then takes you one step further. So lower bracket semis, which we just finished, knockout bracket 3, I think it is. Lower bracket quarters, knockout. Sorry, no, that's not right. Not true. 2 and 1. There we go. Lower bracket semis, knockout bracket round 2, knockout bracket quarters, lower bracket or knockout bracket round 1. Yes, you filter right on down. So that's how that works. Importantly, though, Nate, we are not done here today. We're just done with Group A. Group B is going to get started soon, and one of our big questions, as we have been taking a look at things and kind of whet your palate before we go to break. One of the big questions about this entire tournament is Serel. He's been in the military. Yeah, he's got an apartment away from the base where he can go and practice. What does that say about his form? And Nate, the good thing about this is we get to take our first look at it in our first series after the break, because we get to take a look at Serel and Nice.
I get to cast Serel on my first day back. Sorry, I'm happy.
With that,
I'll see you on the other side. You can switch it over if you have to.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We are back. Group A in the books. No one's knocked out yet, though. But more importantly here, we have Group B. Nate gave us a nice interpretive dance, some singing lessons as well, because he's very excited about this matchup that we get to take a look at. We get to figure out just how good Serel, okay, we know Serel's very good. How on point Serel is right now, because he's been in the military. Yes, he's been practicing, but he's got other demands on his time than StarCraft II and golfing, I think, was his vice of choice when he wasn't practicing, just when he didn't have to worry about that. So, Nate, how much do you expect him to just stomp nice 2-0? Like, okay, this is Serel, doesn't really matter. 95% Serel, 80% Serel. Like, well, what's your expectation going into this series?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, especially since we're going to be starting this series on, from the looks of things, Crimson Court, which is it's probably one of the more controversial maps in this pool, just because you have the entire west and east lanes of the map. Like, there's these huge chunks that are more or less inaccessible without either opening up these huge amounts of rocks or mining a second opening into your natural. So there's a lot of different ways that people have approached playing this, but what it, at least for me, boils down to, it's a little bit more choky, right? Movement's a little bit more limited. Zone control can be a little bit more powerful. So those are things to me that stand out as better for Protoss than for the Zerg. At the same time, if it was to get into some kind of long, crazy situation where you're using zoning tools for Zerg, then maybe. I don't see Serel trying to take these games to the crazy late game, though. So, it's hard to say. Yeah, Serel's a man of commitment and willpower, and if only we lived in a magical, perfect place where he could just do what he wants to do all the time and not have to worry about stuff. But as he serves his country and tries to do the right thing, he's still able and willing to participate in these events, and I think that's just awesome. As a lifelong fan of Serel, as somebody that's loved being able to see him compete and play, I think a lot of people watching will agree. It's just awesome that he's still here, and any result at all would be super impressive considering the burden that he carries on his shoulders now.
Yeah, that's fair. I think, Nate, I know you mentioned you're a fan of Serel. I think you have to be pretty intellectually dishonest to be a fan of. Anyways, I don't watch these videos where like people argue with each other through chat comments. So I'm just like, I like Serel. I don't really dislike anybody else, but good for you guys on your memes. Yeah, we appreciate the memes, but I think it's a good point. And you talking about Crimson Court being a little controversial. First of all, I think it's important to point out Twitch chat very much thinks Serel wins this. It's like 120,000 points to. When I was looking at it, I think they've a couple value betters.
Can I still put my points in? Am I too late?
No, you got time.
No, I got 10. I got 10 in.
There we go. But I think it was like 125,000 to 50. So there were some value betters in there.
There you go.
Importantly, though, I love Crimson Court. As a Zerg player, I hate it. But I love it because it's a map where all-ins, two-base all-ins are viable as a Protoss. And again, this is one of those things where I personally hate playing against that, but I think it's super healthy to the scene that we have this as a viable option. So I don't know if, actually, what am I saying? Nice is roughly out of the school of Haas, just not quite as crazy. We're going to see some all-in from him on this map, probably. Let's see what it is. Game 1's here. In the upper right, Group B, our first map, our first look at the best player in the world. Let's see what he has in store for us. It's Serel.
He faces off against the blue Protoss in the bottom left. He is nice. You see that pylon, gas, then gateway. Definitely somebody who has pulled a couple of tricks out of. I think, well, Haas is a great player to mention as far as inspiration goes. There's only a few that have tried to learn from. What did you call it? The Book of Haas. I do like that. I like that quite a bit. But that's the other toughest thing, right? As far as Serel is concerned, if we were to remove context from this game and just kind of take a zoomed out view, Serel historically has always been a very difficult player to break with those cheese. He's somebody that's typically been very comfortable dealing with the proxy racks, the cannon rush of old, back when people were proxy shield battering and immortaling and all that. Serel was one of the only guys that could deal with it. So when it comes to crazy builds and it comes to crazy strategies, that's never really seemed like the way forward for dealing with him. And that's one of the reasons why he had such a consistent, stable career. Didn't really rely too much on gimmicks himself, you know? Serel's not the guy that you look at in a matchup and think, oh, he's going for the Swarm host. But sometimes he will. It's just, there's nothing that he sticks to that long that you're like, oh, I can catch on to this. He plays mostly the similar stuff to what everybody else does. He does it at a really high level. And I think, well, the expectation is that he's going to be a little more human because obviously he's got obligations to his country, he's got obligations to his people, and there's nothing wrong with him, you know, taking care of that stuff. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's also the important thing when we talk about the storyline. Serel on military, yes, he's practicing. Yes, he's got that, what is it? The apartment right off base, and you know, but he still can't dedicate as much time. The other story here is we have not Serel. I don't think, unless it's played like one Sunday WTL series, we haven't seen Serel play on the new patch. There is a new patch that has entered the meta that has, by all accounts, made increased Protoss PvZ win rate pretty significantly. Zerg players are now struggling with some things that they didn't used to. Although the funny thing is they're struggling with Immortals. Is the big complaints I hear in Immortals weren't really changed. So, yeah, but it's everything else like damage. You know, you lose value elsewhere, and Broodlords aren't as strong, etc., etc. Point being, is as curious as I am to see what kind of form Serel's in, I'm also curious to see what Serel's solution is to these ideas that have been plaguing Zerg players. Immortal Charge Lot Storm and kind of these Sky Toss transitions and things that just seem to be a little bit stronger than they used to be.
Yeah, it's I think that's the other part too, is that Serel is a player that I think is also very smart, and over time, strategies that other players would typically complain about or struggle with, Serel's response is always just been to find a way to win. And that's one of the reasons why it's still important to have him here at these events, even if the mechanical skill is perceivably going to be lower, right? Even if there's going to be that little era of doubt now, right? That he hasn't just won everything that he's played in since that started. But we will still get to see how he wants to approach the map. You're still going to see, okay, well, this is where he's going to take the third base. He's not going to rush to try and open up the side over here. We learn a little bit about how he thinks about this map, and it can still help to inform future decisions by other players and the development of the meta and how people deal with that kind of stuff. So for all those reasons, it's another reason why this should be an interesting one to see, because maybe Nice is going to show us that doesn't matter what you try to do, and he's got something cooking up here that should be really strong too. As you mentioned, very defensible map, and we talked about it, but there's only like 2 lanes. It's like a 2-lane MOBA map. That's what Crimson Court is until you open up the outside. You just got 2 very direct paths. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere you're proxying stuff and not getting seen. So everything has to be straight up. Speaking of, he's getting a lot of lings to try and shut down this third base of Nice.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised that Nice is playing this as straight up as he is. Third base, triple Oracle. Like, we know the script of this game. We've seen it 100, 1,000 times now. Pretty much ever since Hero introduced this version of the style a bit ago. But he forces a cancel on the third base at its like 99%. We saw the shimmer, right, turn into actual structure, and that's when the cancel happened. So I'm very surprised to see Nice playing this as straight up as he is. And he's not even allowed to, because Serel sends just a couple more links than he might otherwise do, or other Zerg players might do, gets a cancel on the third base, and all of a sudden Nice is, well, he's got a couple drones, Nate. That's something. But in general, he's trying to go for a macro game. Third base is canceled. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, that's the uncomfortable part too, right? Because what was the conversation that we were just having? Oh, it's limited lanes, it's limited space. It's hard to slip something by without you seeing it. Kind of was aware of some of the Zergling movement earlier, but that's exactly the kind of stuff that Serel is going to do. Is he's going to find and create those opportunities. Now he comes in again. That's a pretty nice stasis trap. He's going to get quite a few of the Zerglings stuck over here, and I like that Nice steps out. You can see he's saying, I don't want these to finish, and then him try to go for a surround if I'm in a bad spot trying to catch him. So I kind of like that he stepped out in that situation. He's like, you just have less to defend. I want to take advantage of this little window. I'm not going to just warp a bunch of stuff in that I wouldn't have had before and just try and surround your lings. That being said, it does allow the lings to kill a few pros. So there should have been something there.
I think he thought the Oracle would be fine, but you know, not quite. So the Queens are going to step forward here. Stalkers, it's a lot of damage on this fourth base. His lings are going to try to run around. Stasis Trap gets, very nicely there.
Nice.
Stasis Trap gets triggered. And remember, Nate, these are blinkless Stalkers. Blink is not done for a while now. So I appreciate the pressure. You have these, what, 5 stalkers, you got a couple oracles. Like, this represents value. But there's no way out, right? If Serel suddenly swallowed a bunch of units, you'd have to recall. It would be dicey. Luckily, that doesn't really happen. And now
he's lucky he didn't just lose all the stalkers out there, really, too, if you think about it, right?
Yeah.
Like that was a close call. Serel gets the bait on the 1, and if he pins him up on the side and gets the surround, and the queens can shoot a little, like those are the kinds of things that are tough. But I like this. We're seeing some pretty sharp control out of both of them, and I think well, with 4 oracles, the potential for this to get ugly is also very real too. So Serel's going to step back. He's trying not to get baited or pulled too far away from this, because he recognizes that, you know, the hatchery is pretty low. So as long as he's not close enough to attack that, there's no real reason for him to commit to a big fight. Obviously the Rich Vespine Geyser is one thing, but losing the base loses access to all of it. So
look at this. We're not talking about triple oracle anymore. We're talking about quad oracle, which does have queen killing power. Now, unfortunately for Nice, that was a lot of queens. Serel on point with transfuse is just a dead oracle. But the other thing that's interesting here is, oh, that's a significant stasis trap. I'm of 2 minds about, you know, I said, look, I'm surprised that we're seeing Nice play this as straight up as he is. And I really like Serel's series planning on this map. We're playing this as straight up as it is, because it kind of makes sense for Nice to kind of test. I'm like, okay, Serel, how good are you actually? Are you in form? And that might make him play a little bit more straight up on a map that is really bad for Zerg if Protoss players get aggressive. So I'm going to put that to design. And at this point, the answer is Serel is very good. And playing straight up against him is still a mistake, because Serel 4 bases and runs queen across, and you have a really short rush distance, and Nice is kind of dead.
What's that video they've always play when, like, the guy comes back to the sports team after he gets traded to 3 different teams over 5 years, and it's like they do the I'm coming home and everything. I see Serel making this counter push, right as the attack starts, all the overlords just go fan out in a line and create the creep highway, like, just while he's doing everything. And then just, yeah, I mean, that right there looks exactly like it. A very straight up standard macro opener gets max value out of his lings to deny the 3rd base. The economy isn't there for Nice to do the push that he probably wanted to do, and it turns into Serel being able to find a way to get the dubs. So just another example of well, that's some real Giga Chad energy right there. Serel with a strong start to this one.
You know, Nate, it's kind of funny. I'm looking at this. Earlier today, we talked about how you build a bunch of overlords, you can bluff someone out of a game. You can win a game with just overlords. And Serel didn't quite do that, but I would like to think he was listening. He's like, you know, I'm gonna vindicate the B stream just a little bit. We're gonna put overlords. It makes sense, right, to run overlords, to drop creep across the map, right? That because the space between the Zerg 4th base and the Protoss 3rd is so short that you can cover it with like 4 overlords worth of creep. It makes a lot of sense, but I choose to believe that this was our fault.
Yeah, well, we willed it, you know. Hey, what is it? Your perception does shape your reality to some degree, even if there are things written down in places that state otherwise, right? We are here. We willed Serel into showing us how to beat Protoss on Crimson Court, and yeah, all I have to say for that is you're welcome. Hopefully, he shows us some more cool stuff.
All it takes, though, Nate, is the Protoss player not playing the really strong strat on Crimson Court. So I don't know. Is this Serel showing us how to beat Protoss on Crimson Court, or is this, you know?
That's just one. It's just one map of many, darling. There's one map of many, darling, coming up this weekend. I hope to see him educate many of us on what is it? The complaints for this season in this map pool.
So Nate, are we gonna get superhero costumes by the end of this? Are you like fully on your Edna mode era at this point? You know,
I always enjoy the pursuit of pragmatic solutions. It's easy to say that things can't be done, or that things are broken, or things are unstoppable. What's difficult to do is to figure out the whys and the wheres, and to try and come up with solutions for these things, especially when we know that we're going to have to play on these maps for probably a little while longer, even if there is going to be a change, right? So we could just lose all of these games, or we could try to do something about it. That's how I like to think about it. That's all.
I prefer my approach of just losing all the games, but one player who is not losing all the games, at the bottom left, he's up 1. It's Serel.
And his opponent in the top right in blue, he is Nice. it's like back in the day, right? When you really just saw, I think, like 2 or 3 guys. It was basically like Maru and TY at the top, and like all the Terran salt mines were open, and they're like, well, there is one guy who finds a way to deal with everything, and that's kind of like how things ended up. It was like, well, yeah, as long as somebody can figure this out, there's an implication that other players could eventually find ways to do it. So, you know, these cycles, they do sometimes take a little while to go through. But I think probably the most maybe natural part of it is I feel like Zerg always does worse at the beginning of any new patch too, right? They usually are the ones that have to be responsive with their compositions and unit choice. So it kind of makes sense that until somebody does kind of like figure it out, you know, it's gonna seem a lot worse than it is.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Generally, you have to the Zergs have to figure out how to play the maps, and certainly with maps that
I just put a lot of my confidence in Serel to just figure shit out, right? But the thing is, that's what he does. So yeah. I'm willing to trust him. That's all.
The second question is whether, if Serel figures out how to do something, is it reproducible? Is it something where, in fairness, Serel's hasn't been one of these players where, you know, as a Terran player, I'm sure you remember the whole just play like Maru, and it's like, well, I can't play like Maru. You know?
Literally just referenced that. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
But like the difference was on that one's like, yeah, I can't play just like Mario. I don't have that control. I don't have that micro and macro and multitasking to be able to, you know, snipe every Colossus like Maru did. Whereas it's like, well, if Innovation's got something figured out, I can play just like Innovation. You know, I can have the idea.
It is another great reminder that StarCraft is just a tough game. It is a tough game. Sometimes even in the closest of games, it can still feel like an absolutely crushing defeat, and that's another area where the mental game becomes key, right? In fact, I'll take that as a tee off to say it's another reason why Serel, I think, has been so well over the time. You know, you don't really see him hit super low emotional lows. He doesn't show it, but I also think it says a lot that you don't see super high emotional highs from him. He doesn't try to ride the roller coaster up and down, right? He's all about keeping it consistent and stable. And I think that limits his exposure to those outlier situations that can either be frustrating or even elating sometimes, because he doesn't ever, you know, himself get caught up in how he's feeling, whether it's good or bad.
Yeah. How do you feel about, by the way, we talked about it a little bit earlier when Astoria was playing, but first of all, I was going to say how you feel about the Void Ray, but 4 drones going down to these first adepts, maybe even, it's not going to get the second shot off, but 4 drones for two adepts is really nice. Nate, how do you feel about this Void Ray opener? You know, we talked about, you kill Overlords, but in the context of playing Serel, how do you feel about it?
I don't think it's, I think like people always feel like you can do more with other units because like they would say, oh, an Oracle could defend against these Lings better. But, you know, the trade-off, the Void Ray, while it doesn't have that same damage or speed, it can attack forever. So I think that because of the type of attack he was hit with, he might be thinking that something similar could happen again. I don't know necessarily that Serel is the kind of guy to just do something like that twice in a row. But the fact that he's going for follow-up Void Rays, Bayo, that's maybe more interesting. Is this like, we're going to do 2 or 3? Because obviously, like you said, he can go get Overlords around the map. But I think history has shown light Void Ray harass versus Zerg isn't really a thing. Like heavy Void Ray harass, very much so a thing. You go Speed Voids, like that was the thing for a while, whatever, kind of got nerfed out. But Void Rays are not really, you're not making like 2 of them and showing up, blowing things up and then leaving. It doesn't really happen.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. This is nice, is pulling it. He's got his own bag of tricks, and he's Mary Poppinsing it, right? Like he's deep in that bag of tricks. He's pulling something that hasn't seen the light of day in 50 years. There's double Robo on the way behind this. So he's got double Voids. He's not making any more of them, but he's got double Robo into the Twilight, into the Forge. Is this just like a mass? Serel, if you build roaches, I will kill every single one of them. I'm going to build Immortals and Void Rays, and that's going to be, I don't know, but I don't know what Serel's figured out, but he's got a Spire on the way behind this, and this is like the perfect answer to whatever it is. I don't know what Nice wants to go for just yet. Apparently it's Double Observer is the answer, but whatever it is that Nice wants to go for, Spire kind of counters all of it. Spire is so good against Robo play.
It's very, very interesting to consider too. He has the Stargate. We know that. He's shown the Oracle, he's shown the Void Rays, and Serel is getting the Spire. So on one hand, we can say that double Robo for Immortal production to deal with a possible Roach counter, Ravagers, whatever, and then going to like a +1 charge behind it. that can be really strong to deal with the ground units. And then the thought process might be, well, hey, then he switches into air and catches them off guard because that's good against the Robo. But by opening with the Stargate, he's also kind of telling Serel, he's like, if you try this, I have what I need to not be completely caught off guard by it. So if Serel were to try to do something with that Spire, something aggressively, then I think we're looking at a pretty... That's a pretty committed play from him, and possibly putting the game on it. So I'm interested. The Spire is done. Is he going to make anything with it? Are we going to see some roaches and stay and stick on the ground? I'm not sure, but there are those mutas. So he's saying, maybe I want to bait you into throwing down extra Stargates and a Fleet Beacon. I don't know, but so far, okay, well, he's going up to 9.
Yeah, well, 9 is the nice number, right? I think it's number 6 that one-shots a probe. 9, of course, allows you to A, one-shot probes, B, punch through shield battery, and C, have the glaive bounce for effect. So 9 is a solid number. He actually might even go for more than that. But importantly here, you talk about having a Stargate and that allowing Nice to respond to muta play. Single Stargate doesn't really give you that response. It's like, yeah, you can get a Phoenix out one at a time, but if a Zerg is off of 4 base, 8 gas building mutas, single Stargate doesn't come close. So yes, there are Phoenix on the way. There is a Phoenix on the way, just one. And yes, there are a couple of voids, but the problem here, yeah, first of all, Serel's not committing to air, right? He's not building like 30 mutas and going, he's not going full dark style or something. But the problem is that this setup from Serel hard counters everything, every story that Nice wants to tell in this game. Yes, he's got a Phoenix, and yeah, sure, fine. This double Robo Colossus idea that Nice was getting himself set up for, it cannot exist. It is not allowed to be a story that Nice is able to tell. So even if Serel loses all these mutas and only gets like 10 probes or something, I'm still going to call it a win because A, it's a big scout, and B, all the money that Nice is committed to this anti-ground idea is being spent elsewhere. That means that Serel, as he maxes out on ground and gets the hive done and everything else, is not going to work out nearly as well.
I actually kind of gets him to extend a little bit there with the mutas, but I mean, it doesn't seem like the play was really to commit with those as much as he did. However, I felt like he got some pretty good damage there. And to your point, it's kind of like a Motley Crue type of army. He's got a couple Phoenix, couple Void Rays, a couple Immortals, an Archon, couple Sentries, and a few non-blink Stalkers, and then 4 charge lots. So it's obviously not the type of well-rounded composition that you look at and you think, yeah, this can deal with a crap ton of Banelings and Lings and Roaches and Ravagers. So I do not know what to expect. This fight could get really ugly because Serel has a force that should be built to overwhelm, and we have the transition into the Fleet Beacon and Storm happening, but Storm is 20 seconds in, so he's got about a full minute before he can use that. I guess he's just hoping Serel just keeps on chilling, I guess. Well, he needs Bane speed, so that's about to finish, but it's awkward. Attacking into Protoss in a situation like this also kind of feels like how you would throw, too.
I mean, maybe, but
it's Serel.
He's also, I mean, he's got such a supply lead right now. This army is powerful. And I love what Serel's up. He's just got a couple corruptors, which are not a ton, but maybe he's forced his opponent to think that this is a muta corruptor. Now it's not. Files are going to go down. Bailey's not really allowed to make the best connections, though. Now they will, getting on top of things. And Serel targets down, well, whatever he can. Cannons go down. The Banelings continue to crash on top of this. All the chaff is gone. The wheat's still here for now. But the Banelings are just barely knocking everything down until they're all dead. So now the Colossus are falling. Now the Immortals are going down. 25 probes die. But on the backside, with all these Phoenix, with the teleporting in, it's really hard for Serel to run away. But Nate, even as I say that, look at the supply here. Look at the reinforcements. Yeah, Nice didn't die from this, but he's not really a liver either.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he traded out a lot and it looked like, oh yeah, he killed so much stuff, but the Immortal's gone, right? That Archon's gone. He does have the one Colossus, and to some degree, it's not like the Colossus air-based army doesn't have an ability to fight stuff head to head. It's just that it's very awkward, and then the Corruptors become more of an issue as you commit to having those Colossus be your main army. And well, you can see the Phoenix, they're never going to have a good time with that. So Serel, huge amount of Lings run over to the natural, does kind of pull the Zealot out of the wall, but he's not going to commit fully to it. And I guess for Serel, he's just happy to take bases and get the economy up while he does this kind of attack. So it's not anything super committed. He's just sending in the Lings, but it is a lot of them.
Yeah, and their adrenaline finish kind of right as that attack happens. So maybe that's kind of always like, I'm going to wait 30 seconds or 10 seconds. My adrenal's going to be done, and I'm still going to get a lot of damage done here. Ling's killing Zealots feels a little bit weird, but when you have this level of an upgrade lead, actually, I guess not technically an upgrade lead, but Adrenal counts for a lot. So he's going to make that happen. Supply lead's always going to be pretty nice. Now, so Serel in part also doing this because he's waiting for Broodlords. 6 of them are on the way, building a couple more Corruptors. Nice will have a mothership for this. That is cloaking. That is a slow zone that can be useful. But I don't know that there's enough of an army. Like, he built these additional Stargates, Nate. He's not building anything out of them. This singular mothership is the full extent of having +1A or having all these additional Stargates, and that's not really what you're looking for. You want more.
It's just awkward again. You look at the army and you're like, it's not something that's really it's not very inspiring. You know, he has the Storm, which we know is good, but he's got to get something in there that he can use to more or less force Serel to attack into him, right? And that's the Broodlords serve that role for him as he's about to make his push, and I don't even know if there's time for that consideration anymore on the part of Nice, but he's going to try and drop this gold right in his face as he's got a lot of creep tumors, got spores moving up on this, and I think that's what makes it so difficult. You make an excellent point. By not having that transition into a backbone that can really force Serel to have to commit to a fight to kill him, there's just not a lot that he can really do. It's like, yeah, he's got Archons, he's got the mothership, but you're not moving into open space to try and engage mass Broodlord Queen with that either.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, okay, on top of that, what do you have that can get on top of these Broodlords? I mean, that's a lot of Archons on the north side. Baneling run by is not gonna accomplish much. This is a very gas expensive army, by the way, from Nice. He's got 4,300 gas here, and he's only at 175 supply. Even still, I mean, getting on top of these Broods feels so. Yes, there are Tempests on the way, I guess, but you want 5 to, I mean, those Storms are really good, Nate. A couple more of those.
He activates the cloak right as the first Tempests come out, so Corruptors can't really dive forward too far to get them. He does have the sieged Overseer on the other side, so he has a little bit of peek into that shroud. I think the Tempest actually just focused down the Overseer. Very good play there. So Serel decides instead to try and go for that third base, and he's going to commit up the ramp on that side. Time Warp, however, hits all of the Broodlords, trying to hold them in place for the Archons and the Storm, but they are not going to be able to reach their target. Now retreating back over towards the east side. Fourth is Nice. Nothing can reinforce from the main base because he's got the whole army sitting in his third. Another Tempest is going to come out, and perhaps just with the shield battery and that inkling, that little inkling of stalkers on the ground, he is able to buy himself another fight. I'm going to assume. It seems like he has routed this. The Broodlords are going to continue to be annoying, but he's going to chase them down and trade out as many stalkers as he can for them.
Sure, fine. Nice lost the third base. Nice on 54 workers. Mothership died of spores.
Finished the mothership. The Spore Crawler got the mothership. That's, yeah, GG.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, yeah, sure. Serel technically was rebuffed, but he lost so much that it doesn't really matter. And then you lose your mothership to spores, and yeah, that's not all that promising a way to start a game. So Nice lasts longer. Certainly had maybe a little bit more promising of a game, but at the end of the day, Serel, he does Serel things. Not all that surprising. Looks very good in the mid game, early game, late game. I'm a little surprised that we didn't see, I guess in game 2, he tried to do something a little bit more interesting, but Serel kind of kneecapped him by going for mutas. But I'm really surprised he didn't go for some higher aggression in game 1. I mean, Crimson Court is just so good for it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, I guess, huh? We'll never know for sure. Nice is, I guess, just not the player that's going to try and follow the prototypical Protoss strategies, even on maps where there may be certain builds that have not been figured out yet. He just wasn't going to try it. He wasn't going to go for it. I think that's also part of the Serel factor too. You see his name and you know that, like, everybody who's tried to cheese this guy to get away from losing a painful macro game to him, they just lose faster. So you already know, you're like, oh, damn, trying to just cheese him and getting a quick one over Serel. It's like, that just never happens. So what do I do?
In fairness, you talk about that. If you have I mean, yes, sure, Serel has held a lot of cheese, but you probably got like a 90% chance to beat Serel if you're cheesing, and like or 90%, I guess a 10% chance to beat Serel if you're cheesing, and like a 5% chance if you're playing a late game macro game in PvZ. So I'd take the former probably. Regardless, though, that is first look at Serel. He's looking Not a lot of weaknesses that we've seen thus far, but of course there are going to be greater challenges. He's either going to run into Rainer or Hero on the top side of the bracket, and good lord, Serel Hero, if we get that one.
The next matchup in that bracket is gnarly. So yeah.
Mainland that
from
one.
what I can see on the results, that one's looking tied up so far. Too exciting. Hype.
Very excited about that. But for now, we got a bit of a break. Then we're going to take a look at the bottom side of round one here of our start of Group E. It's going to be Spirit Cure, a matchup that, while it's TVT, has had tons of great history. Spirit Cure played incredible best of fives to qualify for Katowice the last couple years, actually. And I'm very excited to see what they have in store for us. So give us like 5 minutes, and we'll be back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We've taken a look at how Serel looks, and he looks real good. But now we get to take a look at how Spirit looks and Cure looks as we take TVT on the lower side. Well, I guess the other half of Group B of our starter series. I'm really curious to see. I don't know how Rainer Hero is going in Game 3 of that series, but I guess I'm hopeful and I'm not hopeful that it's Serel Hero because I won't be able to watch it, but I want it to happen. Anyways, we get to take a look at a TVT here, Nate. It's Spirit, it's Cure. This is a matchup that has a lot of history behind it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, well, we talk about, Spirit was a player that first came up in a lot of the online tournaments. Cure, one of the things he's known for as far as the Korean players that partake in the international scene throughout the years, even for many years before things were fully online, or at least mostly online. Now we're, of course, doing stuff offline again, but even way before all that, he was one of those guys that you would regularly see him competing in the non-Korean events. Sometimes it was tough to get players to branch out and be a part of those scenes, but Cure is somebody that, in a weird way, it almost gives people more to work with playing against him because he is that guy that puts himself out there and plays that volume of games. So I think it gives a good contrast to style. I think of Cure as the little bit of the more potentially more aggressive player coming from the Korean region. But I know Spirit as well as somebody that will go all out and do crazy stuff too. So I think that just makes for a nice matchup and probably some more explosive games on the table here.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. For now, Side Delta is map 1, and we are getting right into it. So in the upper left, playing for Na'Vi. Up and coming and looking better and better. It's Spirit.
And his opponent in the bottom right, in blue, sporting that beautiful Team Liquid horse, he is Cure. But that's like one of the cool things about him, right? You think about players over the years, and obviously, again, things shifted online in a big way and slight reduction in tournaments and all that. But it was like getting a guy like Maru to play in your online tournament like 6-7 years ago, impossible. A lot of those guys, like their schedules are crazy, they're stacked, they're busy. If it wasn't something huge, right, like a Shoutcraft kind of a thing, you had a little bit of difficulty getting some of those top players out there. But Cure was always somebody that was trying to push that envelope and train himself against everybody else. And it's one of those things that's allowed him to remain competitive with some of these top guys, especially as some of the best players in the world now are now European, and it's not all just the Korean players. That dynamic shifts, but Cure has he's been flexible enough to blow with the wind and not be broken by it, shall we say.
Yeah, it's funny because now I would say Cure, he's been the second best Terran in Korea for quite a while. He is like the distillation of Korean Terran. He's not, say, Gumiho is aggressive and has wrinkles to his play that most players do. He likes Marauders and does these things. And Maru's this late game god, and Ryung's like the thought leader of Korean Terrans, and Byun's this just crazy aggressive, like, oh, sure, fine. And Cure is just, he is Terran. He does aggressive stuff when needed, defensive stuff when needed, just really solid play.
Yeah, he is the in the most complimentary way possible. But he is the generic. I'm going to just straight whoop you Korean Terran. He's not the guy that's adding the extra stuff that some of the other guys you mentioned. I think that's a great comparison because somebody like Gumiho, he does a lot of crazy stuff, especially since he's been playing less mech, but he has that wrinkle to his play. He is known for that. It is something people have to prepare for. When you're playing against Cure, you're typically going to be able to say to yourself, okay, this is not going to be not no frills in that it's boring, but no frills in that I don't expect Cure to be battlecruiser rushing me, right? And if that happened, I mean, I guess it would be awesome. But at the same time, he is just somebody that plays that sharp, fast game. So we'll see where he wants to go here. The openers both end up pretty complementary to one another. Fast expands, nothing crazy happening. A little bit slower for Spirit, but in TVT, it's never a bad move to rush up to that tech because more often than not, you end up needing it for one reason or another. The aggressive play comes through, or you want to be the first aggressor on the map. But for Site Delta, the games can get long. You got a good amount of space. I think that center path always gets a little bit tricky with like the Marine tank positioning if you get caught off over there. So once the rocks open, it gets a bit easier. But otherwise, lots of big open space can make you feel a little claustrophobic sometimes, Bayo.
Yeah, I want to point something out here that we're seeing Spirit do, because you're talking about openings and kind of wanting tech open. there's a little bit of a wrinkle that we've seen Spirit go for. So generally, you'd put your barracks like right here in the middle of the wall, and then you kind of go back, and it's fairly easy to scout. Spirit has just offset by a tiny bit, 10 units or whatever, like just off a little bit off to the left side. And that means that as Kira jumps in with the Reaper and tries to figure out what happens, he's got no idea. He has seen nothing. He saw the Cyclone, and he saw some of the units when the Reaper went in and tried to find something, but yeah, sure, you don't have a wall in the main base, but it's not generally relevant in this matchup. And all of a sudden, he's made it that much harder for Kira to figure out what's happening. Now, is there anything weird happening? Yes, actually there is. There's a second starport on the way. I'm glad I paused when I was asking that question, because he's going for the 2 starport Viking all in. This is pretty cool.
All right, well, cool to see. Yeah, second starport on the way. So that Liberator will go out, try to create a little bit of harass, get in his face. He'll be able to see the third base coming in, and back on the other side, we do have that Cyclone drop moving out. And this build, we talked a little bit about this during the break. Obviously, there was a period of time where this was much stronger during that weird period where we just turned Cyclones into god tier units for 2 weeks for no reason. But now they're it's a little bit more reined in. But if you don't already have the Viking, then sometimes the Terran player can dance a lot when it comes to using this. But the second starport to secure the air control for a big siege up play just makes a lot of sense, and that's right in line with the kind of aggressive posture that we expect out of a player like Spirit, as that Liberator is able to pick up an SCV, deny some mining, and pull the whole army around. Well, he has a second Liberator going for the natural. So it's like a crazy amount of pressure off of just 2 units, and then into a huge push up the front.
Absolutely. You get 4 Vikings on top of things. It's like, I thought we were going to Liberator do a little bit more. You put 4 Vikings in there, 4 at a time, over and over again. You just get this massive Viking lead, and then it's really hard to handle the tanks. That's what the Vikings are for. It's not that they're going to do anything in and of themselves, but they make it. By the way, I said 4 Vikings because I expected this to be reactored out. He didn't put a reactor on the second one. That's fine. So it's going to be 3 Vikings at a time. He's going to still build that air lead, and then the tanks siege up. You have to spend scans as Kira to make that happen. You're eventually going to have, you're still going to have 3 scans right now, but it's just really hard to dislodge this tank army. And the moment that Spirit starts building that momentum, you land the Vikings down, and then you have that much more damage. It's really hard to deal with, but it's also very all-in. I think that's the important thing to say here. There's no third base for Spirit. He's down, what is that, 7 workers right now? That Liberator getting a little bit more than the Vikings off of position.
Tried to say, I like the backstab attempt, but you make a great point. And also the other thing too, Vikings, yeah, they can be great. We know landed they can kill stuff, and we know they're great at zoning, but what happens if he tries to force this fight and Kira is able to get interference matrix on the tanks and win on the ground? You know, like these are things he has to consider. You're 100% correct. There is not a lot of leeway for him to make mistakes here. And Spirit is going to need to get a lot of damage done. He's taking his time moving up on him.
Remember, there's 8 Vikings to 2, so you say, oh, what if the interference matrix happened? Well, technically that's what the Vikings are for. Their job is to zone, to make it so hard for the Ravens to join the fray. And for now, they're not really, but because there's this Viking lead, we talked about Vikings and tanks, you can add Liberators in as well. And this is where life gets complicated. Interference matrix are going to shut down, well, a Liberator. They're going to shut down a tank. Ravens barely don't go down. But this is just slow in this, right? The Liberator, yeah, it's not going to kill that tank at the front line, sure. But the Liberator's still there. The tank has not gone down. That's a great scan, though. This is a lot of damage on these tanks. So that's a bit of a mistake there. A little bit of a misstep there from Spirit. We talked about how this is all in. You really can't make that many mistakes. This is already, it's still powerful. Absolutely, he can still kind of wedge his way in there. But this is already starting to peter out just a little bit. Stim is done. Combat shields getting started. 1-1 getting started. The window where this is really going to work out for Spirit is starting to narrow just a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, if he could get the Marines into a position where he could try to split or flank, hit from a couple of different directions, that'd be nice. He tried to move the Ravens to the south side. He lost one of them and the Viking. So Spirit was already thinking about that. He's like, oh, if you're going to try to drop anything on the low side, if you're going to try to attack from the north and the south. But the air control in TVT is always such a huge factor, and I'm really not surprised to see a build like this come out. I love it because of how hard that third base is to take. Landing the Vikings in this moment, though, is going to pull some of these units down the ramp, almost a soft bait, but he still has 3 tanks and 3 Liberators outside of your natural. So while yes, he may have had that third command center for a very long time, it's not like it's given him access to any additional resources beyond mining himself out very quickly with the mules, which is, I mean, that's just what normally happens. So now he has Liberators in his base, sieging on the mineral line and the main ramp, and I feel like we're approaching the win condition for Spirit in this game here, Bayo. There's not too much more he needs to do. If he hasn't locked on 2 bases or on 1 base, then that's just going to get ugly. I think sieging in range of the high ground tank, perhaps he's trying to open it up a teensiest bit. Submarines do come in for the flank. SCVs get pulled. And Viking's going to stay up in the air. They're going for the medevacs. He's going to try to retain. Not so much. Okay, well, actually ends up turning into... I'm not going to say this has been the prettiest game, but somehow Cure finds a way to survive this ordeal.
I mean, you say it's not the prettiest thing, but that was a great hold there from Cure. Put medevac with Marines, 8 Marines on the north side, medevac with 8 Marines on the left side. And that was just enough of a flank that, yeah, he breaks everything back, kills off a lot of the Vikings. The tanks are going to go down now, and... well, the base is still there. Right? He didn't lose a base. Yes, he lost some SCVs, but he still had roughly of a lead. And now he's going to get on top more tanks as they look to siege up here. Vikings are going to land, but they're dead as well. And Spirit is dead. Well, I don't know that it's fair to call him dead in this game just yet, but it's
biggest thing
bad
too.
Time.
Yeah, like Spirit he has his 3rd on location now, and Cure has a similar number of SCVs he can transfer over. Like saturation's not a question anymore because half the patches in the main are gone and 1 or 2 from the natural pretty soon. So he can get that 3rd situated, but keeping the tank count, right? Everything that he lost versus what was kept is where it starts to get more frustrating, because you mentioned the stim being done for Cure. Obviously, not all the long-term considerations were made in this game by Spirit, because he was open to win with that attack, and he damn well should have. It was a great play by Cure to throw everything at it when he did, but I'm not gonna lie, I definitely felt like Spirit had an opportunity there with maybe being more patient. I think small things like those 2 tanks both getting hit by the high ground tank right as he went into the natural. He took 2 full shots on all of his tanks before the fight even began. You know, stuff like that. It adds up, and I think maybe just the most tiny overextension as he was climbing in there was just rough. Maybe imagine if he leaves one of those liberators, like blocking the ramp into the natural, right? Covering his rear with that, something like that. But yeah, he's got my brain juices flowing a little bit watching that game, but very, very good play by Cure. And I felt good for him either way, because you mentioned it, but he had all the upgrades. All he had to do was not die, get into some sort of even footing to fight, and then he's got stim, he has +1 attack and all that, and Spirit had, well, nothing.
Yeah, like, you know, armor was canceled at the last second. He actually almost canceled it. He'd been able to, I was gonna say, if he'd been able to cancel the attack upgrade. But even still, the supply was like 40 supply to 10 at the end of it. It just, once that break happens, stimmed bio is so fast. It runs across the map so quickly that it's really hard for Cure to stay, or for Spirit to stabilize once it all goes wrong. And that one certainly did all go wrong. Almost made it happen, but and you talk about, well, maybe you put a Liberator on the ramp to make the flank a little bit not as easy. I think Spirit thought that he had totally zoned out anything flying, because he had this Viking lead. He had multiple times trapped Vikings and Ravens as they try to run across the map and make something happen. So you're like, okay, great. I got what I need. We're fine. But Cure was able to sneak it out in time, soaked up just enough damage. That big SCV lead that he had turned into just enough HP buffer, really, to make sure that the important units survived. And hey, at the end of the day, Cure holds what felt like an impossible game and puts himself up 1 in this series.
And that is exactly what makes him such an absolutely terrifying player in all of these matchups, because he's just, you know, you can try stuff against him, but he's the dude that finds a way, because he plays a crazy amount of games. He plays a lot of those best of 1s and online cups, and that's it's a very different environment. Best of 1 versus best of 3, it's a whole different ball game, man.
That it is. So now he's up 1 game in this series, really making an impossible win. Let's see if he can do it again. It's Cure.
And his opponent, I realized in between those games, I'm seeing on the delay, I didn't have my light on. In the bottom left, the red Terran player, he is Spirit.
It's all right. My lighting setup's also just a little bit wonky. It's fine.
You know, I do like to get a little comfy once we're in the game, and I don't have to think about people looking at me. I'll admit it. I'm human. I turn off the bright lights when we're in the game, and sometimes I forget to press the button to turn them back on. There you go. Throw me in jail and lock away the key, right? Something like that.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you a secret that I have 2 screens up, and I have one screen that is just your webcam the entire time,
Oh, okay. You're getting the full range of visual expressions then.
You know, I could be
Yeah,
watching.
I gotta sell that as a side one right there.
There we go.
That's gotta be on the stretch goals.
Yeah, you know, I could be watching the game of StarCraft, but I'd rather just stare at your glorious visage. So, pardon me if I missed anything, folks. Nate is just really too distracting.
Although I'll try to turn off any other lights I have in the room then for the next game. I got you. Don't worry. Well, Cure expands directly onto the low ground. He's not feeling super concerned. It's a very interesting way, like TVT and Legacy of the Void. Ever since the Reaper more or less became like it was one thing in HOTS when it lost the grenade that it could throw, the original grenade that damaged buildings, and it kind of just became a scout that healed. But in Legacy, and they gave it the little grenade the new grenade that it could throw, and so many builds revolved around that early pressure with the Reaper, and in many ways they still do. But that was like the end of an era. We had so many years of Terrans that would do these either gasless or one gas expands, and sometimes when the right players are playing each other, you'll see people go back to builds like that. But there's a reason that double gas, that fast factory, is so popular, and it's because when you play lots of games against people that you don't necessarily know what they're gonna do, those Reaper builds are just devastating. It's ingrained from an early level, very early on in your Terran days. If you're not opening with gas and either getting Reapers and Hellions or Reapers and Cyclones in some form of your own, you're asking for it.
You are, and well, for now, this Reaper's going to show up on the main base. Is it going to deny the starport just a little bit? Yeah, there we go. SCV goes down. He's going to get a second. Getting more than one SCV in this setup is, this is a problem. This should not happen. Cure's just not, I guess Spirit's getting damage done on the other side with the Reaper. Actually, you know what? Spirit's getting a lot more damage done. He's got the double Reaper there. He's got the Hellion and the Natural, so you know what? All is forgiven. You shouldn't lose the workers like that, but if you get more on the other side, Nate, I think you're okay.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things about TVT, because again, for me, the focus is always going to be on the power units and what is coming out of the factory, what is coming out of the starport, and are those things being kind of casually thrown away? Are they being repaired? Are you kind of just, But the Marines, the SCVs, like in TVT, these small trades, they don't seem to matter too much until you can really, again, impact whether he's got that Raven, whether the interference matrix comes out on time, if it turns into a supply block as you're trying to get the tank, stuff like that. That's really what makes TVT so tough, because we know if that one tank is in the right spot, the difference of 10 or 12 or 6 Marines is not really what makes or breaks it, because you expect there to be some level of support holding it, right? Maybe a bunker, maybe some SCVs to repair, but you have to be so careful about what you spend your gas on and where you use it, because that's what it's all about for this one. And I think that we're seeing some good patience exercise, a little bit of pokes at the start, but so far nothing too crazy. Bayo, they're both going into Ravens, they're both getting interference matrix and tanks, and we're just gonna wait to see who wants to try and pop that third base first, I suppose, as well, that is Spirit, and it's getting shut down by that drop right as he starts it.
Yeah, it's always interesting, by the way, when you take a look at things. You talk about, okay, well, it's the gas that matters, that's fair, but it's also one of these things where Terran players have the strongest force multiplier in the game, or the most supply efficient unit in the game, maybe, when we talk about the tank, where you can hold off a lot with a little. So it's like, yeah, the
supply can lie. In TVT, I'll say for almost any other matchup, it's not true. But in TVT, the supply lies all the time, and it's exactly stuff like that. Because the difference of having, he's got 2 tanks and he's got 3, but if your 2 tanks are in the right spot pre-sieged, and the other tanks try to siege in range, and they get to scan at the right time, it doesn't matter, So there's just so many different opportunities in this matchup to, well, more or less grief your opponent or punish their mistakes.
Yeah, in part it's why we saw in the Clem series early on, where the game that Clem won against Hero, well, he won multiple games, but a game on the Ghost River game against Hero Marine, where we're like, okay, it's weird that he's not getting his 3-3. He's only on 2-2, but he's committing to tank Raven. And that's because, well, the tanks are gonna sit there defensively. They have their +2. And the Marine count at that point doesn't really matter. Like, it does, it's obviously important, but defensively, it's all about the tanks and the Ravens, right? So as long as you got those, who really cares? And Cure, by the way, is hitting it with an absolute sledgehammer of attack. This tank gets the unsiege, but it doesn't matter. It's just gonna get shut down. Cure's got 2 tanks here, and Spirit playing a little bit of greedier, maybe. Yeah, maybe he got 1 extra Raven, I'm not sure, but all of a sudden, Cure just built this massive supply lead, and this damage that's getting done is not game ending, because we talked about supplies lying and being able to play kind of defensively and maybe shut some things down. but certainly game defining. This is painful.
knocking him off the natural. And you see that the other thing that stands out to me is, yes, the interference matrix cures tanks, but not at a time where he could get in position to do anything about it. So, but as soon as he delivers his first shot from the high ground, boom, Cure can see up the cliff, 3 tanks, 1 shot the other tank. And I think that matchup, if anything, is just a great demonstration of kind of that sort of killer instinct that we expect out of people with that play style, right? That's what I think of when I think of Cure. He is a player that is always acutely aware of the moment that he could go kill the other guy and win. And you don't see that when he's playing somebody that's at his level or better than him, because obviously, you know, he can't have maybe that same degree of confidence. But this series was just like, he's like, okay, Spirit's he's got his 3rd command center ahead of me. He knows, he's already feeling nervous because I kind of delayed it once. I've dropped him a few times. So I think if I'll start my 3rd and just push everything on the natural. I think he's too spread out, and there he was, right? Just 1 tank in the natural by itself, easy interference matrix, and then that's brutal.
Yeah. So Nate, I wonder if we can convince ESL to give us like a 45-minute break, because we're supposed to do Rain or Nice next, and that's very important, obviously. But Hero Serel is starting on the mainstream, and I wonder if we just like take a series off and watch that. What do you think? They're gonna say no.
You know, Bayo. There's that's where you learn the oldest trick in the book that nobody will ever admit to doing, which is sometimes you just take a look at it when you have a chance. All right, you don't beat yourself up over it, because the only thing you're doing is enjoying the game that you're talking about, and having something relevant to say from peeking over at that is never going to be something I dock you points for. I hope you know that, buddy.
There we go. Yeah, I'd certainly have my phone off to the side. You know. Anyways, we do have a brief break though. As much as I talk about, hey, let's skip a series because Serel Hero is happening, we do have a break coming up, and when we're back, well, we saw Nice once, but we're gonna see him again because Rainer lost to Hero, Nice lost to Serel. That means we take a look at the lower bracket. Give us 4 minutes. It's more PVZ. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Hello, friends, and welcome back. We got more StarCraft here, and we had one look at nice. He, it actually kind of looked fairly decent in the late game. Serel did Serel things, but that's Serel. That doesn't really matter. He's gonna beat a Protoss player. He's got like an 80% win rate against Protoss all time. But Raynor, though, sure, I can't say that with a straight face. Raynor's also a really rough matchup for nice as we look down here on the lower bracket side of Group B. Nate, if I'm a fan of nice, if I'm a fan of Protoss, what do you got to tell me to make me feel better about what's going to happen?
Yeah, is this the part where you mentioned that there are other Protoss players in the tournament to watch? Or is this the part where we mentioned that no one's being eliminated on this stream today, so technically the worst case scenario isn't possible yet?
There we go. I'll take both those.
I think that's the most fair thing I could say. There are a lot. He's like, not without being reasonable to him. He's obviously here. He's played a great game. He's qualified and all that jazz, but the level of competition is fierce. I mean, do you talk about what's at the end of this road? Yeah, this is a tournament with money on the line, but the top spots, you're talking about being seeded into the the Esports World Championship, and obviously that event is going to be the feather in the cap on the whole year for the event. So I think everybody here is there's absolutely no reason to hold back at all, right? It's not like we have dozens more tournaments or opportunities that are going to be coming up to make it into that event after this weekend. This is for some people, it's going to be that last chance to make a dream run and get deep enough to hit that spot. So it's exciting and terrifying all at once, but it does mean anybody who's like, it's like, yeah, we love the A-class heroes. We sometimes the B and C's, we love them, but we don't expect much of them. And then it's like, but in this tournament, the guys at the S top, the very tippity top, the S class, that's who you should be expecting to make it that far. And to try and make the argument that maybe nice is there comparatively to Raynor it's just a little bit tough. That being said, we've had a good amount of upsets in this event so far, but the only other thing I'll say is you mentioned some pretty strong strategies that Zergs have been struggling with from Protoss that nice didn't try to use against Serel. So if he's not going to do it against him, is he going to do it against Raynor? I don't know. What makes that more or less likely than the other? I feel like Raynor's a bit more of a scrappy, aggressive type of player. So how does that match up with nice? I do find it hard to say.
Yeah, it's funny. You talk about this being an absolute, every land's cutthroat, but you talk about this being a cutthroat tournament. Let's take a look at the players that are already gone. So we haven't eliminated anyone, right? Winner's bracket doesn't eliminate anyone on day one. But, GSL champion last year, Solar, he's gone out of the tournament. Skilless, top 4, playing hero to all 5-7 games, whatever that, playing him to the end of that series in the Chinese LAN. He took down, I forget who he took down. I'm looking that up right now, but took down someone pretty dang impressive there in the round of 8 as well. Yeah, Skilless taking down Oliveira 3-0, who, by the way, qualified to the playoffs in the top seed out of Group A. They're gone, right? Kelliser's gone, who always has, can have a decent run. Future's been knocked out here. And even more. There are more players in bracket C of the open bracket that I would expect to say maybe make the playoffs or just get out than there are slots to qualify. It is an insanely intense tournament. And, it just means that we get to enjoy some really awesome StarCraft. Now, you talked about strats that we haven't seen. I think some of those are very map specific. So, like, Serel let Crimson Court through his vetoes. I don't think there's another Zerg in a best of 3 that lets Crimson Court through. Realistically, it is so good for all-ins, which is why I'm really surprised that Nice didn't seize the opportunity to hit him with something. But I guess if you're Nice, you're also saying, realistically, I have a 5% chance to beat Serel. Probably. So maybe it's just not worth throwing anything interesting out there because I'd rather save it for, I don't think you want to save it for Raynor. That's also really hard, but maybe someone in the knockout stage where it really does matter.
Yeah, I think that's one side of it. I think it's also a pretty good point too that it's like the regional differences too, right? And what we expect players to go for. I think probably more than anything, there's just no reason. There's no reason to try anything like that against against one of these guys. May just not be what he's comfortable with. We don't know exactly if this is a map, if that was a map that he practices a crazy amount on. What is the PVZ death build on Crimson Core? What are you talking?
So
I've been seeing out of people.
There are multiples, obviously, but what I think looks really cool. You see some players going for this effectively double robo build where they go like disruptor drops or something. They kind of get active early, and then they go double robo Colossus Immortals behind. It's like 2 Colossus, 4 Colossus. It kind of depends, and you just take advantage of the fact that there is that ramp choke that you have right inside like the forward fourth base that Zergs really like to take because it's a rich gas. And it puts you pretty close to the Protoss third. So you just kind of wedge yourself up in there with like 4 Colossus or 2 Colossus and a bunch of Immortals or Disruptors. And there are a bunch of different ways that I've seen it done. And when you take that base away, it's the Zerg's third, generally. So then it's a 2-base Zerg. You have all these chokes to deal with. And your reinforcements are so fast, both in terms of robo units and in terms of gateway units. If you have you should have a prison for micro. But even if you don't, your reinforcements are so fast that you just shove right on through. And it generally... I have seen it lose, but it looks pretty strong. Looks pretty good.
I think especially Immortal based play and choked off maps just makes a lot of sense, right? Biggest weakness of the Immortal is getting into any situation where they can be surrounded or attacked, right? So you put that meat in front of it and get yourself into a good spot. We do have everybody in the lobby. We were taking a second getting everybody situated, but we are now counting down to load into the game. So thanks for hanging out with us today on the B stream, guys. We really appreciate it. There's lots of great games happening all over for Dallas this weekend, and it's pretty fun to be a part of it. Got another great series coming up with I think though it's probably fair to say Raynor got to be the favorite. I'm gonna assume the channel points. Yep. From what we're seeing, there seems like everybody watching agrees with us.
Well, you know,
anyway.
You want some copium here? Nice 2-0'd Raynor back in 2017. Once.
Damn. So. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was 2017. That's way back.
That it was. So we're gonna have to see if we can do it again. But for now, in the bottom right here, he's playing for Basilisk. It's Raynor.
His opponent in the Northwest, the Blue Protoss, he is Nice.
Nate, I'm sure he's a wonderful individual, but like, are you gonna introduce him or not, or like, you know that?
I see what you did there.
Gotta get it out once, you know. And...
yeah.
Well, I feel so
Watch
judged.
That step, it's a doozy.
I feel so modest. I feel so judged, Nate. Like, come on.
I appreciate. Hey, puns are where you score points with me. So I do appreciate that.
If you're not generating groans and tears, you're not even doing it right. So I'll take that.
You know, it's only a shame we don't live in a Banjo-Kazooie world where everybody just speaks in rhymes and just goes, you know, you just have everyone has subtitles. Just make everything so much easier.
Well, you know, they say history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme, and that close enough?
I'll take more, you know, whatever you can. They say linguistic humor is one of the highest forms or something like that, whatever. So I think getting that quote wrong is an important part of that joke as well. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, because I think I've heard people say like puns are the basest form of humor, right? It's no skill, it's just, you know, free association. So
word jokes require a little bit of thinking sometimes, though, you know, can make them fun and also frustrating. As we have, well, Raynor's taking the base up front, right? I guess the expectation there is that front natural gets blocked a lot, or he just, you're not really gonna chance it or risk dealing with it. So everybody's kind of comfortable with just expanding that way.
Yeah, pretty much. Nice. I don't know whether this was an 11 pylon. Like, I don't know if this was an 11 scout, 12 scout, but Nice had a probe over there, so I'm assuming it was right around at the same time where it's like, yeah, not worth doing. We do see some Zergs kind of play tricky and they say, I'm gonna go for it. Oh, you forced my third. Oh, you're gonna cancel your pylon. I'm gonna duck in and make it happen, like on a 17 hatch. But that is tricky. That is a really good way to put yourself tremendously far behind if your opponent just doesn't cancel the pylon. So that can be pain. But for now, Raynor doing what Raynor does. Stargate on the other side for Nice. And for now, again, this is looking like he wants to play straight up. Again, this is a very standard opener. But we did see him go double Void Ray in that last game, or in that last series, into double Robo. And
yeah. I think it was the Alcyon game, right? Went into two Void Rays. I think we saw at one point the Oracle. I think was at two Oracle into Phoenix. Maybe was the first map, the one that didn't go super great. Or I might already be mixing all the other PVZs from today in my head. But there it is going to be the Oracle first this time, so we get that little bit of information, and whether or not he can get anything done with it will remain to be seen. Rainer's moving out a couple lings already, though. Right as the speed finishes, just wants to make sure he can have that map vision as early as he can and know that there's nothing funky going on at the front.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen more and more often out of Zerg players, where it's like, yeah, technically the Oracles keep your third base alive, but if you can force the Oracles to stay back home for like the cost of like 2 or 3 lings, then you're not taking damage on the other side. Then you're slowing the Protoss player down. And in this case, well, Nice wanted to get a third base, but things were just a little bit slow. So that meant that the probe was out, the base wasn't on the way. And 6 lings or 8 lings or whatever this is, instead of just maybe putting pressure on and keeping the Oracle back home, they've delayed Nice's third base by a solid 30 seconds right now. It's getting, the longer this goes, the worse it is. And Nice's economy, or Nice's macro, his entry into the mid game, it is getting severely hindered right now. It is 4 minutes and 30 seconds in with, or 4 minutes and 20 seconds in with this natural goes down. At this level, that's a massive deal. Actually, that's very significant.
Yeah, it feels like he did still try to squeeze it out as fast as he could, but that's kind of like a part of what the situation was, right? Was that there's a little bit of a fear that if he jumped for it, that maybe Rainer could get the lings up on it, try to deny. He does have a decent amount, but 21 lings versus 3 oracles, yeah, that's a Protoss dub right there every time. So he's gonna wait for an opportunity, maybe when he sees the oracles harassing or poking somewhere else. But this is a very Rainer-esque, and I think that when we have conversations about map styles, Rainer is actually a great prototype player to talk about, because he's one of the Zergs that really benefits from having multiple different angles to attack, because he uses those angles. You know, he's always looking for somewhere to run those lings in to get that backstab damage through. Is one of the things that we've heralded Serel for in the past, but it's a big part of Rainer's identity as a player. And I think that naturally, any map that doesn't have those multiple different ways to get through is just going to make it a little bit more frustrating for him to play the game that he wants. Because yeah, he's got his lings, he's on the map. There's just not too much that he can really do yet, because well, things are nice and cozy here so far in Oceanborn.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well when we talk about things that Rainer has made his name on and how he looks to play. Well, first of all, Nice has made 4 oracles. He's pushing across the map with a bunch of stalkers here, which I think is kind of interesting. He is so far ahead of his blink. If he gets surrounded, it's a problem, but he's got these 4 oracles, so realistically he shouldn't. But the others, so we talked about storylines, right, Nate, is going into it. Is Serel good or not? Is Protoss gonna do well? The other one is Rainer got bounced out of GSL in the round of 16, you know, taken down, but didn't win a single map. A little bit rough. Is he gonna be able to bounce back from that? And for now, he played a close series against Hero, apparently. It was 2-1. But he's still sitting here in the loser's bracket, round 1. This is still something where he's tremendously favored. But while Rainer has the potential to be like the best player in the world, certainly he won Gamers 8 last year, it's always the question, is he of that level? And more importantly, A, is he of that level? But B, is he able to execute on those ideas we talked about? The ling run by is the things that kind of he's made his name for.
Yeah, when you're balling out as hard as Rainer does, and you're collecting dubs and paychecks the way that Rainer does you know, at what point does it become a little bit difficult to maintain that consistency, right? And he's somebody that does take the highs pretty high, right? You see, he's an emotional guy. He has a lot of expression to him, and he wears his heart on his sleeve with the way that he talks about his matches and all that. And it's one of the things that you love him for, but at the same time, it's one of those things that makes people feel a little bit nervous, right? That discussion. I think this event probably be a bit of a litmus test for him. I think you know, whether he drops in that upper match to the Korean Protoss is one thing, but definitely his performance in this bracket and throughout tomorrow, getting to that playoff stage from this position is something that people will definitely be wanting to keep their eyes on. I think if he doesn't make it to that point, then maybe the conversation starts to gain a little steam, but I don't think it's quite there yet. Rainer's got a big surround on this third as he kind of moved that Overseer into the main, pulled a few units to get warped in, focuses down the overcharged battery, so there's no more defensive capabilities here for Nice. He's just bringing the oracles back. Of course, the roaches can't shoot up, and there's a lot of stalkers, but he's also looking for the trade. He wants the trade. He wants those probes. 9 of them do get crushed as he has that 4th secured back across the map. So 4 base Zerg versus 3 base Protoss. Protoss has still a pretty good probe count though. I don't think he got too much damage done, but at the same time, I'm not sure what Nice is going to be able to do across the map with this either.
I mean, I don't know that was enough for Raynor, actually. It was a super awkward recall from Nice. He recalled back to his main, so those 6-8 stalkers they were just out of the map. They were out of the fight for quite a while. But Raynor did trade his entire army for, what was it, for, okay, we don't have the recap anymore, but for like nine probes and maybe a stalker or two. Not a ton.
Not quite as many probes as he wanted, right? I felt like getting the battery was good. He traded a bit with the army, but yeah, no, I think the only problem for Nice is that he still wouldn't expect to go close the game out with just blink stalkers, so he wants to rebuild some of that tech, and the Zerglings are still going to be looking on the map for opportunity. It's not like Raynor did that thing he used to do sometimes where you get the early +1 for this style and bring that harass, so he's doesn't have quite the chewability as he did before, but he still gets the denial on it, and the oracles come up to see the 5th. Oh, kudos to Nice, by the way. We've seen a lot of these oracles or ravens today. I feel like have been some players have been struggling with keeping them alive so far, and I'm about to jinx him, of course, but these at least made it pretty far into the game. I'm gonna give him some points there. He's gotten a lot of mileage out of his oracles.
Yeah, it's such a shame for Nice as well, right? Those 4 oracles all have energy. This base is dead. This was a 3 oracles will kill a base. 4 oracles, absolutely. But unfortunately, he just ran out of energy. Really wasn't able to make that happen. What's interesting, though, is we take a look at Raynor's gameplay here. So first of all, 3 oracles on the map. Big deal as Raynor goes into lurkers because, well, you need the revelation. But he got into lurker tech, and I guess he's waiting for seismic spines, but he only has 2 lurkers on the map right now against this Colossus, these blink stalkers. +2 is going to be done soon. But this army that Nice has made, I don't know that he wants to attack through such a wide open area. That's pretty wide open around this 5th base. As he blinks forward, knocks the Viper down. But this army that Nice has made, up until seismic spines is done and up until Viper counts are high enough, is really powerful. But I guess now that timing window, he wasn't able to get enough out of it. 4th base has to get started. Nice is going to have to transition. And I gotta say, Nate, he's moving into disruptors here. That feels a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I guess he's trying to make the most of what he has available to him. He doesn't want to commit too much on the Colossi just because he doesn't want to become super vulnerable to an anti-air transition of some kind. I'm not really sure. I think probably one of the other big things to keep in mind, though, as okay, so he just now starts Psystorm and gets his first warp in of High Templar. I was going to say the Vipers. The Vipers are definitely something to keep an eye on. Those are big game-changing units for Raynor. Blinding Cloud Abduct, if he gets the Colossus, etc., those are all going to be really big opportunities for him. So zoning those away with the High Templar becomes huge. I think that this is such a difficult army to engage into, especially against Vipers with the lurkers and the number of lings he uses. Like, you're not going to be able to retreat. So if the Colossi get sniped, if those get picked off, I think everything else gets way tougher. But microing disruptors against an army this fast is not going to be easy either.
What surprises me as I look at this is, so this is a style that was popping up like really right before Katowice. Right before
natural.
Yeah, there we go. And Nice is not responding to this, but this is a style that was popping up like right before Katowice, where you go up to 4 Colossus and it's a macro play. You get 4 bases on it. It's not really all in. But you go and you just kind of keep the Colossus back, and the Vipers show themselves, and you snipe with the Stalkers, and it's pretty fine. But we're going to see Raynor attacking for every side. So we've got the Nidus in the natural. Actually, it's just a distraction force. There's nothing really inside of it. Another one pops up in the main base. Lings on the stasis trap right here. This Nidus will go down. There's not a lot here, but there we go. That's the distraction you're looking for. Colossus will fall. And if you only have 2 of them, I mean, that's a 50% force reduction right there. That's a problem.
That's big.
That's
very big.
He's handling this really. He needs detection for the lurker in the main base, which he doesn't have. That's a big problem. Meanwhile, attacking the other side is he's kind of getting. It was a really nice hold, but he is losing his lunch right now. This is not great.
He actually did get a great feedback on the Vipers right there, but most of his army is in his main and natural trying to stop Nidus from going up. So he's got 8 lurkers, 8+ lurkers just sieged outside of his base. Hydra's there, so even at some point when he can eventually try to clean this up, it's still going to be tough to trade because the lurkers are in such an arc that he can't really avoid the attacks of them either. So he's going to come out and try to stop this, but there's a lurker in his main. The Nidus in the natural gets popped without anything coming out of it, so I guess that's nice. He has another Nidus that gets canceled in that 4th, but This is all the sort of chaotic kind of situation that Raynor loves to make. And if you look at what he's doing on the other side, he's still maxed. He's not struggling to keep his unit count up. That all the Lings and the Hydras are already back at the northeast base. He's got his upgrades rolling through and continuing to secure more expansions. He's got +3 attack, greater spire. You name it, Theo. Raynor's got it.
Alien.
Somewhere. I'm gonna say that. There you go. He's won a lot of games, so you just imagine there's a bunch of empty worlds full of Raynor's armies. So
there we go.
It was a trick question. I wasn't being fair.
Yeah, there we go. Those were nice feedbacks on the Viper, certainly, but man, that lurker in the main base that got out, it had 8 kills, and I think most of those were army units. It killed a lot of stuff. Nice just sitting on top of that, and sure, nice 77 army supply. He's only on 3 bases. That doesn't feel very good, but in a Storm, he's got splash damage here. The problem is well, Raynor's maxed out. Raynor has this ability to reinforce, and sure, maybe Nice can kind of win a fight. I say kind of win a fight on off creep. On creep though, that's a whole much different story. Hydra's coming in from every side. Lurkers unburrowing. They're gonna reburrow here, and Nice up until the point where the Nidus popped in the main base, he didn't have protection. Very solid macro game. Very solid defensive macro game. That one Nidus knocked it all down. And Raynor,
love that. It's such a smart play. It's such a smart play. It's so difficult sometimes to force the Protoss to engage you head to head when the bases are laid out like that. It's not easy. We talk about it. On this map, you have a little bit more leeway going around with those spaces behind the minerals, but yeah, without the Nidus, I don't know that he's able to make that push the way that he does, but he made it look really good. He got all the stalkers. I think it was almost every stalker. And you mentioned the recall to the main base the first time the 4th got sniped. That was just painful.
Yeah, man, if the recall is where it needs to be, maybe he can hold that maybe better, because even without those stalkers being where they had to be, it was only like 9 probes going down, and yes, it wasn't the majority of the army, sure, fine, but it was enough that it was like, okay, this is problematic here. This is maybe Raynor committing more than he would like and losing more than he would like. But with the stalkers off the side, you still trade off a little bit more. Your counterattack's not great. And again, if you're gonna play that Colossus style, I'd like to see you go and get 4 Colossus. Heck, keep them back. Like, there is a way you can play against this composition that Raynor's gone for that looks really good. Max Pax does it occasionally. Classic plays it. But Nice, like, going into disruptors that quickly, didn't give himself that option. Didn't have a bunch of immortals, which is one way you can handle the lurkers. And at the end of the day, he kind of built a composition that was, I'm not going to say the worst of all worlds, but not really good against anything that Raynor was doing.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Like lurkers, you feel like you want to engage them primarily with units that are going to be able to kill them really fast, right? And it's hard to try and shave them away with the Colossi because they kind of match the range, you know? So it's like, well, once upon a time, the Colossus kind of outranged them a little, and you kind of did it like that. But so many Protoss players, you kind of feel like once that lurker setup is there, even if you have enough to beat it, you still kind of overestimate it. Like you almost naturally, almost instinctively overestimate what lurkers are going to do when you're against them, just because you know that the moment you underestimate them, that's when they kill all of your stuff in 3 seconds, because you're like, oh yeah, I can dive this. And if you make that call at the wrong time, usually it costs you the game. So the fact that he had lurkers inside of his base, outside, is getting abducted, like he was trying again to get that well-rounded army comp, but he kept having to warp in all this other stuff everywhere else because, well, you pointed it out. But yeah, the Nidus just really torpedoed him. Great play from Raynor.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the Nidus that actually killed him, because I think there was another Nidus later that had more stuff in it. It was the single lurker. It was the single lurker in the Nidus that led to Nice losing like 75 supply and losing the game, which is not how we expect things to generally go, but it happened this time. That being said, maybe Nice has something back up his sleeve, can find some redemption, because Golden Aura is a very good map for Protoss, very good map for defensive Protoss, and it's coming up next. Game 2's here. In the upper left, in the red, up 1 game, making his opponent's hands fall off his arms, it's Raynor.
And his opponent spawning in the bottom right. He is the blue Protoss. He is Nice. Yeah, it seems like he's kind of trying to play somewhat straight up Protoss. I mean, for Oracle with the Stalkers doesn't really seem like it's, oh yeah, that's the cookie cutter build, but it was still like, oh, I want to be safe against the Lings, but then my base still gets canceled. But then I still want to move out with the Oracles and the Stalkers, but then I still don't really get too much done. So it feels like, it's like, yes, this is something I wanted to try, but absolutely no part of that original strategy anyway really seemed to get him the mileage he was looking for. You were talking about it too, the 4th Oracle, the energy, not able to kill the hatchery, right, that he had the free reign over before the Queens came back. It was like just these two or three things that maybe against a different opponent he kind of gets away with it, but not against Raynor. That's the hardest part.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's kind of interesting. You're like, okay, well, yeah, that Stalker or Oracle move out isn't really something that is with the meta necessarily, but or I guess it's a slightly different cookie cutter, but he's still making the same cookie. It's a little bit of a different way to get there, but at the end of the day, it's still a chocolate chip. He's not doing anything interesting. He's not snickerdoodles. It's
I think it makes a lot of sense to play anti-Ling against Raynor, even if he opens roaches, because on some level you always want to consider what you believe your opponent's strongest plays to be. You know, on some point you can't just take it out of your mind that he might go for a run by, even if he rails a roach rush. It's like that's just ingrained. So I love the Oracle play, but to me it's just that much more crazy that he made 4 Oracles and it hardly felt like he was able to do anything with it. That's kind of what's mind-blowing about it. Raynor, even if you try to plan for what he's going to do, he's again very good at adjusting and dealing with these situations where players are kind of trying to specifically mind game him, because you know, even with the people have their discussions about the GOAT, but on the day we know that Raynor, well, he was the guy that won it all, the big truck, right, last year. So that expectation is still there to some degree. There's a reason why those conversations about, okay, well, what's going on with GSL, what's going on with this, it's not people trying to be overly critical, but the bar that Raynor has set for himself is just very high up, and people tune into these matches, they want to see him do crazy stuff because that's what he's been doing, and we're getting to see a little bit of that in this series, and hopefully we get to continue to see much more of it throughout the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's also really unfortunate. It's a good thing. It's an unfortunately good thing, I guess, where you have players that are so good, both we recognize their skill, like we see how good they look in the game, and also by their results, where say not top 4ing an event is a disappointment, where not winning a tournament is a disappointment, and that is, on the one hand, that's a great marker of success. That's like, great, you know, you're Serel, you're Raynor, you're Maru, you're Clem, you're someone like that, where if you don't make a deep run, people are going to say, wow, they've underperformed. That's a great place to be, because, wow, you're really good. On the flip side, what that also means is that is a lot of pressure on your shoulders. And, you know, Raynor's been around for a while, certainly, but it is something that, you know, especially when we look at these newer players, Spirit, for example, who's been up and coming, people are starting to, or Skillus, starting to expect a lot out of him. And you can see, like, the moment where they're starting to really accomplish those expectations, they can stumble a little bit. And this is not taking anything away from them, but because it's just, when you are about to do something and that you expect yourself to do, when you fall short of it just a little bit, or when you're about to accomplish it, there's so much pressure that you can make those mistakes, and it can be just a little bit harder. So what I'm trying to say here, I guess, is that these players that are able to build these expectations and then fulfill these expectations time and time and time again.
That's what makes you a god. That's what makes you. That's why you have fans. That's why he has fans, right? It's because there have been those moments where we definitely counted Raynor out because he hadn't been that guy yet, because he hadn't done it yet, and then he became that guy, and we were like, wow, can he do it again? And then he did, right? It's like crazy to think about, but there's the number of players that are competing in this tournament that are either multi-time or single-time world champions is crazy. And the fact that you can't point at any one of them and be like, this guy's definitely going to win, is what says everything about, you know, the level of play. You know, we talk about how many people we have or the numbers, etc., but the reality is the group that is here is still pushing each other very hard, right? And we know that there's a lot at stake. Even beyond prize pool and all of that stuff, when we talk about the sustainability, a lot of these guys are trying to get picked up by those rosters for EWC2. It's worth pointing out, some of these guys are going to end up contracted on teams and be able to continue to compete past, you know, hopefully past the terms of that event and all of that. So, because we hope and we expect to see it something that continues to grow and be built on as fans anyway. So it's just another part of that story for him that, okay, we expect to see him there, we expect him to be competitive, but we want to kind of feel that. We want to feel that from him the whole year, you know, like he's ready to rock and roll. So I think that's where, you know, even if some of it is maybe a little bit of misplaced disappointment when things don't work out, it's only because you're like, man, this guy really just inspires me with his gameplay like nobody else.
Yeah, you know, Nate, that's also very true. Like, this is a big, important part of Raynor's lore and his story, and when the story we're telling in this series. But we've been remiss a little bit because Nice, we talked about, oh, he's doing the standard stuff. He's been doing that the entire time.
He's going carriers.
Double Stargate
Nice is
carrier.
going, by the way, guys, Nice is going carriers, double Stargate carriers.
Now, granted, do we consider that standard for Golden Aura? Like, do we?
When you're, yeah, you know what? That's true. I mean, Golden Aura. Look, well, there's only so many maps where you can do this, right? With the 3 gateways by the 3rd, right? There's not a lot of maps where you can just kind of wall and close stuff off like that. He's gonna have to push forward, of course, to get to where that 4th base is, but I think he's got plenty of resources to get enough of an army to be able to safely do that by the time he chooses to. So not a bad timing so far. He's got, what are we at, three carriers, 2 more about to pop.
I think the important thing here that we need to look at is Serel got excuse me, not Serel, their teammates, but Raynor got a couple lings outside of this 3rd base, and importantly, the unit that defended it was a carrier in like 7 minutes. So that told Raynor everything he has to know about this game, about how this game is going. And immediately, look, what do we see? We see Carapace on the way. We see a Hive on the way. He's not going to go. It looked like he might have been kind of gearing up for some sort of like Hydra Ling bust, and taking a more macro-oriented version out of like how Mio Micah plays. But if you're going to do that, you need Carapace. Hydras against carriers without any sort of Carapace upgrade, they get shredded. It actually is very surprising how quickly they die, but that happens as this Oracle will fall. So the interesting thing about this is what we talk about. Oh, you need Carapace, whatever. Does Raynor go with a Microbial Shroud timing? He's got 2 Infestors on the way.
Yeah, the Infestors are the biggest help for me, because you have to ask on the other side, it's like, what else would the Infestors at this point in the game really be for, if not to supplement the Hydras? Because there's so many Hydras. So unless he's like, oh, I want to fungal the Zealots that try to dive on him, no, I don't think that's why he's making Infestors, no. And aside from that, Neural Parasite, typically not known to be crazy reliable when things kind of get funky in some of those big fights. So I think you got a great point. The Microbial Shroud cuts the damage they would take in half. So if you don't have the Carapace upgrades or feel like you can't afford it, which he's getting anyway, it's gonna continue to compound the value of that.
Yeah, it's interesting though. I guess my question was, is this going to be a timing? Is he going to attack with this? Because it looks like the answer for Raynor was like, oh crap, I've got a bunch of Hydras. I don't have a Spire. I don't have any. My Hive's not done. I don't have any of this stuff. I need to get a couple Infestors out here in the off chance that Nice looks to hit a 3-base timing, right? Off of a bunch of carriers and stuff, and kind of go the old max packs idea of you get like 4 carriers and then you get a bunch of gateways behind it and you hit with stuff. I need something to make sure my Hydras don't die and they can fight the ground. So I'm going to get these Infestors. They're going to give me my Microbial Shroud. They're going to give me that defensive posturing that allows me to withstand anything that Nice decides to go for, but that's not going to happen. And Nice, we saw him go and he added in on top of this double Stargate. He's on double Robo as well, so he's moving. I mean, at one point, Void Ray Colossus was a thing you did against Zerg players. He is Nice has taken that idea, Nate,
the ancient texts,
the ancient text, and he's turned to the next page. He's like, oh well, if Void Ray Colossus isn't good enough,
found out how to kill Void Rays, and that's it.
We can go one step further. We can get more. A bunch of mini Void Rays shooting out of a. Anyway, that falls apart.
Yeah.
So Nice is maxing out here in like the next 2 minutes probably. He's got his 5th base on the way. Does Nice ever attack with this?
I don't think he necessarily needs to. Something that I hope to continue to see long term anyway. Players have really figured out at least I seem to have figured out what the role of the mothership is. And I know that people are always like, oh yeah, I kind of use it to zone, provide a little cloak cover. But the other thing that often gets missed is that it's also, it's your recall, right? It's that second recall that you have access to. That's so nice sometimes when you want to move out and do something and you're worried about getting backstabbed or overextended. So, oftentimes when you see a player able to do something cute, like move out those expensive units, not get caught, find a way to do something and then pull them back, it's a little tricky with the regular recall from the mothership, because the strategic recall is a bit of a smaller spot, right? But the mothership, as far to my best of my awareness, it's got quite a bit more of a size on it. So if you want to move out and pull back, you can. But I think he keeps everything at home until he feels like he could survive doing that, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. It's also interesting you talk about this mothership as they've changed it, and it has a little bit less HP now, but it costs 100 less, and no longer energy based.
Very true.
And
very,
all of these
very
things.
True.
it feels like it's almost, yes, it's useful in the late game, but it feels more than anything like it's a timing-based unit now where you get it out relatively early and you can run across the map and kind of hit this max out timing. But I guess Nice is not going to go for that right now. And late game PvZ is weird, right, Nate? Because you have this timing. If the Protoss gets to roughly where they are right now, where they have +2 attack on the air, they got Storm and all this fun stuff, their army is generally going to be better than the Zergs. But as you give the Zerg like maybe 5 or 6 more minutes and they take the map and they get up to 3-3 in the air, which is the really big thing, and Rainer's adding his second Spire right now, that air army of the Zerg becomes a lot stronger than the air army of the Protoss. And yeah, maybe that was a little bit more true when Broodlords were better than they are right now, but even then, Corruptors to anything that happens in the air for Protoss, for right now, this is a massive lead for Nice and Stern in terms of tech and quality. But these Corruptors are going to get stronger, so I love what Nice is doing right now. Just move out on the map. Take advantage of probably the most powerful timing that he's going to have this week.
What's interesting to me is it seems like Rainer is really going to rely on, I mean, he's got a tremendous amount of static defense at all of the fronts that more or less could be pushed. There's that one in between spot just north of where Nice's army is, but he can get sandwiched pretty easily if he goes in there. So I think this is the big concern, because if he tries to force this fight, he doesn't have a crazy amount of Hydras, but he was still able to get everything with the Corruptors directly on top of the carriers. And I was going to say, Bayo, I thought he would want a fight by the static defense because he only had about 18 Hydras, but he just has a pretty good confident move out. I don't know. I think he got 2 of the carriers there. Is a good bit of a trade, right? And he's got obviously a lot of money with all of the bases he has set up. So I was like, wow, I didn't expect him to try and jump out on top of that army, but that's the kind of stuff Rainer does.
Nate, hit Shift B, because that was not just a little bit of a good trade. Rainer traded twice as well. He knocked off so much of that army.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm not here to argue. I'm just saying I thought Rainer was going to play it a little bit closer just because he could. The fact that he was confident enough to go out and jump on him was really what impressed me there.
Gotcha, that's fair. And I think and part of that is realistically, Infestors got buffed and nerfed together in the recent patch. On the one hand, when they're burrowed, they're not as strong. They're directly nerfing Serel. But on the flip side, Fungal got 1 additional range. And what that means is, you're able to kind of ambush Protoss players just a little bit easier, as we saw happen right now. And now, with most of the Sky Toss gone, Corruptors are going to say, hey, this is fine. You got upgrades? No, you don't. You got buildings? No, you don't. And yeah, Stalkers, they do bonus damage to armor. That is something for the Corruptors to worry about. But in general, that's a lot of the infrastructure of our Protoss player just gone. And importantly as well, he warped in like 10 Stalkers. Stalkers aren't what you want in this army. He's going to have to find some way to trade them away in an efficient way, but that's kind of a waste right now. The choices that Nice makes regarding his composition are just fascinating, right? He rebuilds the mothership. Now he has a bunch of Stalkers, but they're not necessarily going to give him everything he needs against us either. Because I was going to say, yeah, there's the Fungal. He can still get Fungal. He pops the recall, but not without losing a pretty significant amount of those Stalkers. But no, I agree with you. And the reason why I was looking at the carriers killed after that fight as well is because I did assume that he would likely want to try and still get to that critical mass or what have you of it. But I suppose the necessity to warp in to deal with the Corruptors has shifted things into just a very awkward spot, because I would also then say that just having 4 carriers is not really that great when there's this many Corruptors. He's just kind of waiting for them to get killed during the fight if he doesn't have perfect coverage for them. And he forces this fight on the bottom left, just a bunch of the Ultras taking some of the Zealots and the Stalkers, and the Corruptors go up and they're going to destroy that northeast expansion once more. Yeah, it's funny. I'm like, oh, well, okay, losing a couple Ultras is still expensive, but Rainer's got 7k, 5k, so is it really? I don't really know. And more importantly, we're going to see the Spellcaster survive. This Infestor that has landed a couple pretty clutch Fungals is going to get back behind this wall of defense, and we're going to be very happy there. So Rainer, he's got all his money. He's got this final base that can reasonably be called his. He took the gold base. He's just sucking that thing dry. And at this point, I love what he's doing. He's just like, okay, I'm going to find corners. I'm going to sit in dead airspace. I'm going to knock things down. Mothership drops the slow zone, but I mean, who really cares? You do learn, by the way, that Mothership does 2-shot drones, I think it is. It does not insignificant damage, but at this point, I mean, you're attacking into static defense, and Lurkers and Ultras and Corruptors are going to come in from the side, and maybe these Archons are going to be enough to break through. I mean, without any Broodlords, maybe these Archons, maybe this army on the ground is going to be powerful enough, because even as we talk about this army out of Rainer, and how the Corruptor or the carriers are not as strong as they might otherwise be. On the flip side, that's a lot of death supply that is not fighting this army on the ground. So maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Raynor's still looking for some run-by opportunities, but this game state has gotten to just a funky place, right? We have a tremendous amount of static defense for both players, so neither of them are, specifically vulnerable to a light type of harasser run-by. You got lots of cannons, lots of batteries, lots of spine crawlers. So I think that's one of the reasons why Raynor feels comfortable just sharking around the map with the Corruptors and the Vipers, because he kind of knows that there's not too much he's vulnerable to. This top hatch will get picked off, but that's just I mean, he didn't have it set up yet, right? That's basically the only soft spot for Raynor at the moment, and as he doesn't have too many other bases to try to acquire, so he will make another move for it later, and perhaps Bale, this northeast area, turns into the mad spot down the line if Raynor doesn't get enough trades to push Nice out earlier. But he has not been able to stop the bases from getting taken, so that top left expo could end up being one of the last fresh ones that get fought over, or that bottom base, really.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see, by the way. We've talked a lot today about how Brood Lords are not as good as they once were. Brood Lords are just, not very good. But in this setup, when, oh man, he's got another fight. That's really important. 2 Vipers were just shut down. That's not, again, that's a problem. That is time that Nice buys, because you got to buy a Viper, and then you have to give it energy, and you really don't want to fight without your Vipers, so it does slow Raynor down a little bit. It's too
important of a unit to ignore in your kit. So I definitely agree. That's one of the picks Nice goes for. That gives him a bit of value, a bit of breathing room. And Raynor is going to expand to that bottom base, so it's bases right outside of bases at this point. Almost expect to see Nice kind of crawl that across the top if he gets a chance a little bit to get outside it, because again, the war of attrition that's taking place here is not going to end in a pretty manner. I mean, Raynor has 11k, 8k just banked. So like 3 full-fledged armies of whatever he wants, more or less, he could trade. Not that he necessarily will even try to trade it that poorly, but he can. So Ultras are going to push through the top, and yeah, meager static defense is not going to stop these big chunky boys. So I kind of like this, and he's even retaining them to the point where he's like, yep, as soon as you come with your army, I'm still going to run away. I'm not going to pretend like this bank means I can afford everything, right? It's like, just because the limit's there doesn't mean it's all cash, right? Although in StarCraft, technically it is, so.
Yeah, Raynor is merely Switzerland. He's not Monsanto, right? He's not the richest man who has ever lived, but he is extremely wealthy. So for now, we're going to see Ultras diving on top of Archons like this. Nate, technically I don't like it, but apparently it's working, because the Ultras or the Archons are not really able to bring shots to bear.
Void cutscene showed me an Archon beating Ultralisk one-on-one, and I'm really upset. No, you're 100% right. I mean, that's a lot of gas down the tubes, brings everything else back, and again, the Ultralisk harass, the Ultralisk run-bys have been nothing but poignant. He's gonna catch a carrier just out here. That one carrier just kind of flies forward directly into the Corruptors. It's a bit unfortunate there. He's gonna drop some changelings though, and maybe try and sandwich some of this, but I mean, Corruptors are fast, so he's not worried there. Abducting even the observers. Take what you can get. Take every little bit that you can get, because I think Raynor, while he recognizes that Nice has a lot of stuff, I think he's aware that he probably has a much bigger bank than Nice.
I think he's gonna be extreme. There's a pattern to how late game PvC goes, where the Zerg sucks up the map, right? They get these massive banks with a Protoss player, in part because they're buying more mineral-based things. They're buying a ton of static defense. And
oh, we found the Artosis pylon. There was one for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cannons. Okay, one of the cannons was still on. 6 cannons and 2 batteries get depowered. You hate to see it, or you love to see it.
Yeah, it depends. If you're someone, yeah. Regardless,
just give you both. Just give you both right there. No big deal.
There we go. Love that. It's kind of, you talk about this ebb and flow, right? So the Zerg player is always going to have a big bank like this in the mid-late game, and eventually the Protoss player grinds things out. But I mean, I don't see Nice grinding this out. He has lost 10,000 resources more than Raynor has at this point. He's slowly losing his other. Now, granted, that means a lot of Raynor's army is not here, and we're going to see a Fungo go down. We got to see more than that one. Ultras, they're chunking this. So we're going to see one Storm go down, and actually, without another Fungal, all of a sudden, those High Templars that were super low, they're not going to go down. Now there's, sure, the detection, or the cloaking is gone.
He's just got a bunch of Archon. Hey, that's one, you can keep him alive by doing that, but again, it's not going to be the range to push through the Spines, and the Lurkers, and the Ultras, and It's a very uncomfortable spot because all of these trades have happened, and for Nice, now we look at those banks again. Not a lot of gas left, Feo. So are we gonna get to the part where he starts burning through his mineral bank, just yeeting zealots at him since he can't do much else? I don't know. The top left expo for Nice gets eaten up again by these lings. And even though Raynor took that bottom base, it's probably also worth mentioning that he has not put anything there. Technically, I think that photon cannon can cut off like 2, maybe 3 of those patches in one of the gases. So it's just awkward the whole way around. Somehow a lurker is in the natural as well. He's just chilling there too.
Yeah, you know, but Nate, consider there are 3 bits of larva right here. If you really want to be adventurous, you can send a queen like on the creep on the bottom side, and then you have 3 free ling run bys into this base. That's the point of this. Really, it's positioning, right? You eventually will be able to mine out of it. I mean, if you kind of put Brood Lords on top, it's going to be really hard to break down. But at this point, Nice is maxed out. I don't know how he's supposed to take a good enough fight, because yes, he's maxed out, but the quality of this army is still okay. But again, 12 Archons, they're manageable. You can go, you can abduct them, you can fungal them on top and slow things down. And yeah, 12 Archons, it's a lot of gas. You look at the army value, like, wow, 6,500 gas is a ton of gas. But in terms of effective fights, based on against what Raynor has, it's really hard to make it happen.
Yeah, and when you have this many Archons, it's usually a sign that things have not gone super well, unless you have a very specifically carved out strategy. That being said, this is enough Archons to one-shot the Corruptor Ball if it tries to fly over the carriers. And this is kind of why I was surprised that he didn't try to make more carriers at any point, because you would think that this is part of his strategy. Use Abducts to cover, or sorry, use High Templar to cover against the Abducts and all that jazz. But on its own, none of the components of this army are really strong enough to stand, except for the Archons. But there's a lot of reasons why you don't just mass Archons and win games, even though they're really powerful and have a lot of health. And it's because they have low range. They block each other, they block themselves, and if you've ever tried to push with a couple of Archons against like 10 Broodlords, then I feel like just saying that sentence is enough if you know what I'm talking about.
The 2 things about this game surprise me right now. A, there were no Broodlords whatsoever, because if you have 12 Archons, I mean, Broodlords are just the ultimate answer.
I had to go for the most extreme example of range, but you're correct. No Broodlords have been made in this game.
But B, I thought when Nice lost that fight, he was going to GG out of this game. And he's still here. He's still trying to spend that mineral bank on a bunch of Zealots. But yeah, there we go. Nice. Now he's going to get topped out. But Raynor? Yes, he lost to Hero, but Hero is Hero, and that's no shame in that one. But he moves on to the next round, where he's going to try to fight for lower bracket round 3. Nice, though. Lower bracket, or excuse me, not lower bracket, knockout bracket round 1 is what he's going to go play tomorrow.
Well, that's, man. Well, I guess that the bright side of today is as stressful as any of this gets, right? We're still in the winners bracket, so we're looking at a lot of these top level players going at each other, but nobody's getting eliminated from our broadcast here, at least not here today. So yeah, you got something to look forward to, but that's the level of competition. The bar is set so high at this event. There are just so many world-class players, literally world champions, just spread throughout all of these groups. And a guy that you kind of want to cheer for because he's an underdog steps into the arena, and you're reminded why he's the underdog. Raynor looking so damn good.
That he is. And next, we got more next time we got more Protoss. I'm very excited about this one because I'm just a big Trigger fan. But we have Trigger next coming up against Spirit, is what's going to happen after that. And then likely 2 more series. So we have 3. We're starting the countdown towards the end of the broadcast day. Spirit plays Trigger, and then we're going to look at Raynor versus the loser of Pure Dark, I think that's how that works. And we're going to see Spirit, and again, the winner of Spirit Trigger is going to play the loser of Serel Hero, as I think that might be how that works. Regardless, we got a PVT up next. See y'all in 4 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, friends, to our pre-penultimate. That's the word we're gonna use. That's your SAT word of the day. The pre-penultimate series of StarCraft that we're gonna do, because there are 3 series left, including this one, and we start, Nate, with a PVT, or we continue, I guess, with the PVT. It's Spirit, it's Trigger, it's this young upstart from North America who makes deeper and deeper runs every time. Top 3, top 2 in the Americas regionals this time. He's slowly and steadily working his way up there against someone who has a similar story out of Europe in Spirit. He's been on the up and up. He's Serel's training partner instead of being Serel's teammate. And he looks good, and you see him make these deep runs, but he's never quite able to turn it into a deep run that we would expect from him. So 2 similar stories, but only one player can move on to the next lower bracket here.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like we're not looking at the elimination matches, but these are also good tests for seeing where some of these players are going to possibly end up over the course of the next few days too, right? That's a big thing. How in form is everybody? And I think it's also just probably the most fair part of the tournament format too, especially with how many players are traveling, that you get that opportunity that it's like whatever happens day 1, you're at least going to have some opportunity to make some adjustments, sleep on it, and come back tomorrow and see what you can do. So that's if there's a bright side to some of the struggles that we're seeing our players go through, it's that. But I see we're loaded in, so I'm excited to get another one started, especially on Ghost River.
There we go. The aggressive map, and in the upper left for Na'Vi, his name, of course, is Spirit.
He faces off against the red Protoss player in the top right. He is Trigger. Representing Basilisk, who was, I'm happy to riz those guys up any day. Appreciate their weekly tournament. Appreciate their commitment to science and nerd stuff, and they're also pretty nice to my boy Roddy. So always gotta show love. Anybody who's putting money in players' pockets every week, that's something that deserves some love. Kind of like this crazy thing. I don't know if you've heard about it, Bayo, the ESL Pro Tour. It's nuts, man. They got like weekly cups every week. They got so much money coming in. I hear this Max Packs guy wins them all, but it's still a good time. And I think that's always been the lifeblood of StarCraft, hasn't it? It's those little things that go on between the big things that keep us juiced up, that kind of keep us salivating for the primo. You know what I mean? Those big stage matches.
Yeah, Nate, they're the reason that I get up at 5 in the morning every Monday morning, so I have a love-hate relationship with it. On the one hand, it's great StarCraft. On the other hand, I am getting up at 5 in the morning to do it. So, but yes, absolutely, big fan. I gotta say, though, talk about Basilisk, I'm a little jealous. They all went out to barbecue last night, and a place that I've heard a lot of good things about. I posted the pictures.
I saw the pics. I was drooling. So hungry. First I saw Serel, and then I realized, oh, they're at barbecue. God, wait. Like, damn.
Were you drooling over Serel or the barbecue?
I'll plead the 5th.
Fair enough. Don't want to incriminate you on that one.
Yeah,
someone clip that.
I'm a Serel fan. It's not really a secret.
Now, it's interesting here, by the way. You talk about things that are secret or might not be secret. Spirit is going barracks, double gas, or this was actually more of a Reaper expand, but he's got this barracks command center on the low ground, but he's kind of hiding his factory a little bit. It's off the corner, and generally you'd want to put it like right next to the barracks so you can swap add-ons and take advantage of that one. So as you look at this, Nate, what does hiding this factory a little bit more, what does that say about what Spirit might want to do?
Well, assuming, okay, and he gets the depot lift, like, assuming that the Protoss player is going to do something like use the Adept Shade at your ramp, like, that's pretty normal if a Protoss doesn't have a clear idea of what you're trying to do, that they'll try and force that shade up. However, because he got the fast expand, there's really only so many things that Trigger can be expecting. So it's like, yeah, could it have been the second barracks? Could it be the 1-1-1? Knowing that matters, but tucking it into the back of the main mineral line, I don't feel like says too much beyond just, like if he was going to have something that could get up and see it, if he had put it, below the barracks, but away from the ramp, it's not like he couldn't still get scouted by a hallucinated Phoenix. So I think he's just doing this in a nice little spot that he likes, but I'm gonna be a little interesting to see though, because like he's going for 2 adepts as the opener. He's putting on this little bit of pressure. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to see, but Trigger Trigger, I think, is one of our American players that's competing here too. So he might be in a little bit of a more sharp form as far as dealing with that travel, right, is concerned. But he's someone who's been kind of fun to watch. I think he's played Terran at some point as well, if I recall correctly in the ancient texts. And he does end up moving the factory down towards that spot. So yeah, I guess maybe he wanted to just tuck the starport in case he got a chance to kill an observer later on before it saw the cloak, right? That's about all I can imagine. If he was going to scan to kill an obs, he might be able to hide the starport in the back.
Yeah, I think it was just to hide the cloak. I think you're right. Just like, hey, cloaked banshees or something that actually Spirit does with some regularity, but it's not the most common build. You're like, okay, I'm gonna go ravens. I'm gonna do whatever, right? That's gonna be fine. But in general, just hiding that off a little bit, that's worth some damage. And well, Banshee's actually gonna be really powerful on this map because your air-to-air rush distance is so short, right? You put the natural right there, you run across. Trigger is well positioned for this. He's got a couple stalkers. He's got a bunch of stalkers right here. Granted, the Banshees aren't out yet, but even still, I mean, Trigger's positioning right now, well, we're gonna have to see because stalkers are on the other side. He's got a prism with this. He's sitting on 4 gateway blink, and well, if you go for a bunch of Banshees against 4 gate blink, it means you don't have a lot of stuff on the ground, Nate. Not really.
No, not a tremendous amount. It's like the Banshee can do so much, but it's also, if you don't have 2 of them, it gets a little bit weird as well if he has a shield battery. I don't think there is a battery, so he should be able to get some work done. The thing I like the most, perhaps, is that he went for the double bunker, and the tank is tucked just far enough away that if he tries to blink into that main, look at this wall. He's gonna have to blink twice to get to where the siege tank is. So one of those, like, how many licks does it take for the Tootsie Pop or whatever, right, to get to the center? Well, he's got this one layered pretty deep.
That he does. Now, Stim is, I'm not going to say it's exposed because there's a tank behind kind of guarding it, but Stim is kind of exposed a little bit on this side. That is Trigger looking for a little bit more damage, but the problem is you look at this, well, the Reapers and the Banshees, they're kind of balancing the damage out. So yes, Spirit Trigger's gotten like 5 or 6 SCVs, certainly, but the Banshees and the Reapers have kind of done similar damage, and at the end of the day, Trigger's the one that, despite everything, is the one that's down on setup, or down on supply, or down on workers just a little bit, but he does delay Stim. That was about halfway done. So in the balance of things, yeah, he's not getting a ton of economic damage, but he is buying some time because oh, that's a bad move, Command.
It's so awkward. I thought he might have had a chance at the tech lab on the right there for a second. I like where your head's at, because the way this wall is set up, his tech labs will always be exposed. So, and he also left a couple stalkers in there too, because he's like, I'm just gonna wait until I can pressure you into moving all of this stuff just somewhere a little bit further. And now the stalkers are outside of the tank range. So if he just plays around this zone, the tank can't hit too much further past where the refinery is. And now he's back in the main, so it looks like he doesn't get picked off, but he blinks back. So Spirit now has to be tucked in. He's just so constricted. This has to be one of the least fun feelings when you're playing Terran versus Protoss Bea. You're like, every direction I try to go, something is waiting. And if I unsiege the tank to try and get that freedom to go somewhere else, that's like 90% of the time the moment the Protoss jumps on you too. So you have to be extremely patient, even with something as simple as just trying to get a third.
Yeah, that's fair, Nate. I totally get what you're saying, but on the flip side, Trigger's third base is not even done yet. Trigger's economy, he's equal on workers to the Terran, which is just not anywhere anywhere a Protoss player wants to be at this stage in the game, because mules make up for such a big deal. So yeah, and on top of that, it's not like there's a robo, he's got a robo, but it's not like there's a robo bay. It's not like there's disruptors or colossus or some next level of tech on the way.
It's very gateway man-esque, right? Like that, I think that vibe comes from like having that economic. If he can have the third base secured, like he uses the contain, force out a lot of tanks, switch into charge lots, and then whatever army ends up leaving, there will be a lot of Marines and Marauders. But the tanks themselves, he wants to turn those into the liability, more or less. So he will get to see this third base at least attempt to be taken. And if it lands all the way with all the stalkers there, that's actually kind of awkward. So he's going to force a big stim. I think maybe get a little overzealous. But you're right, the tech is not quite there. So as he breaks out, he's still going to rely on the zealots and the prism. He actually does get the tank in the natural with those zealots. Another warp in happening. So the army kind of poking away from that third and retreating. Widow mines are going to have a huge help though to deal with those zealots and kind of just chunk them down a little bit. 7 SCVs killed so far. and Trigger is taking a 4th. I like everything that you said, Bayo, but I think the strength of what Trigger is doing is that he is just not letting Spirit go across the map. He is doing everything he can to keep him at home. The moment he can't do that anymore, then I start to get a little bit more worried on that low-tech setup.
I gotta say, I really like something that we saw Spirit do because yes, Trigger has been leaning into him 100%, but Spirit kind of realized, okay, Trigger's warping in right now. That's where his screen is. I can rally over and I can A-move this. There are a bunch of zealots. It's gonna be fine. So he found a bunch of stalkers on the bottom side, kind of about right here. He moves on top of them. Trigger didn't respond. He lost a lot more stalkers than he realistically should have. So yeah, Trigger's leaning and he's got a 4th base on the way. He's down 30 army supply. And the quality of this army for Spirit as well is tremendous. It is so good with these tanks and the Marauders and the Widow Mines. Yeah, there's one Colossus. Extended Thermal Lance isn't done yet. This
Him
army
trying to contest there is dicey. Yeah, this isn't the army you try to sandwich, but he's gonna go for it anyway. At least wanted to try and remove the tanks. I kind of like that for protecting the shield battery. It does have the Immortal up at the front, so there's the overcharge. I think killing the tanks, that's probably worth it for what he did. And it's just such a flimsy army until once he gets the 2nd Colossus and Extended Thermal Lance is done, then I feel a whole lot better about this for him. But Spirit has his 3rd. We know he's got the mules, so that even number of workers turns into an income advantage for the Terran, and then he is getting the 4th command center while this happens. So Trigger already has his 4th, but Spirit is about to get eyes on that, and we do expect to see the Terran continue to do their harass. As that's pretty much their thing. He still has the Banshee in the northeast corner too.
Yeah, it's kind of I thought the Banshee was dead, but anyways, it's kind of interesting, and I guess this just speaks to how Spirit wants to play. That we didn't see him try to push the advantage on that. You see, if be honest, or maybe Clem is playing this exact same game, and he has that position where his tanks are dead, but he's got a lot of bio and he's kind of up the ramp. He tries to stim on top of that Colossus, and especially in the lack of, I don't think there were any sentries in that. Yeah, I don't think there were any sentries in that army. I think we see something happen, but again, Spirit would much rather play the late game, much rather max out, get up to a bunch of bases, upgrades, liberators, ghosts. That's how Spirit wants to play. So I'm not surprised from the context of who we're looking at. Kind of this is how Spirit likes to play, but it did feel like he had a little bit more room to make something happen, kind of in this position we're looking at right now when he was pushing 2 minutes ago. Even still,
I love that. I love that you mentioned what another player would have done too, because I agree with you completely, right? Like Spirit kind of he was like the deer in the headlights and changed his mind at the last second. But I think there's a lot of Terrans that would have just slapped the T and A move up that ramp and try and get that Colossus without the range and the generally flimsier Protoss force that he had. So there's certainly a world where another Terran goes up that ramp and gets microwaved, but it's I guess that's just the stress of this situation.
And that is certainly something that Spirit kind of has pretty publicly dealt with before. Like, you're in a winning position. How do I know when to attack? And that is something that Spirit, it's funny, we talk about Hero. Hero has the A move, the A flu, right? He runs across the map and he often loses his own game. He loses his game, he's messes, it's bad. He also wins a lot by doing that. And Spirit's kind of the opposite, where he often struggles to know when to attack versus when to not attack. And that can mean that he can let players back into games where he realistically should probably be winning. And that, well, Trigger's going to find this drop on the right side, which is, by the way, 1 empty medevac, 2 full ones. It's not the best, but he's going to find this perspective 4th base that, wait, did he? No, I guess he sniped the base. Never mind. Everything I'm saying, well, Spirit with that run by early on as this attack was happening did snipe that 4th base. So didn't get a lot of workers off of it, but did shut the economy down. And that now means that Spirit, well, that Trigger is getting active on the map a little bit more, but running up this ramp feels so hard. Trigger, what are you doing here, bud?
Yeah, you can't zone the Vikings there at all. The Colossus get melted immediately. Has the Ghost, lands a fat EMP on the Stalkers, and this army of Trigger just got, I mean, that's almost like a donation right here. That ramp up a tight choke point when the Vikings are all stacked covering it. I do not really think you could take a much worse engagement than that. At the same time, Spirit has that drop in the bottom right again. He's been pounding that zone, and it is brutal. Trigger has to warp in to defend there. The triple medevac drop is now headed towards the natural. I'd like to point out there is 1 pylon powering 3 gateways and the robo, so there's a bit of a risk here of losing some of the production. Disruptor shot's gonna come out, gets a ghost, and he still has another medevac sharking outside the main. The Banshee has returned, by the way. The Banshee waited all game for there to be no more Stalkers, so she can come out here and do stuff again.
I mean,
you love to see the unit retention.
there's no detection here, and disruptors don't shoot up, so you gotta juggle that. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, come on, that's a little disappointing.
I think that, you know what? Shout out to that Banshee, because she put in some work this game. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't get to see them picking off disruptors after picking off probes at the beginning. GG Spirit plays. I mean, I talked about it earlier, that frustrating situation of being contained, but he just handled it so well, and he was so patient not to force up the ramp, not to force anything, and really just a good level-headed approach to the game is the best way I can describe Spirit's approach there.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. We saw him go, and you say level-headed, right? And that's one way to look at it. On the flip side, I think, yes, Spirit eventually won that game, but he also put himself in a position where, and he was in a good, once he held the 4-gate blink, he got damage on the other side. He was in a good position to build into that game, to kind of scale into that game. But he also gave Trigger an opportunity to go and come back into a game where he was a little bit behind by kind of sitting back, and Trigger starts leaning into him, and you start to see a little bit of economic damage happen. And if Trigger doesn't go and shove his army up a choke into like 5 EMPs with the Vikings on the high ground where the Colossus can't fight, and take just about the worst possible fight that you could ever take as a Protoss player, Trigger was equalizing that game. He was putting himself back into it, even though he lost the 4th base. So yeah, one might call it cool-headed. Another might say, well, he needs a little bit more of a killer instinct here.
Yeah, being able to know when to make those calls, when to make those choices, right? Like if he tries to unsiege everything and chase after the Prism in his main while that first attack's being set up, like does he just end up losing to the attack too? And the way that he had the wall off, like you think about the kind of things that can really derail a game or put a player on tilt. Having stim canceled in general, that's, I mean, pretty easy trigger for anybody. No pun intended. To you have a big focal point of your tech. It's like, oh, my link speed got canceled. Like, how is this even possible, right? These are the kinds of things you don't want to deal with, but obviously can happen. And I think the fact that he didn't get baited into a bad play after that just kind of says everything. Being able to keep it together in stressful situations that's what competition's all about.
That is very fair, and it's also one of these things where, like, if you are, again, this is lower bracket. It's not elimination, but you want to go further into this, so you get further into the knockout bracket before you get put there. And if this is how you feel most comfortable, play the game that you want to play. At the end of the day, you have a style that you're comfortable with, and whatever works for you is going to work for you. So now on a bit of a shorter map, you talked about the 2-lane MOBA map. Crimson Court is going to be game 2. Let's see if Spirit can make that 2-0. A Trigger takes us to another game 3. And the upper right here in the blue, up 1, playing a nice solid defensive game, then hammer blowing when he needed to. It's Spirit.
And his opponent in the bottom left, the red Protoss player, he is Trigger. I think we hit the 1-minute mark, right? So Crimson Court minions should start spawning, right? I think that's how this works. Easy peasy.
Your horn
something
goes
like
off,
that.
you know, it's
yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I think the problem here, Nate, is you and I play different.
If you
MOBAs.
haven't bought yet, the game ends, I think, something like that.
Well, luckily we have things on the production tab. So
phew. That's good. That's good to know. It's a good test. Both of our players are here. They're ready to rock and roll. And you know, Bam, well, let me pick your mind then. If the blink play into the contain, into the gateway man style, if Trigger is going to do something else, does the smaller map then kind of make it a little easier or harder? Because I guess maybe there's some more choke points to work with for the Colossi, but we also know the Terran army is not going to necessarily be as limited by those rocks, since we expect them to use lots of drops. And I guess it's kind of harder to try and catch those drops on the map if you have to work to open those sides up as the Protoss here too.
See, Nate, I don't dislike the 4-gate blink. I think it has a lot of power. Trigger is a very good gateway player. We saw him, was it against Scarlet, I think? Just incredible blink micro in the regionals. The thing is, the Banshee on the other side that technically this 4-gate blink can do generally pretty well against because you're lacking stuff on the ground. The Banshee and the Reaper got as much damage done as the Stalkers did. So it wasn't a matter that I don't like the blink play. It was a matter of, well, the Banshee... Spirit counterpunched, and then you have to get more damage done, and then you kind of press a little bit, you overcommit, stalkers go down, and it starts to be this snowball that Trigger didn't get enough done. So I wouldn't be surprised. I don't mind seeing Trigger go Twilight again, not the least in part because Trigger is just a noted hater of Stargate play in TVP. He just does not like it. He much prefers this Blink style. So I'm not surprised to see the Twilight go down. I just, this time, make sure you got a shield battery in your base. That's kind of the story. If you got a shield battery in your natural, shield battery in your main, that Banshee doesn't do anything, and then all of a sudden the damage Trigger gets actually is relevant and valuable and allows him to move into the game a little bit faster.
Yeah, having to pull units back for that is huge when you consider that the Prism was his high ground vision too. So it's kind of exposed, right? He was trying to poke him from different fronts once they got past that early phase. So I agree big time. Having to keep the Observer at home kind of limited his ability to keep the harass going, I think, to some degree, but also, yeah, just not having the shield battery too. One Banshee takes a little while. Banshee does more damage than a probe has shields, but that Stalker almost barely gets away. The Reaper, that's where the Reaper really delivers the value. When that unit almost gets away with 2 health, that's what you save that for. You get that last click. You didn't want to go for it again though.
Man, losing Stalkers, I understand what Trigger wanted to do. It's like poke, he's not gonna be expecting this. Trigger or Spirit's a defensive player. But poking out like that, losing one Stalker, getting all that much damage on a second, when you're going for a Blink game, there's a Prism on the way. Yes, Trigger's taking the third base through the gold wall, but when you're committing to something like that, every Stalker matters. Maybe, say, if you're not at the pro level, you might be able, one Stalker, whatever, but when we're talking about this setup, where this is Trigger, this is Spirit here, we're offline, we're at a LAN, every single unit matters, and trading one away for really minimal gain takes that much power out of the attack, and it means that Spirit's going to be able to hold with a little bit less, which means this Widowmine drop is going to be maybe punished a little bit less. You know, it might not, but trading units away for minimal gain, especially in the early game when every unit does matter, is kind of painful.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll just generally agree with the statement that Stalkers are expensive, especially what you're trading in versus usually in this matchup. Widowmine drop, it's gonna just get not really much of anything. Actually, that's a pretty nice grab there. Grabs the Stalker warping in, so your 25 gas mine will shoot again. But Trigger trying to clap back in the main base has 4 Stalkers and a Prism, which is enough for him to be one-shotting some workers. Has to be careful with the tank trying to target down the lowest Stalker. Good play so far, and he is going to be able to step back. So it's a little bit awkward too, because Spirit out of that starport, like he's got the Liberator there. He still has the other drop waiting. So do you really want to take the time to try and make a Viking or something like that to get rid of this Prism? No, not really. You're just going to kind of deal with it. So let's see how much he can deal, as he's just going to push it back one more time without getting too much real damage to it.
Yeah, the interesting, it's funny, losing a Stalker is painful. Realistically, getting that one Stalker pretty low is even more painful, because you notice he's moved. It's 4 Stalkers, they one-shot SCVs. You're not really committing all that hard actually to the Stalker count, but you're putting them across and you're trying to snipe SCVs. And that one Stalker that was as low as it meant that he had to pick it up a little bit faster, which meant that the damage potential, he got maybe, I don't know, 1 SCV less than he could have, 2 SCVs less than he could have. Or again, these small decisions early on, they do expand into less damage, into more damage you take, whatever it is. But for now, this is Spirit's time on the map. He's got 44 army supply to 19. He's got a ton of bio, a couple medevacs, and he's going to look to siege up probably outside of these rocks because, well, you talked about it. It's really good for tanks.
Yeah, what I really like about this is he's trying to force these mines in right as he's got the main army moving out, and I think the Observer has seen it, but he's trying to make it easier for himself by multitasking in this way. He also has the Liberator at the third base, which is completely uncontested. 10 plus probes have killed so far. That Widowmine is being dealt with, but the Robo just get killed. Was that the robotics facility? Are you kidding me? That's a huge grab. So the army up the front, the Liberator in the back. That Liberator is at 8 kills as it gets finally dislodged. And there's the Observer too, so just going from tough to tougher here for Trigger.
Yeah, you lose. it's not okay, but like it might be like slightly okay if you lose something, but like you lose workers, but you hit you smash the attack at the front. You knock down the harass, and then you kind of slow push the attack in the front. But losing everything, losing the workers. I do like the Prism bulldogging on top, trying to knock these tanks down. But the problem is the natural's dead. Right? So it's like great.
It's like really cool. That is a really cool, good play. Dropping zealots on tanks in almost any situation is good. That being said, this is not one of those situations where it completely turns things around. But he's happy to trade the bio. It's functionally 2-base-ish. He's got just 12 workers on that outward third base now, and of course it'll be a big drop target that is exposed. He's gonna try and save the rest of these units and get away from the blink too. That's a very nice grab to save that tank. And okay, the only other thing I was gonna ask, well, Spirit has that third command center done, so he's just gonna fly that right on over, and with the amount of SCVs he has, he'll be able to saturate it instantly too.
Yeah, 13 SCV lead. He's got that army supply lead. The one thing he is lacking with this push, and actually didn't remark upon it at the time, but generally when you go for pushes like this, it's +1 stim combat shield. That's the mantra of a Terran push, regardless of when it hits. But this hit without +1, so that's only just finishing right now. It did allow Spirit to hit with maybe more stuff, more tech, but the bio, when stim, doesn't do quite as much damage as otherwise would have, but that's now complete. So on top of this, by the way, there are 4 tech labs on these barracks. There are 4 ghosts on the way at a time. So this Trigger's trying to get something done with these stalkers, but once the ghost goes down, once the EMPs go down, they're going to be at like 50% HP off the top. Life is, I understand. Trigger's trying to go double Robo Colossus. I don't hate it, right? There's not any Vikings on the field. If you can get like 4 Colossus up, maybe you have an opportunity. I don't think Spirit gives him that time.
We kind of just expect him to open these rocks and make a play for the third. So the best case scenario here is that he will have those 2 Colossus in position. But the worst case scenario is obviously they're out of position. He already has extended thermal lance. So even though these will be the first couple Colossi on the field, that is because the Robo got sniped. So the Robotics Bay was already done, or on the way rather, possibly one of the two, your pick. But he was able to get the upgrade before he could actually make the units. So it's not the traditional, oh, Colossus is going to finish, will he get range? No, there's 2 Colossi. They do have range. He's going to try and dive forward onto them. Some pretty good stutter stepping. But the meat of the Gateway army is still going to be cleaned up through this. The Marauder Click of Doom tanks everything. That's 1 last grenade launched, and that's a 6 supply unit destroyed. So if you're Trigger, okay, you're somewhat on 3 bases now, but economically speaking, the Terran's got 69 SCVs. You have 49 probes. You're not feeling super great in this position at all.
I mean, that was nice micro from Trigger. We saw him do, I mean, he almost kept 2 Colossus alive, but even just keeping one of those Colossus alive, trading out for a lot of the bio, like, oh, okay, it's not horrible. You get a medevac on the backside. But again, 20 worker lead is massive. And we're at the point where Zealots are sometimes throwaway units. You put them in a mineral line, it's like, okay, they're going to do what they're going to do, and I'm going to keep my opponent distracted. They're going to be the chaff to the wheat of my Immortals and my Colossus and my more powerful units. But when you're down 20 workers like this, even losing to 2 Zealots like that is pretty painful. So now Trigger's going to maybe try to jump on top of this. It looked like he was thinking about it, but instead his army is pretty heavily marooned on the center of the map. A couple Zealots thinking about a run by maybe, or hitting some flank, but now the Vikings are on the field, Nate, and if this was not painful enough already, it's even more so now. There's just not a lot here for a Protoss player.
You know, again, he's trying to rely on this defensive position back by the base where he can warp in and reinforce, but the fact that you don't even have shield battery here, really everything is just relying on the Colossus. But once the ground units are gone, now it's not just Marauders diving. He has Vikings. He sets up the Widow Mine too, manually retargeted it to stop it from going off on those probes, and we just get to see a little bit of a clinic here put on by Spirit. That's what my compliment to this series will be. Spirit just kind of deals with a little bit of from Trigger, but we clearly get to see that Spirit just has a good handle on TVP in this patch. He just looked, I don't know. There's not a lot to report about as far as mistakes or screw ups go. I mean, he even kept that Banshee alive the whole game in the first map. It's you got to really cherry pick there. Just very clean play out of him.
Yeah, that's very, very fair. You know, Nate, once upon a time, before things became as they are, before we had accepted names for things in StarCraft, Someone tried to argue that the plural of Colossus is Coloxen. And obviously that's painful for many reasons. But in that game, they were Oxen, they trundle along, they're slow, they're ponderous, sometimes they're stubborn, don't do much. And unfortunately, those were the Colossus that Trigger had. He's like, you need something to support them, and unsupported, they're just kind of slow, ponderous, and going to their death. So not great. Unfortunately for Trigger, he will now have to play in lower bracket or knockout bracket round 1. It still has an opportunity to make a deep run, but that's a lot of best of 5s. That is a ton of best of 5s to play.
Yeah. The consistency to be able to come back from a position like that is going to be tough. I mean, that's asking a lot, right? We talk about it. Accuracy and precision are not the same thing. So even if your best moments are great, you got to be able to consistently hit that mark, or you're going to struggle. But I think it's a great matchup because it does give us 2 players that are probably going to, regardless, struggle against some of the top dogs that we've already seen today, and already have to some degree against some of the top dogs that we've seen today. So it's a nicer part as well of the early stage, just getting to see a little bit more of some of these spread out matchups, because obviously we're all looking forward to those end stage brackets and that final day. But between you and me, I'd probably I think most people here, anybody that watches StarCraft regularly, you got a good idea of who you're expecting to see in that top 8. So a lot of these matchups along the way are a really great way to see what everybody else is bringing to the table, fighting for those other few spots that there are.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. But for now, we have at least 1 more series. We might have 2. I'm waiting to confirm on that one. But it is going to be a little bit longer of a break is what's going to happen. Spirit and Hero are going to be the next match, I think, that we do. But they want to give Spirit a little bit more time because obviously he just completed this. So we're going to be about a 15-minute break this time. Not the 4 that we've been going for, but we'll be back soon. It's going to be Spirit and Hero. That's a really exciting PvT, actually. See y'all when we have our game.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Today is a great day. We've had a lot of good StarCraft, Nate. There's one more remaining, and my day just got a little bit better because there's currently a corgi just laying against my feet. So we get to see Hero Spirit. I have a corgi underneath my feet. You tell me, Nate, which of these is more important?
Well, dogs are amazing, and without them, the world would be a far less interesting place. And potentially, you know, they're pretty clutch. They're pretty clutch for the survival of humans. Whether you can say that's a good or a bad thing, of course, is something up for debate. But they've been there for us. They've been there for us. I spent the break with my pooch in the other room, and you know, it's one of those they're those little guys that help us, or gals that get us through some wild times, difficult times. So. We need the games to give us something to do to release some of that stress, right? And at the same time, we need to have that space to retreat to. So I'm gonna put them both up there pretty high. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not gonna complain about that one, and certainly I'm not gonna complain about this matchup either because it's Spirit, it's Hero. This is a matchup where Hero, you know, he takes down Raynor 2-1. Great, sure, fine. Then he has to run into Serel, and you're like, okay, Serel's back from the military. Hero's PvZ is really good. He's been stomping recently, and kind of all matchups been looking fantastic. And it's like, okay, this is going to be a close match. This is going to be the Serel 2-0 moves on to the playoffs. It's like, what do we got to do to nerf this guy? He had targeted nerfs in the last balance patch. Like, what more do we have to do, Nate?
Well, I love Hero, man. He's been probably my favorite Protoss. I'd say there was a time where Neeb got really up there next to him, and I'd say maybe Estrella took Neeb's spot for me. But Hero's always been my favorite Protoss. Historically, he's just been one of the most fun players to watch. He is, you know, depending on what your definitions of the big tournament at the end of a circuit is called. You know, there was still an IEM World Championship of sorts, even back in the WCS days, and you know, I'd be remiss to say that Hero wasn't one of the guys that won maybe one or two of those. He's got a very storied legend in StarCraft, and if you're a Protoss player, he's 100% that guy that inspires you, because in good metas, bad metas, Hero is one of those few people that does still win, regardless of whatever people are complaining about, regardless of whatever the meta is. You know, some players they just win, and Hero is one of those guys. So I'm excited to see this matchup here. I think Spirit, at least for me, he just has to be at least a little bit of an underdog. So what does he do against Hero? I don't know, because I think it's just as likely that Hero goes for a proxy in every game as he does a 2 or a 3 base play. So it's difficult to say, but I think that's why a lot of us are Hero fans.
Yeah, you know, you talk about, I don't really think that we're going to see Hero go for a proxy all that much. It's just not how I think of him, or not how I really think about the matchup for PvT right now. It's a lot of mid game, right? It's a lot of Blink Stalkers, but again, proxies, not as much. I don't know. And Nate, you know, so not to throw, Hero's won a bunch of IEMs, but never an IEM Katowice. He did, however.
That is a shame. That is a shame. That is a shame.
But he did get proxy 2-gated in his own base 3 times in a row and mentally broken in a winner-take-all grand finals.
Perhaps finalist is still inappropriate, but he's reached that pinnacle. He is one of those guys that, if you ask me, should probably have won a couple more tournaments than he has. But he's not any by any stretch of the definition a slouch. And yeah, again, like you said, regardless of whatever the current meta is, you know, he is that guy that when those opportunities come in to make those types of plays, he does it. And if he's not doing it, then that's how you know it's really off the table.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find out. I'm looking forward to you proving me wrong on this one. Let's see what he can do. But for now, the bottom right in the blue, he's playing for Na'Vi. It's Spirit.
And his opponent in the top left, as the red Protoss player, we have Hero. Not surprising to see him be a Protoss that goes for the fastest probe scout against Terran that he can, whether it's going to be just for that harass or if he has any other further plans.
This is just the kind of thing that he does. Hero is not a player that really passes up on the opportunity to take some sort of advantage in trying to harass or be annoying for the opponent. And in TVP, it's one of those things that's weirdly shifted a little bit. It's a bit harder to do some of that probe harass. So you see it sometimes come a little bit faster, but obviously they had the patch where the worker attack range got doubled. Feels insignificant in a lot of ways, but particularly for this, as a Terran, I must admit, it makes it a lot less stressful. So Hero going and doing that is quite normal. But what I do find interesting here is Spirit. We saw this earlier today, didn't we, Bayo? With this the engineering bay block out of him after the double. Well, he went double gas opening in that earlier game when he did it. So no fast wall off this time, but still the fast block. And you're gonna test Hero? You're just gonna be like, yeah, Hero, do something crazy. Do a one base against me. He's like, yeah, he's kind of puffing his chest out a little.
Yeah, I think that was Clem that did that against Stats. I don't think we
yeah,
saw.
Yeah, they're blending together. They're blending together now. We've seen a little bit of it though. It's nice.
Okay, so this is interesting, by the way, as we talk about what's happening. There are a couple ways you can approach getting eBay blocked. You can pull probes and a zealot and kind of knock it down. You can opt to take another base. You can take your normal third. You can do what Hero's doing right now, which is taking your third base very far forward. And I say this is interesting because, Nate, this is the most exposed, against like a Hellion run buyer or something, this is insanely exposed. When we saw the Cyclone change in the last minute where Cyclones were just uber buff for a couple months, you would see Clem and other European Terrans going for this exact thing because you would kind of force an expand here and then Cyclones run across the map and you take the base down and just the game is over and it's really painful. I don't think we see that as much anymore as the Zealot runs across. Hero made it to deal with the eBay block, but because he just got the cancel, it's like, okay, well, let's see if I can get something done here. And there's the follow-up. So step one, okay, you take this here, it's super vulnerable to run bys. How do you buttress that? How do you buffer that in some way? You go Stargate, you get Oracles, you get Phoenix out, you get these things that can actually deal with Hellions fairly well before, even without upgrades. And that then would trigger, theoretically, Spirit to go and build a bunch of Cyclones and get all this anti-air and go for this like base and a half push. And I don't know if we're going to see that now again with Cyclones being just a little bit more nerfed, but even still, it is an awkward position for Hero to find himself in. And this, well, the Zealot and the Adept, they're not really going to get much of anything. Wow, that bunker finished just in time.
Yeah, not too much happening here. We've seen this opener a couple of times in TVPs today, right? The double Adepts kind of sharking around. We've seen them finish behind that mineral line. I was going to say, there's been a couple of times where that dive was made for the Mule, but he actually goes for the Reaper and kind of misses it. The Reaper does just barely outrange the Adept, so you see a little bit of that dancing happen, and he goes to tuck it back behind the bunker, and it may end up being what allows him to secure the kill on that, as he's going to get just a little bit of the regen. He trades it out, and
oh no, the body block, the Cyclone stuck behind the Marines. Traitor, it should still die at the end, but lasts that much longer. That being said, though, shout out to the micro of Spirit right there. You know,
a funny little skirmish, yeah.
Like, he got a lot. Those Adepts tried to really toe the edge of things, and part of it is really what, like a skill test for Spirit. Like, okay, Hero, saying, look, Spirit, how good are you playing today? And Spirit, outside of the Cyclone getting a little stuck behind the Marines, he passed that with flying colors, didn't lose a lot of Marines, and now this idea where he's like, okay, well, I'm going to kill off all the anti-air so my Oracle can get damage done. Not quite as powerful. Even still, getting 4 SCVs is going to be pretty nice here for Hero on top of everything else. So not a lot of pressure coming out of Spirit just yet. The Oracle gets damage done. Not bad.
No, not bad at all. Again, Hero is the guy that when you get into weird games, this is what I was talking about. It's not the kind of thing that phases him a lot. That being said, the 2 Adepts behind the mineral line, like it's almost criminal that he didn't get the Mule. You know, taking the shot at the Reaper. I don't know if that was a misclick or if it was intentional, but that was probably the biggest clutch up for Spirit, since he already has the 3rd command center and he's going into tanks, which means that there is a world here where he can actually power out enough as these barracks finish up to try and make a move for that 3rd at a nice timing. But I'm still expecting Hero to bring some crazy pressure once his blink is done. So at the very least, he can make maybe 2. Actually, did he? Yeah, okay. He finished the first tank, so he can make maybe 2 more if he was to go straight for it. But he is just going to do 1. So it's understandable to some degree because he wants to get more barracks and marauders and all that jazz. And the starport's only just now started. But if there's somebody's blink build to respect, since that Oracle might also give high ground vision, something to keep in mind, it's probably Heroes though. There's not too many people who have better control than him, I think, we expect out of those units.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you talk about that though, because yes, Heroes blink absolutely shenanigans. It was only 3 gate, so not 4 gate. There's no robo here, and +1's on the way. So it's like, yes, Hero is still probably going to get aggressive with this. With the Stalkers, the Oracle gives you that high ground vision. You're absolutely correct, but this is pressure. This is, hey, I'm going to feel you out. Maybe I can get some damage done. Not necessarily something where Spirit or Hero has to end the game. He is adding more gateways, but that's because his third base is done, and he's probing up just a little bit more. So his goal right now is to maybe kill a tank if he does. That's great. And this stasis trap gets all the Marines. That is so... That means the third base has to lift. That means it has to go back home. And I gotta say here, Nate, this tank is dangling. I am so surprised he's not just jumping right on top. Instead, around it. He is playing this so safely. I thought that tank was dead like 5 times over.
Yeah, this is a classic Hero play. I mean, he is so surgical with where he chooses to move those units in and out. And now he does go for that tank because he has a couple Stalkers on the low ground. But really, the biggest thing was just that without Stim trying to take that third base on this map, it's just tricky. Yeah, you can put a tank on the high ground in that spot, and then every Protoss player would do what Hero just did, or at least that's what you should be trying to do there. It's just so hard to go and engage the Stalkers on the low ground without the ramp, without Stim. They have the speed and the range, and then of course you get your Stim, and most Protoss players would lose a Stalker or two right there before they go back, but Hero's like, oh, your Stim's ready? Okay, yeah, I'm out. All good, no problem. Somehow got an Adept into the main while that was happening. There are 2 very low health SCVs, might be able to scoop one up. Not sure it's a big deal either way. Stalkers are continuing to poke at the army while he takes that third. So what do we have? A Protoss now moving up to 4 bases as the Terran takes the third. So he's following that economic balance of how this matchup progresses like beautifully. It's just you'll love to see everything Hero does, because even though his base got blocked super early, he kind of seamlessly gets to where he needs to be. But at the same time, it's kind of almost reminiscent of the Trigger series in that it's a lot of gateway units containing, not a lot of fancy stuff behind it, but he's keeping his opponent in his base a little bit more to the point where he can actually, he can actually make that transition in his tech. Robo Bay is about 70% done.
Yeah, I think it's also important to point out, I mean, you kind of did, where there's room for Hero to grow. In that Trigger game, Trigger was not really growing into the mid game, wasn't really developing his tech at the same rate. So, gateway, mass gateway can be good, but again, you do need that follow-up, or you need just an insanely bigger army, a much bigger economy that allows you to just kind of flood units over and over again, which Hero is gonna try to do right now a little bit. But I mean, Spirit's battening down for the long haul. The Sim City, the bunkers, the tanks, any attack in here right now is not gonna be a good trade. So Hero lets the Zealots go spend their lives and maybe get some damage done, blinks the Stalkers out for the time being. But this is where it gets a little scary as a Protoss player. You've committed so much to this. It's really hard to break the Terran, but you kind of feel like you want to, because late game Terran is tremendously scary. Certainly if you're Hero and you don't necessarily want to go, say, 3 Stargate carrier that we see stats in Classic go for, that Twisted Minds Brain Trust. So you're kind of in this situation where you're like, I want to break the Terran. I'm in a good spot. I want to break the Terran. But they are turtled up so hard behind tanks and Sim City and bunkers that it is very easy to throw far too much away into it, and then Spirit's right back in the game. All of a sudden, Spirit runs across the map, and you've just dashed yourself against the rocks.
That's the eternal struggle. On one hand, putting the Terran in a position like this is kind of what you want as a Protoss. He doesn't have to deal with drops. He doesn't have to deal with drops. He doesn't have to deal with Liberators. There's no mines anywhere. He's got pylons around all the edges, probes around the edges of the map. It would be so difficult for Hero to be caught off guard in this situation. Like, that information is so nice to have. But you're right, it's exactly the kind of thing where you also say, oh, I'm up a base or 2, man, maybe I just try and just push right here. Maybe I just push right here, right as I see one of those tanks, and then the tank in the back, you go, oh, well, I just need to get that. And then all of a sudden you realize there is another tank on the high ground, and those Stalkers that we talked about, they're very expensive and they're pretty flimsy too. So on the other hand, it's important for Hero to exercise that patience. Triple Medevac goes in the northeast, Probe sees it, should anyway. He's in a weird spot of the bush where he doesn't yet, but he will see it. And for Hero, it's again, he's going to be already prepared to at least move his units over and answer this.
Yeah, Hero's aware of all the drops. There's another single drop on the bottom left side, but he just had a random Stalker there that blinked away at it, made something happen. So now Hero knows he's actually moving on the main base, warps a couple Stalkers in, but actually the Sim City means he's going to knock him down really nice. It's like, okay, is this enough Stalkers? And it turns out it actually might not be. But even still, he says, this is my opportunity. You've got 40 armies to fly on the other side of the map. I can go and I can do more damage than you're going to do to me. So he kills the 4th base here. And meanwhile, He can always recall if he has to. Meanwhile, he's bleeding a couple zealots into this. But again, realistically, his economy is so good that even if it's a negative trade, quote unquote, even if he trades a bunch of zealots and doesn't get all the bio, he killed the 4th base of the Terran. So yeah, maybe you would like to trade a little bit more efficiently, but you don't. It's kind of fine. You're okay as long as you can keep Spirit on 3 bases. Here, it doesn't matter what Hero happens on Hero's side of the map for the most part. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah, and it's especially frustrating too. Think about what Spirit's position is trying to take that 4th base. He has so many SCVs on that 3rd that, you know, with an 86 workers, and he's still building them. It's the kind of economy that asks for you to have these bases up. And for Hero, he's like double punishing him, because in some situations, the Terran might say, oh, if I'm being contained, I want to just try and max out, maybe pull the boys, do something crazy. Obviously, this isn't one of those games, but it would be doubly worse if he tried to do it with 88 SCVs, because this just means the rest of his army is smaller. He tries to come down on the 4th one more time. There is the spread, the Colossi up top. He has the Disruptors in the back and force fields to prevent him from running away. But I was going to say the biggest thing for him here has to be just trying to get these Stalkers. If he can kill the command center, that would be huge. Everything else kind of wants to zone for that, but good jump onto one of the Colossi by Spirit there, and manages, at the very least, if you're Hero, there's still no 4th base landed for the Terran. He does have enough workers to instantly saturate it when he gets it, but looks like a recall is going to get forced by that drop in the north side. That's 4 Marauders, and if Spirit gets the 4th though for the Terran, then you can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. But you need the workers there, you need to be mining it, and maybe when the planetary is done, you can start to breathe a little bit. Yeah,
I mean, behind this Hero's upgrades are going bonkers. He's got +3 attack, armor just about done, adding in shields, Dark Templar, really rounding out that composition. I am a little surprised, again, to not see him go into that Sky Toss that looked so strong in Group A earlier today, but I think that's a stylistic thing, right? Hero just not the type of player that really likes to go for that. He'd much rather sit on microable units, on ground-based stuff, so he tries to move up the ramp once again. Destructor shots are okay, not incredible, but not horrible. And he is taking a little bit of damage from the drop on the north side, but Overcharge says, you're fine. Hero not going to take a ton of damage from that one. And behind this, what's he on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's on 7 bases, Nate. He's on 7 bases to 4.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you want to prevent this 4th base from landing, but when you're up 3 bases on your opponent, even with that,
it took so long, right? It took so long for him to get the 4th. He's eaten the map. That's the correct move here. He's maxed out. He's got a very powerful army. The Colossus Disruptor is not the main focus. It's still very clear he likes a lot of the gateway units, but even just having those handful of Immortals mixed in there means diving any of those tier 3 units suddenly becomes a lot less enticing of a venture. And Medevac's kind of boosting forward a little bit too, as some of them are running out of energy. So he's just been taking these trades endlessly, and the further away he pushes him towards that natural, he's like, are you really just going to give up this much space? Because that planetary, you know, at some point he is just going to be giving it up. And he comes up, Disruptor Shot's going to try and keep the army away, gets 2 huge volleys onto the bio, so the Colossus is dead. But for Spirit, everything else is, and GG is called. Hero taking game number 1. That's, yeah, whew. I like watching Hero play, man. I like watching Hero play StarCraft. He's got a rhythm and a pacing to his actions that once things begin to happen in the game, they just don't stop. Such an entertaining player to watch.
Hey Nate, did you know that Hero is really good at the video game?
I did. I've been posting about, you know, even back, I was, you know, the original CJ Entis Hero poster. I love that guy. He's fantastic.
You sure Gemini might not have a heavy beat on that one?
No, he doesn't. I know that for a fact. Love you though, buddy. He likes Liquid Hero.
True.
The other guy.
Look, they both have the same name. What's the difference? It's the same person. We're okay.
That's true. It's kind of like how there's that RV company name that has the StarCraft, right? And we drove past one of those the other day. You know, Katie blew her mind. Had no idea. I'm like, as long as they're not in the same industry, you can get away with quite a bit of stuff like that. Fun fact.
Exactly. So, hey, I'm not surprised to see Hero doing this well. I did like what we saw Spirit kind of do at the end, where he knew there was a lot of pressure on that planetary, and he had to keep it alive, obviously. And if you lose it, you're kind of dead. But he's like, okay, well, you're attacking on my bottom side. I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna take the low ground base that you took as your natural because I forced it there, but is generally like the 4th or 5th base. So I'm just going to expand away from the action, and maybe there's a world where I come back. Didn't work out. Hero, however, Hero had crazy vision this game. Despite everything, he didn't know about it. So maybe that's the world. I don't know. But for now, We have to see whether Spirit can play a game that is a little bit less disastrous early, because that was the problem. He wasn't the mid game, it wasn't the late game, and he fell behind, but it was more you take so much damage from the Stalkers and everything else that, and the Oracles and all your weird opening, that you're kind of on the back foot the entire time. And if that's true, then I mean, trying to come back against Hero is not, it's not a winning proposition.
Well, in StarCraft, there in any kind of strategy scenario, like there's a reason why you do something, and we could get into this more after we introduce the players. But there, you know, for Hero, like he is just not the kind of guy that you're gonna throw off by doing stuff like that. Like if you try to eBay block a guy like Hero, you are probably doing more damage to yourself than you are to him. I'm just gonna put it out there. That's just how I feel. He's very comfortable the weirder the game gets.
That he is, but his opponent trying to make him uncomfortable once again, and maybe this time a little bit more successfully. For Na'Vi, it's Spirit.
He faces off against the red Protoss player in the Northwest, leading the series 1-0. He is Hero. A legend, absolute legend of Protoss and StarCraft. I think even before he went to military, before his break, whatever his hiatus was, that he was still like the guy that people were like, well, you know, Protoss is struggling, but Hero, right? Hero, he still just destroys everybody, and Hero does this and Hero does that, and it really is just a testament again to the legend that he is, and over the storied many years of tournaments and experience that he is still here as someone that we can watch and bring off these crazy games. Spirit, one of the things I like about him so much is how well he can play those late game macro games against players that are favored against him. Did things work out in game one? No. But typically, I don't know, typically Spirit is the guy that can kind of, he's not always trying to avoid getting into that situation, even if it's still tough. And I respect that a lot from him as a competitor, you know, like he's pretty much always willing to go toe to toe with anybody in a long game. And I do think that says a lot about his mentality as well.
Yeah, no, that's very true. I mean, for the longest time, Spirit was this guy that's promising, that Serel's late game practice partner. So you know that he has a lot of experience playing against some of the best players in the world in these late game scenarios and not blinking. And granted, being here in Atlanta or in Dallas here in an offline event, there's a lot more pressure to it than grinding a bunch of games on late game scenarios against Serel or whoever you're grinding, Showtime maybe, in customs. Again, it's a bit of a different format, but you're right, he is no stranger to that one whatsoever. And in this game, he's doing something a little bit interesting again, right? It's barracks, double gas, although I guess this is actually gas, barracks, gas, but he's putting his command center on the high ground, getting that factory a little bit faster. So maybe win a mine drop, something like that, but something that, again, trying to pull the wool over Hero's eyes a little bit more than, hey, this is the Reaper expand. You know what I'm gonna do. You know how this build works.
Yeah, he's taking like a minor away of agency away from him, right? He's just like, just a little bit. I just don't want you to even be able to harass this base. I'm just gonna get up to my Cyclone so that I don't have to worry about anything, and I'll just go fly this over. By the time this base is landing or turning into an orbital, my Cyclone will mess with you. And Hero with the pylon block, I love it, because even though the Cyclone can block this, is kind of him, like building the command center up in his main was kind of like his way of almost like giving him a little bit of a little bit of a gesture, if you will, as he's like, yeah, you're just not going to be able to do that stuff to me this game. And then Hero, I mean, what could you possibly interpret this as but him returning the gestures for the cyber core block, just to say, no, you're not going to be able to morph that orbital, or you're going to have to morph it somewhere else. He's like, this is what you get for engineering bay blocking me. Do you have any idea who I am?
Hey, I know you talked about loving Hero, and I am also someone who just very much rides that Hero bandwagon, but if you didn't love Hero before this series,
this is the stuff he does, right?
How can you not love him after seeing this?
He's like, you eBay block me, I cyber block you. That's the way it goes. And again, he's like, oh, is this weird? That doesn't matter. That's where Hero thrives. So, and he even had the probe left over to get one last little tase in.
Hey, Nate. So we talked about this, right? How do you feel about disruptor drops? Because Hero, I was about to talk about how he's been doing this thing where he goes like 3-gate robo and it's gateway pressure, and behind that he does whatever. But he's adding a robo bay, and there's a slim world where this is a Colossus drop. We haven't seen that in years, generally at this point. Most likely it will be a couple disruptors here. Again, build out fairly quickly. Widowmine drop, tries to open the main base. Medevac goes down. Probe should. Oh, they're going to try to kill it. There's no, absolutely not. This is not legal. Somehow only a single probe goes down, and that.
Great control.
Yeah.
Great. We've talked. There have been a couple of control mishaps throughout the day, and I try to do, you know, the consideration of assuming there's a lot of travel, there's a lot of adjustments, people playing on new setups, of course, you're in a new venue. There's so many different variables that change, and again, I just use all of this to hammer home. Hero pulls it off. You know, he gets 2 Widow Mines. He's got all of his probes stacked on top of a burrowed mine, and somehow he only lost 1 to that shot. Just. You love to see it. It's good heads up play, and now he's going back on the counter offensive with this stalker drop. And I guess instead of making it a disruptor drop like we were kind of hoping maybe it'd be something kind of crazy, he just says, well, no, now I can just build Colossus way more fast than I would with a more standard build. So I'm happy to take this third later and have all the tech I need to deal with you getting aggressive if you so choose to.
I gotta say, Nate, I got really excited for a second because I saw the Colossus on the production tab. I'm like, Colossus drops. We haven't seen this in years. This is gonna be great. Like, there's a reason we go disruptor drops. It tends to be better and a little cheaper. In fact, I mean, it would a bunch of reasons. But you know, the allure, right, of the Colossus drop, and then he just goes and adds extended thermal lance, which means there's no prism speed, and you're like, Nate, I got really excited for a second, and Hero's still doing a great job with the prism and the stalkers and all of that, getting damage done. But I got really excited for a second, and now I hate Hero because he dashed the hopes that I set for him. That is totally unfair.
Oh, he does like his gateway units, but I'll give you that. It wouldn't have surprised me. It wouldn't have surprised me to see it. But he does weird stuff. He does weird stuff like that every now and again. So here's the question: what does he have to deal with Spirit's move out? The Colossus is already kind of out there with the gateway forces. He's not going to let him siege up on him preemptively. Does lift up the sentries there. But this is all about just force the siege. Then he's going to have to unsiege, slowly move up again. These Marines actually try to secure the forward ground without the unsiege at all. So it's awkward, but the Terran is just sieging up empty space, right? Really, the Liberator is probably the more annoying thing that he's dealing with, and soon to be this drop in his main. But he's got the third set up, so let's see how he deals with it. Liberator does get the Stalker in the natural, so he's getting a little bit of work done. He's stressing him out.
Now, one thing I will say is we take a look at our heroes handling the move out, right? So the drops, Liberators causing problems, absolutely. One thing that, and by the way, that blink here, I mean, life is just, what am I, of course he's got blink. He's got the prism. He's just juggling things. He's fine, but he was leading. He was soaking tank shots with stalkers and sentries and not the zealot, which is really the ideal. You choke with mineral units, not gas units. And now we got Spirit here on the siege up into the natural. He's gonna try to knock the shield battery down, gets that one done. And this attack is scary. It's 4 tanks. It's some bio. He's gonna have some reinforcements, but Hero's just gonna drop right on top of this. Charge is done. It's 3 Colossus here.
Bombs.
Yep.
Just absolutely mops the floor with Spirit's army. The drop does make it into the back of the natural again. He's gotten a couple shots there with the lives, got a couple of hits with the drop. And if anything is worth calling attention to, since we've talked about the economic situation so much, Spirit's up 60 to 47 workers. So Hero, has he survived this? Has he withstood the blows and still built a very powerful army? I would say powerful in the sense that he has the tech, right? 3 Colossus and Immortal, awesome, but there's not a lot of meat, and he doesn't really have the money to leave static defense at home either because of this probe count situation. So while he is going to try and move out and do something, there's not really anything here to actually protect him. Not in the main, not in the natural, not in the third base. He just has battery in the main, I guess, but he's got a lot to deal with, and this pylon maybe trying to be saved is asking for quite a bit.
Well, the other question is we take a look at what's happening here. So the third base is probably going to go down. The probes are pulling into this, but you got personal healing. It's not going to work out all that well. Does Spirit have enough at home to deal with this army? Because this is full base trade. He's committing right now, come hell or high water. He's ending this game in the next 45 seconds. And that drop is a problem. It's killing a ton of probes. But because that drop's on the other side, because actually, I think a bunch of Vikings went down. The Stalkers knocked him out. Does Spirit have what it takes to defend this on the other side? And the answer is, actually, it's not base trade at all. Well, I guess, no, the third base did die. Hero recalls out of it.
Yeah, he tried to recall. The recall got canceled. It was the third. He was trying to recall to the third base, so that's the tough part too, because now that cooldown goes away for the other Nexus in his bases as well. So
just an awkward situation now where it's like, oh, I wanted to recall, I'm still not home, and when I do go home, I can't really leave because I still won't be able to recall. So not a great time, but if he's got anything to be happy about, he did dislodge the third. Spirit landed it in his base. He's kind of realized this game is getting weird enough now where he just doesn't want to leave anything out there to get sniped, and I think that makes some sense. But we are heading into some dank territory for this one, my friend.
This is a hero game, though. You talked about the game getting weird and it being absolutely in Heroes bailiwick. That's what we're looking at right now. He's killed 24 workers. He's equalized the worker count. He's lost his own base, but his opponent's not mining from the third, so it kind of equalizes. Yeah, mules are a thing, but again, the other way you look at that is you mule the natural long enough, and well, these mineral patches are going to mine out there. Yeah, there we go. Half a mule left on that mineral field. Very little left. So Hero, he's got his third base on the way. His +1's done. Does not have blink. That's kind of the big thing he's missing here. And the other thing to pay attention to is we take a look at how these players respond to the rough situation that they found themselves in. Spirit's been building Vikings this entire time. No medevacs, but he's going up to, he's at 5 Vikings right now. He's going to go up to 7 or 8, adding in that Ghost Academy. Yeah, it's hard to afford everything on 2 bases, but he's building the tech that allows him to invalidate the big tech lead that Hero has. Again, without blink, the Stalkers can't react to these to the Vikings very well. And then if you have like 8 Vikings against a bunch of Colossus, you start to one-tap them down, and that value in Hero's army goes away very quickly.
Yeah, so we've got the Ghost Academy finishing up for Spirit. Again, we've kind of talked about how even in these situations, he's a guy that generally doesn't mind playing long games. I think it's kind of nuts that Hero has this army waiting below the third base. Like, he just kind of expects with the vision of his observer that he can create a situation where he can get some harass on this base, maybe snipe it when the bio moves out, but there the obs does get killed. And again, it's a kind of a gutsy move. Hero's going to send some zealots out towards the front now, and he's bringing the rest of his army back up. I do like to see that. I want to favor Spirit in this situation, but it is because he has a huge army, and I think that head-to-head he has enough potential to be able to win this. But he is tremendously respecting Hero, and I think it says a lot that he's just chilling back in his base. He's like, I don't know why, but I just know he's got an army sitting outside somewhere, and it's because, truthfully, he does. So
Hero's Kevin McAllister right now,
what a
right?
great little, yeah, it's like has he seen it? No, but he's just like oh, it's Hero. It's like there's no way I'm just stepping out of my base and he's not gonna have something.
Yeah, no. Hero's Kevin McAllister. Like, Spirit wants to go and break into his house and take all of his lunch money, and Hero's got he's got a bunch of mannequins dancing in the living room, and he's got booby traps in the attic, and yeah, technically.
Exactly.
Spirit's like a grown adult.
He's ungrounded every electrical socket and unplugged everything. He's like, go for it, bro. Try to turn the lamp on. Like, no, man, I'm not. You break into the house, you see Hero, it's Hero's place. No, walk away, man. It's just a saw trap waiting to happen.
Yeah, it's just not worth it. You got to find some way to end the game eventually, though, because eventually you give him enough time. Hero's got his 4th base just about done. He's sending probes over. He's building up workers once again. He's managed to supply block Spirit off the depot. Give Hero enough time, he will come back into this game. He will macro his way back into things. He's got +2. He's adding an armor, disruptors, 2nd robo, 2nd forge now. He's starting to hit a point where, yeah, he took a lot of damage. So did Spirit, but Hero took more. But he's building himself back into this game, and this timing that Spirit had where he had this much more powerful army, not really there anymore. And there's the 5th base on the way. So, yeah, all of a sudden, it's not Kevin McAllister's house, Nate. It's Kevin McAllister's entire block. It's like Home Alone 7.
Yeah. You know, it saddens me that my mind didn't. I actually somehow feel like I'm aware that there aren't that many Home Alone movies, but you did remind me there are that many Land Before Time movies, and now you just kind of ruined my day.
Oh,
but at least
sorry.
I still get to cast Hero, so I think I'll probably feel better in the next 20 to 30 seconds when we get this fight going. Looks like it's going to be a little bit gnarly. How many disruptors are we at? Is that about 5 with the army right now, and he's got another one about to pop.
So, yeah, 7 is the magic number where you just can continuously shoot a Colossus out over and over and over again. But, you know, even still, like, 5 is more than enough here to make it hard for Spirit to fight into. And it's one of those things where, like, Spirit has shown that today his micro's looking pretty good. but you make a mistake for 1 second, disruptors go blow up your army, you're really upset about things that the Colossus is in a way, Stalkers are just trying to kill as many Vikings as possible, disruptors land. And in part because Spirit's looking on this side of the map, he understands that maybe he can go and smash down that base, but immediately, the moment, yeah, okay, no, there's an observer on the north side. Hero knows that that's happening, so he gets as good a fight he can get, kills off a couple of Vikings, gets some shots of the disruptors, and then recalls everything back home. Says, you killed my base once, it's not gonna happen again. And actually now I'm gonna go try to find your army, this task force on the right side that I know has no Vikings, that maybe my Colossus can get on top of. And even with EMPs and everything else, these Zealots are chasing things down, and the more this happens, I mean, Vikings are going to start to show up once again. And now these are unsupported Colossus. This is a great move coming out of Spirit. Stalkers from the bottom side, but the Colossus should eventually go down as the Stalkers, they just can't join. This is a great fight for Spirit.
The angle he gets on the North Army is fantastic. Hero landed, it looked like 1 or 2 pretty juicy disruptor shots, but that just the way that he played the terrain, the Vikings over the cliff, there was just nothing there. Absolutely did not want to lose all 3 Colossi. He does have 9 disruptors, so he can lean back towards that gateway heavy force, get the Immortals out, and try to turn those Vikings into dead supply. But does he know about this drop? Okay, big warp it in the main base. He's ready for it. He's smelt it.
Yeah, but it's not a lot of Stalkers, right? So yeah, the Zealots are there, but I mean, getting on around the Sim
He's
is
like
a little bit
thinking he'll
rough.
drop on them, I guess. He's thinking he'll drop on the Stalkers. He's like, I need Zealots here too, in case he just kills me while they're warping in. I don't.
Well, actually, what it is
intense.
Hero doesn't have any gas. He couldn't afford a bunch of gas to put to build a bunch of Stalkers to make that happen. So I think that's probably more of what it is. These Vikings. Spirit's very sad right now because he's just found a base of heroes that he probably feels shouldn't exist.
Yeah, well, you see, when you get contained like this and you finally get to step out and you just see all the stuff that they have, and you see that there's no cannons on that bottom 4th. He just has the 1 cannon on the 5th in the corner. He's going to reinforce that a little bit more, but that's because he's on the field now, right? He's like, at this whole point, he hasn't really been that worried since the first 3rd base got taken down, because Spirit just kind of, I don't want to say let up on the gas, because I do think there's a huge risk of overcommitting and overextending, but this is just a huge confidence bet by Spirit on himself, because there was maybe a moment where he could have tried to force it much earlier when he got that, that big decisive win, and kind of was almost, I think when he denied the recall, it felt like that was maybe where the biggest opportunity was going to be after that. But he's just said, I'm fine letting us both max out and just trying to outplay you, which a lot of respect to Spirit for that, but damn, son, you picked a hard battle.
You did. I mean, regardless of who wins this game, what a game to end our day on. This is really turning out. The Spirit again, really nice concave on top of this army. And when you talk about this setup, you talk about Hero betting on himself. This composition that Hero has made is one that stops trading efficiently right around right now. 3-3 is just about done. You add Ghost in on top of everything. Late game Terran bio is better than late game gateway disruptors to Colossus. Generally, the Protoss player wants to mine more and make that happen. We can see this happening right now. Unless the disruptors get incredible shots, it's not something where the Protoss player can trade all that cost effectively. Random disruptor on the backside is never going to get a shot off. And well, actually, yeah, that one's not going to get a really great shot off either. And at this point, you pick up your runaway Stalker count is not, it's going to get like 1 medevac. There was nothing inside of it. So Spirit continued to get these incredibly cost-effective trades. But it's funny, as I say that, Hero has so much money that even as that trade is cost-effective, the supply is suddenly 30 army supply in Hero's favor.
Yeah, and he sees the planetary on the top side, so the disruptors, very good typically. I like the load-unload micro to the other side a little bit there with the PF, but I think probably the weirdest thing during that last fight too is a lot of those disruptors actually got separated from the army. About 3 or 4 of them kind of went on the south side. They went like around the middle, so they weren't with them. He kind of trickled them slowly behind for that flank shot, but things very hectic. Zealots inside of the main base of Spirit, and he's going all the way deep, saying, bring your army here. I'm going for, go for the Ghost Academy, go for the rest of the upgrades, whatever it is, but don't have your army where I'm going to go. And now Hero comes up on that 3rd base. There's a little bit less here than there used to be, but it's a take what you can get kind of situation when you've got this many bases and he's just throwing stuff at you. You just want to keep that Terran economy down.
That you do. So the 3rd base, granted, you talk about keeping the economy down, not the most impactful. It's only like 5 catches remaining, and they're very, very low. Taking this base down, taking any of the north right side bases, the, what do you want to call it, the 3 o'clock, the 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock bases. That's probably more important, but you're right. Any damage you can get is damage worth doing. So Hero just about to max out again, adding in those disruptors at the very end of things. Now, Hero does have, there was a time when Spirit had 3-3, Hero didn't, but now Hero, he's got 3-3, he's got shield as well. And this third base does not stay alive. Meanwhile, a bunch of Zealots getting on top of the planetary as well. Random Immortal means that this planetary is going to go down that much faster. And Disruptors on the right side as well. That being said, look at this Concave coming out of Spirit. He's going to force a recall, getting as much damage as he can on top of the tech. It's not great for Spirit. He has taken a ton of damage. Lost a base, lost 2 bases, damage to the Disruptors. But he does bring his army back into parity in some way, shape, or form. It's 3 Disruptors, 4 Mortals, a Colossus, the rest of his Gateway units, which, Nate, you know as well as I do. In this late game against a bunch of Ghosts, a bunch of 3-3 Stim Bio, the Zealot count, it almost doesn't matter in a straight-up fight.
No, the best thing to use those for, right? It's what he did, the hit and run, go for the outside exposed planetary, use the main army with the tech units to pull everything in, keep your specialists together, and then just kick the Zealots as hard as you can down the side lane. See if you can find something over there to shut down one of the bases, focus some SCVs. But they are there as like an attention sink, right? Because we know, again, they're not going to do very much against this 3-3 Bio head-to-head. That's what he needs everything else for. So the Zealots buy time, they distract, they're annoying. You know, it's one of those moments where I also think, there's no turrets in the main either. It's one of those situations where if a Prism could sneak in somewhere, it would also potentially be devastating. He's going to try and come down this ramp with quite a bit of his Immortals, throws a few of the Disruptor shots out. Stalkers are on the right side, and he's just zoning that choke point through the line of sight blocker, and all these units can't really be replaced. So GG is called Hero with the 2-0, and that's, I'm not gonna lie, Bayo, getting to come back and cast some StarCraft again sure is nice, but getting 3 or 4 of my favorite players in one day is pretty awesome too.
Well, the good news is we're gonna see more of them maybe, as we will of course do the knockout stages tomorrow and lots of games. And of course, it's only 4 players that qualify into the playoffs out of the winner stage here today, and they were all in the upper bracket. So you like Hero, you like a Rainer, you like whoever lost between Cure and Dark. If you like them, they'll be happening in the morning tomorrow. Obviously, very exciting there. And you know, I wasn't sure how I felt about that fight. Like, it felt like Spirit was going to be able to make something happen at the end, but then a massive disruptor shot comes over the side, blows up like a third of the army that kind of Spirit had split on the right side, and it becomes untenable very, very quickly. Shout out to Spirit, though. I mean, he had winning opportunities in that game. Now, unfortunately, wasn't able to capitalize on them, but he put himself in winning positions several times in that game. Now, the next step is taking those opportunities and going through with them and actually winning the game. But that's gravy, right? You already put yourself there.
Yeah, it's in beautiful Hero style too. Like, the games got weird. Hero got eBay blocked. Then Hero tried to eBay block. Like, he didn't really do anything that was super elaborate or tricky. We didn't see anything that you would expect maybe out of a series with him like Maru or somebody. But I think that it's another great demonstration that he can just kind of handle whatever. And if there was an opportunity for Spirit in the series, I'll go back to it again. It was a great play. He gets the recall, he kills it, cancels the recall, has the opportunity to possibly jump on the army, just can't quite get there. And then Hero is able to rebuild off of 2 bases, even though Spirit had 3 done command centers. And I feel like that was his peak strength, and he kind of wanted to resituate himself and prevent the game from getting too chaotic, which I totally understand. But that's the hard part. Is Hero will always make you question yourself. He's the dangerous kind of player that you're just going to make mistakes like that against him.
Yeah, I think the most there are many impressive things about watching Hero, but I think the most impressive thing we saw was Spirit's trying to run across the map at the very end. He's like, look, I have this army, I can maybe make something happen. And you look at Spirit's army, or Hero's army movement. He's got a pack of Stalkers here and Zealots there, and there's just this flowing line or these flowing clumps of stuff all over the map that Spirit was never allowed to feel comfortable and run across the map. There was no world where he wasn't getting poked at by Stalkers on the left side and Zealots on the right side, and you're just losing stuff over time. And it just feels really, really uncomfortable. And well, part of the way you play a game of StarCraft is you want to put yourself in a comfortable position. You want to make your opponent uncomfortable. And Hero is so good at never allowing that to happen to him. He's always the one that's just
he's chill, man. He's ice cold. He's ice cold. He's like, you proxying outside my base, resting heart rate. He's like, are you proxying inside my base, resting heart rate. There's nothing that's getting him worked up until he's in the grand finals, and then that's because he's probably going to do some sort of acrobatic move on the stage. Okay, who knows? He's what can we say? He's a Giga Chad. That's all I have.
Yeah, I think he's most people's favorite Pro Toss player for a reason. But friends, that does mean we are done here today. Hero Spirit, the last series we cover, mainstream they've committed grand larceny. It's horrible. But they stole Cure Rainer, and to be honest, I can't really blame them. That's going to be a 6 series. So that's going to happen fairly soon if it has not already started. After dark, 2-1 to Cure. So Nate and I, we're done for the day, but we will be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. Actually, let me check my schedule before I promise that. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. There we go. 11 a.m. Eastern for 4 rounds of knockout. Knockout bracket round 1, round 2. Round 1, part 1, round 1, part 2, round 2, and round 3 before the playoffs get started. The B stream closes down. So Nate and I have 4 best of 3s tomorrow. Then we get to sit back, enjoy the games. But Nate, first day, we're done here. Any final thoughts about the day?
Just a great day. I mean, this is the first day is always the one where everybody gets to walk away with a smile. No matter what happens, you still got a shot. There's still some level of opportunity available in the future. So tomorrow's another day, but on the other hand, a lot of great players won, and it's going to be awesome to watch them go up against each other too. So that's it. That's all I got. Can't wait to see what happens tomorrow, and obviously how things end on the final day.
Yeah, I feel bad. So I'm in Dallas right now. I'm visiting my girlfriend, but we're doing the B stream from here. And I feel bad for my girlfriend because there are so many games from today that I want to go watch. That, like, I'm sure she'd like to spend time with me, but I'm just getting, like, I want to see Hero Serel, and I want to see Cure Dark, and anyway, we're going to jam those. We're going to see what happens tomorrow. Friends, thank you so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow. 4 knockout games, 4 best of 5s. It's going to be a great time. See y'all then. Have a good one.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.